For the match of the round, let's cross to our team.
Here we go. I'm going to put your mics on. And go.
Good afternoon and welcome out to Jubilee Park for the big Round 16 Division 2 clash between Ringwood and Mitcham right here on EFL Game Day 1377 SEM+. It's 4 versus 1 in what's been a very even Division 2 competition this season in the Eastern Football League. Daniel Sensick with you for the next hour and introducing Brett Davidson, the ultimate special comments guru in the Eastern Football League. Welcome, Davo.
Thanks, Dan. Yes, it's... We've been used to sunny wherever we've been, but today, unfortunately, we've got the brunt of the average weather. So we're out at Jubilee Park. It still looks in reasonable condition considering all the rain we've had over the last 24 to 48 hours. So looking forward to a great game of footy against, as you said, teams lying 1 and 4, but really nothing between any of the sides in the top 4. So it's going to be a cracking game of footy.
Well, a top of 9 degrees expected today out at Ringwood, and of course by the time we go off air it'll be about 6 degrees, so cannot wait for that. But introducing Ray Baird. Great to have you back, Ray.
Thanks, Damo. It's great. I've had 5 terrific weeks away in China and Taiwan, and look, you're complaining about the weather here, mate, but I've just come out of 40 plus degrees, 85% humidity for the last 5 weeks, and I land in Melbourne, and look, I'll take this any day.
Well, a huge clash taking place here this afternoon. The division has been so even all year, particularly with the sides jostling for that top position. Ringwood have played well this year at home, and of course we've seen it redevelop this the last 18 months or so. Jubilee Park with the I suppose the resurfacing of the ground, and it looks to have held up reasonably well.
Yeah, look, it's obviously it's got the turf pitch in the middle, so it's going to be there's a little bit of surface water out there, but considering, as I said, all the rain we've had, it looks like it's pretty good. The ball's going to slip around a fair bit, so I don't think you're going to have a situation where we're going to have lots of high marking, but you're the team that can control the football, control the areas the best way they possibly can.
Damo, you look at
game of football.
Sorry, Damo. You look at grounds today, though, the conditions. Look, apart from the centre wicket area with the turf wicket, the grounds, they're really not wet and boggy like we played on when we were younger. They're just slippery. The ball will be slippery and the ground will be slippery. And I look at that centre. I watched the last 2 tweets when I was overseas, and that game 2 weeks ago you had at Glen Waverley Blues.
Yep.
That centre pitch that day was, all turned up. But this one, look, it looks as though they've rolled it and kept it pretty well, up to standard.
Oh, yeah, look, it's certainly in great nick. And when you look at it, you don't look out there and go, oh, this is a pretty average turf wicket out here. Not by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, we've been Brett Rowe, the senior coach of the Ringwood Football Club, has been good enough to join us before the huge clash this afternoon. Brett, welcome to EFL Game Day. An opportunity for your boys today to come up against one of the better sides in the competition this year in what's been a very even competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me. Yeah, absolutely. You come up against, at the moment, the pace setters for the competition in this level, and we're really looking forward to the contest and embracing what's going to be in front of us.
Speaking to a few coaches across Division 2, they've said that this year has been particularly challenging in the sense that the competition has been so even, and it's been, a bit of the unknown given the restructure that's come in this year. How have you found it in terms of a coaching challenge?
Yeah, I've enjoyed it, absolutely. I think it's been outstanding in regards to this competition. It's so very even, and obviously that's what the AFL have set out to achieve, and I think it's definitely worked. In our division, it's been. So even, and you've always got to be on your ball for every game. Like if you have a lapse, which we've had a couple of, this year, where like a quarter here and there, and it's cost us, valuable, momentum in games, and in the end, we haven't been able to get the wins or with them. But I think it's been absolutely outstanding. It makes us all just coach that a little bit better, I think, as a coaching group.
Rowie, you went into the start of this season and you started off pretty slowly and, completely different to last season. How does it feel? I know what your answer is going to be anyway, but how does it feel to be the hunted rather than not being the hunted rather than the other way around?
Yeah, I think it's actually been really enjoyable to be that side of the ledger, if you like. Obviously last year, we were a very good team. This year, obviously, with a couple of losses of players, key players to us. We've just enjoyed being able just to chase everyone and chase the pack and chase those teams that have always been in front of us. So, and we've on occasions we've used it as well to be that to be the hunter. So, And look, again, we're in a similar situation today. Like, we're chasing the top side, and then we need to win. So yeah, we're absolutely around it.
Rowie, not that you had anything easy last year. People forget that you've still got to coach against who you come up against, and you've still got to be able to do it well. But I think this year you'd have to admit that probably your coaching has really taken another level, considering you've had a couple of real key players, and I mean like really key footballers that have not been able to play for you this year, but you've been able to continue to just manufacture and get games and wins into your team. I would imagine it's been really satisfying for you as a coach.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, as you spoke about, Davo, the losses that we had of players, absolutely, they were huge. And I think, and that's the challenge of, coaching, is being able to just somehow get the group to engage again and buy into how we play and to move forward as a group. I think, to the boys' credit, they really have done an outstanding job, and knowing, the system, if you like, the way we play, and the way they've just continued to keep doing it, and playing the way we've wanted to play. And it's slowly but surely, we've got the results with, wins, but also, we've been a little bit up and down. And that's the other challenge, trying to keep the level of consistency of performance is probably the biggest challenge over the last few weeks. But, absolutely, we've really enjoyed it, and I've enjoyed it. Our new coaching group have really enjoyed, the challenge of new players and trying to get them to play the way we want them to play.
And I suppose the other thing is that not having someone, the big tall forward that you've had, would make you adjust to the way you bring the ball into the forward line. I've noticed this year that you've had a rotation of the small forwards that have been able to go through and really hit the scoreboard for you. That's a really hard way. That makes it really hard for opposition teams to match up on. Has that been one of the things that you've been looking at?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a real focus, and obviously when you lose a player of the calibre of Trent Farmer, that you've got to find another way to goals. But I think people still forget that we've got people like Mitch Berridon, and we've pushed Nathan Cairns forward, Daniel Jordan. Although these guys were still really important to us last year. We were able to kick goals, and we've been able to get more games into kids like Harry George this year as a small forward who's done really take it to another level. We've got a couple of guys that have been in and out. There's a guy running around the twos at the moment, Ash Stagg, who's been really good for us in his first year of senior footy. But that's I guess that's the the point of difference, if you like, for us this year. Is we've got a couple more avenues for us. They're not just so reliant on just kicking it to the big fella when he was here.
Rowie, as you said before, you come up against the top side today, and you played them early in the year. What do you have to do today to shut them down?
Oh, look, we just think it's pretty tough in these sort of conditions where it is how you want to implement what you want to do. I guess it's just a matter of who wants it the most. I mean, you look at the conditions, and you look at last night's game, the mindset of it. I think that's the biggest thing in footy. It just shows you how mental football is. And I think it's just as long as we play the way we want to play, just try to take a lot of their strengths away from them. They're very good at rebounding the ball, so we can take that away, and we think we'll give ourselves a real good chance. And when we play our brand of footy, we think we're thereabouts.
Tell us about Sumeet Singh. He earned his opportunity earlier on this year. Great story at Ringwood.
Yeah, absolutely. Sumeet's he's an Englishman. He came over here to play cricket, actually, to play at East Ringwood. A couple of the boys who play here, Daniel Collier, played at East Ringwood, and they wanted to come down last year. He said, look, can I come down? Daniel said, yeah, no problem. And he came down and had never kicked a footy, had never done anything at all. And look, obviously, when he first came down, he was like, we'll let him go. He's coming down, he's good fun, and then he wanted to play. And then he started playing. In the second half of last year, in the twos, he really started to show. And you're like, oh, Jesus, it's amazing how he's picked this game up. And then earlier this year, he started playing some really good footy in the twos, to the point that, Daniel Jordan got injured, and we thought, well, we've got to bring him next tool. His form had been good, so we thought, well, we'll give him a go. And to be honest, I'm amazed every time he runs out there.
Bit of Nathan Cox in that story, isn't it, eh?
Yeah, Mason. Yeah, absolutely. He's just so athletic. He's just so athletic, and he just picks the ball up, picks the game up really well. And as I said, it's an amazing story, and I'm really rapt for him with how he's going. And he doesn't get flustered by anything as well, which is like when he's not scarred by footy, if you like, because he's not worried about anything. like he just plays, and if he thinks he's stuff, so you bring him off, he's like, oh yeah, no worries, cool, no problem, and you just say, yeah, that's all right. So
we can all have a bit of that attitude.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. So he's been actually really good, actually, for us, absolutely.
Well, you have a look at the Mitcham side, and their two bigs are really important for them. Their contest and spread out wide is also important. But I look at your side and I go, your midfield is going to be your real key today. Your ability to get your hands on the football, it's a real strength of yours today. These conditions, it's something that you really want to focus on, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. We spoke during the week at our team meeting on Thursday about that's probably where it's going to be won today. That was real key to the whole game, was the midfield area, because obviously Winterton, Carroll, Willenberg, they're all very good footballers. Obviously Gordon in their ruck gives them first use. So, and they've been going really well in there. But I definitely back our guys. Mitch Farmer, Dan Collard, Mitch Jackson, Brandon Stelfox, all these young guys going through there. So it's going to be a real interesting battle in there, I think, today.
Well, Brett, we thank you for joining us here on EFL Game Day, and all the very best for this afternoon's clash.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Brett Rowe, the senior coach of the Ringwood Football Club, always very good with his time, as always. We're going to take a quick break here on EFL Game Day, and when we come back, we'll be chatting to Neil Winterton, the senior coach of the Mitcham Football Club.
Clear, 4 minutes.
30 on Whiteley.
Receive a 7-year warranty, 2 years free servicing and $1,000 of accessories at the Mitsubishi Diamond Days 10-day sale. The time of your life starts now. Conditions apply.
Nick Revolt joins Gary and Tim Monday morning from 7 on 11:16 SEN.
The senior coach has taken the team to Eastland for a post-game feed. If only they had this kind of teamwork on the field. They've just ordered starters to share, plus frothies for the whole table. And now Steve-O's chucked a prawn to Macca. He circled back. Yes! Straight into his pie hole. You beauty! Good form, boys. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
Hello. National Tiles continues to permanently reduce prices on hundreds of our most popular National Tiles. Yes, National Tiles, with massive support from our major Australian, Italian and Asian manufacturers, continues to permanently drop prices on hundreds of lines of National Tiles. These unprecedented permanent price reductions continue to cement National Tiles' more than 40-year reputation for the guaranteed lowest price tiles in Australia. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
"Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers."
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
You can't get a Rolex for $100, and there's no way you'd get a brand new Ferrari for a couple of grand. We all know you get what you pay for. The same is true with pressure cleaners. Cheap foreign imports lack reliable muscle, but Spitwater pressure cleaners are strong, powerful and built to last. So avoid the fakes and get a pressure cleaner that's Aussie made for tough Aussie conditions. Get a Spitwater. Call 1300 Spitwater or see spitwater.com.au. Spitwater. That's what it does.
Wouldn't it be nice to have a robot at home to mow your lawn and wash the car? At least you've got Robot Building Supplies at work. Steel, sleepers, wire mesh, timber, roofing and more. Robot's got it at the lowest prices, like square and round tubing in prime and gal. Starting from $14.70 for 20 by 20 by 1.6 prime tube, 6.5 metres long. Robot, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dromana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Call 1300 GO ROBOT or order at robotbuildingsupplies.com.au. ROBOT.
1 minute.
Rip. It was a time of such peace, man. Just so chill. A real retreat for body and soul. Sun shining, surrounded by bright, like-minded individuals. Man, we were pampered and polished, treated with such care. After a time like that, you drive home feeling so fresh, so relaxed.
Treat your car to a getaway as good as yours. Book a car wash with valet parking at melbourneairport.com.au.
Oh man, so easy.
Ah, New York, New York.
And the bright lights of Broadway.
30.
in gas to a Qantas Red Energy plan today. You'll earn up to 15,000 bonus Qantas points for switching and up to 7 points per dollar on every bill you pay on time, so you can light up your holiday plans even sooner. Plus, it only takes a few minutes to sign up online. Visit qantas.com/red energy.
Residential customers only. Eligibility criteria and terms and conditions apply. Basic plan information documents available at redenergy.com.au/Qantas.
Nick Revolt joins Gary and Tim Monday morning from 7, 11:16 SEN.
Here we go. Put your mics back on. And go.
Welcome back to Jubilee Park for the big Division 2 Round 16 clash between Ringwood and Mitcham. 4 taking on 1 in what's been an incredibly close Division 2 competition in the Eastern Football League. Daniel Sensick along with Ray Baird and Brett Davidson joining you for pre-game this afternoon. And gents, what we might do is we'll jump straight into our games across all 5 divisions, starting off in Premier Division. South Croydon taking on Vermont this afternoon. Grand final rematch of the past 2 seasons, but both sides with a different tale to tell this year.
Yeah, well, grand final rematch means absolutely nothing because, as you said, these 2 sides to me, look, South Croydon, in the last month or so, they've certainly improved their football, but I just don't think they're going to get anywhere near Vermont. I can't see it at all.
Well, they have to. That's the bottom line is today they have to get there because the one team they're up. Oh, look, the one thing that's in their favour is the fact that Norwood are playing Balwyn, and that's a huge game. But Norwood at the moment have got the wood on them as far as the position and percentage. So they really need a big game, South Croydon. And look, these conditions may help them out at South Croydon. So I don't think they're going to win because I think Vermont are just a super football team. But this is a game that they really need to perform in South Croydon.
Yeah, you just never know in these conditions, do you, that South Croydon may turn it into a scrap and anything can happen from there. But I think Vermont might get this one done comfortably. Moving on, arguably the match of the round. I think it is the match of the round in Premier Division. Balwyn taking on Norwood. These 2 sides well entrenched in that top 4 in Premier Division. Norwood have come good in the second half of the season. Balwyn have had a strong year as well, and a lot to play for today.
Yeah, well, look, I'm going to keep Norwood. I just like the way Norwood are travelling at the moment. Take nothing away from Balwyn, but Balwyn to me, I look at their whole season. Their whole season's been like a train travelling in the country. It's just an even keel going the whole way. But Norwood, they started off slowly. They've been up and down a little bit, but gee, over the last couple of weeks, I just like the way they're performing.
Yeah, Ray. Look, I would have picked Norwood, but I think looking at the sides, Lee Williams is out today, so that is a huge out.
But Davo, with the weather conditions, that's going to help Norwood in that regard.
It is, but he is also a good wet weather footballer as a forward. And the thing is that when they've got the 2 big forwards, and they're able to then play Stewart in the rucks and up back, whatever he's able to do, it really gives them that balance at Balwyn. I think Balwyn are going to be too strong and they're going to win just.
Well, Lee Williams coming off a bag of 8 last week, so he had a massive week last weekend. But, toss of the coin one. I'm going to go with you, Dave. I think Balwyn only just. Blackburn take on Noble Park. Now, similar, I suppose, to Vermont and South Croydon, where Noble Park have been around that top 5, but not quite broken in yet this season, and Blackburn well entrenched in that finals race.
Yeah, well, look, Blackburn, to me, I haven't been impressed with them over the last 6 weeks or so. They've been winning some games and doing what they've had to do. And Noble Park, I just think that Blackburn will definitely win today, but take nothing away from Noble Park. I've said it many a time. They're in that rephrase, that rebuilding. Mick Fogarty knows that with the young side, and they'll take a lot of experience out of this season. But today, I just think that Blackburn will get over the line.
Yeah, I tend to agree 100% with what you've said, Ray. I don't think Blackburn have been that impressive, but they have been getting the wins. Noble Park, a lot of young kids. They're really setting themselves up for a great 2020. I think they'll be really competitive, but Blackburn at home will get over the line.
Yeah, Blackburn for me as well. North Ringwood take on Doncaster out at Quamby Reserve. Gee, North Ringwood, didn't they take it up to Blackburn last weekend? They actually led at 3/4 time.
Well, I didn't see that demo, but I'll take your word for it, mate. North Ringwood, they're another side that are sort of... When they play their best football, they can beat anybody, but they don't play it often enough. But then on the other hand, Doncaster, I can only go on what I saw, and I saw Doncaster a few weeks ago now when they played Roval, and that day they were quite impressive with a lot of players out of that side. I think Doncaster might get up and win that game today.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Doncaster have certainly been playing much better football over the last 4 or 5 weeks without getting the wins on the board. North Ringwood, their game last week was very, very good. At home, they're really dangerous. For me, this really is a toss of the coin. I'm going to go North Ringwood. I think they might just get over the line today.
Saints for me as well. Well, the next game, Rowville takes on Montrose at Seabeck Oval. And gee, understatement to say that Rowville really need to bounce back from last week.
Well, Rowville, they've got to bounce back if they want to play final. There's no doubt about that. And they're coming up against Montrose. Montrose is a side that Rowville have always struggled against. You know, they've never really put them away, and I think that's going to be the same thing today. I think Rowville will get the points, but I'm only backing them in by 2 goals, that's all. I think it's going to be a lot closer than what people think.
Yeah, look, Rowville certainly need to improve after their performance last week. I think they probably will. Montrose have been really competitive but just haven't been able to get over the line in any of the games. Their season's dropping away a bit, Rowville, but I think Rowville only just.
Yeah, Rowville for me as well. Well, now we're joined by the senior playing coach of the Mitcham Football Club, Neil Winterton, ahead of a huge clash this afternoon against Ringwood. Neil, welcome to EFL Game Day.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Neil, the conditions today, it's wet weather, winter footy at its best, but your side, your Mitcham side, a young Mitcham side that's up and coming this year, gets to test itself against one of the sides that's been around the mark this year.
Yeah, for sure. As you mentioned, mate, it certainly is a winter's day. We spoke Thursday night. Obviously, we saw the forecast and we knew what the conditions were going to entail. So it's just about embracing the conditions. So we've been sort of talking about that all week because we felt last time we were faced with these conditions against Boronia a few weeks ago. We didn't quite handle it as well as would have liked. So the challenge there today, obviously, against quality team. Both teams, there's a lot on the line in today's game. So both teams are going to be going hammer and tong as you'd expect. So it should be a really good contest.
What about the bigger ground, the wide expanses of Jubilee Park out here? A bit bigger than what you're accustomed to out at Mitcham.
Yeah, for sure, mate. It certainly is. You can almost fit 2 of our grounds out there. So, yeah, look, we really feel that a big ground suits us. We've got a young side, as you mentioned, so we've got plenty of leg speed, and we played out at Templestowe a couple of weeks ago, and I thought that was one of our better performances of the season out on a big ground. So, yeah, funnily enough, our ground probably doesn't suit the way we want to play, so we've been looking forward to getting out on these bigger grounds, and hopefully the rain does hold off a little bit, and both teams can sort of utilise their skill as much as possible.
How are you today, Neil?
Good, mate. Yourself?
Good, thank you. Just on that point on the bigger ground, it's really a case of mindset, isn't it? I mean, the closest way to goal is down the corridor. There's no doubt. And if you get trapped into the false thinking that it's a big ground, you've got to play out wide on the wings. Forget that, because you go along with what I say.
I totally agree there, Ray, because it's almost as wide as it is long. Like if you look at the 50-metre arc, it almost touches the centre square. So, like Bayswater's ground, for instance, is probably a bit longer than this, but certainly nowhere near as wide. So this is, I dare say, the widest ground in the EFL. So, yeah, it's certainly a long way home if you get stuck out wide, but up the centre of the ground, it's not too bad. So, yeah, we'll certainly be making sure that we don't get stuck too wide.
You must be really pleased as a coach with the progression of your younger players over the last, let's say, 2 or 3 seasons, because it's been a build in that period, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has, mate. It certainly has, and yeah, we've got a really young list, as we sort of said. Jess Wren in his second year at the club. Zach Elms, Jesse Smythe, Riley Nicholas, Jess Cherry's at the pull-out, unfortunately, but Matty Hill. These guys. They're only in their second year at the club, and they're only sort of 20 years of age, and they've certainly progressed a lot since last year, and they're really important cogs in our team.
I've been away from the EFL for about 6 or 8 weeks now. Just your own form.
What have you been doing, mate?
I've been over in Asia, where it's been absolutely humid and hot. Anyway, it's great to be back. But just look, your own form, mate. You've been at Ringwood, at Mitcham now for a few years now. What sort of role are you playing yourself?
It's more an on-field coach role, to be honest, because we are such a really young team. These guys require a lot of guidance, and because we are so young, they don't talk a hell of a lot out on the field. That's something that we're trying to get them to do a lot more. So I feel out on the ground that's sort of my role to direct the guys and let them know what they need to do, and hopefully I'm having an impact in that area.
Just playing in conditions like today, with wet weather and all that, for mine, it's all about meterage.
Yep.
Now, I see in the way football's played now is different to the way that I played football in wet weather. You don't see players today kicking the ball along the ground. Do you think that plays a big part in winning under these conditions?
Were you eavesdropping in our team meeting? Because that's exactly what we spoke about. It certainly is. Just kicking the ball off the ground, not knocking it into space, getting yardage. It's not one of those days where it's pretty footy and you're going to be able to link up by hand, or you still would want to be able to switch the footy when you can, but sometimes you can't take those chances. So it's certainly going to be going back to the good old days, mate. I'm sure you'll love that, and it'll be a good hard contest.
Well, the last time we saw you, Neil, was against Heathmont at Heathmont. Similar conditions to today. Both Gordons came out and played extremely well. Controlled the game, I thought, in both facets, but also those kids that you talked about, their halfback, their wing, their run, their carry, but their attack on the football must be really pleasing to see that sort of game from those kids.
Yeah, it certainly is. You mentioned the Gordons initially, and they've had super years for us, both those guys. So Big Will's been the dominant ruckman in the competition all year. So hopefully he continues on his merry way today. And as you mentioned, those young kids there, they're just full of energy. They give us plenty of run and bounce off half back, and they take the game on, which is what we love to see. And they use the footy really well. So they were really important that day, and they have been right throughout the year.
And I suppose about yourself, one of the things I've seen you over a number of years at different clubs and playing roles, I think you actually really enjoy these conditions yourself. They're one of the games.
Old, mate. If everybody else wants to slow down, that'd be great.
Having played a lot down at Mulgrave, mate, you had to enjoy these conditions.
You didn't have much of a choice, did you? So you had to be a bit of a mudlark.
But I think for you, it's your ability to be able to just control the tempo of the contest, which I don't think a lot of people realise is something you do extremely well yourself. Is that something that you work on, the ability to just understand where the game is at because of your experience and just control the contest?
I just think the more footy you play, mate, the more comfortable you sort of become playing the game, and the game probably slows down a little bit for you. So when you are young and inexperienced, the game can sort of feel fast, but I guess I've been playing for probably far too many years now, so it's a little bit slower.
Well, Neil, we'll let you go and enjoy those slippery conditions out there this afternoon. All the very best, and thanks for joining us on EFL Game Day.
No worries, thanks guys.
Neil Winterton, the senior playing coach of the Mitcham Football Club, very generous with his time as he always is with us here on the EFL media team. Well, gents, let's dive straight into Division 1 action this afternoon, and off the very top, they're all good games in Division 1. The evenness of the competition we've spoken about ad nauseum, but Bayswater playing Upper Ferntree Gully. Bayswater needing to bounce back after going down to Lilydale last weekend and losing that third spot, but Upper Ferntree Gully claiming those top 2 scalps in consecutive weeks.
Yeah, well, look, Upper Gully, they're certainly playing some great football at the moment, and I think they're going to knock over Bayswater today. I just like the way they're going about their football. I also saw in the leader newspaper Joel Perry is not going on as coach next year. Maybe he will still play, which is great for Upper Ferntree Gully if he does hang around and play. Young family commitments, of course. But no, look, Upper Gully for mine today.
Yeah, look, we've been talking about the fact that every game for every week for the last 6 or 7 weeks has been a toss of the coin, and that's when you look at the ladder, it's just unbelievably competitive. This is a huge game for both sides. I've got a funny feeling that Upper Gully may get the chocolates today as well, so I'm tipping them.
Based on form, you can't go past the Kings. They have been absolutely sensational, coming good at the right time of the year as well, but Bayswater would be fuming at losing that third position last week, so huge clash coming up for them this afternoon. Speaking of huge, Wanturna South and Park Orchards out at Walker Reserve. Wanturna South, 2-point winners over East Ringwood last weekend, lifting themselves off the bottom of the ladder and breathing hope into the fact that they may not be relegated next year.
Well, that's a big thing if they don't be relegated. But look, to me, they're probably the disappointment side across all divisions for mine in the Eastern Football League this year. This season, I've really been disappointed. They've found it really hard to get a structure. I know their sides change from week to week with injuries and whatever, but Park Orchards, I think, even in these conditions, Park Orchards will have too much run for them.
Yeah, look, I think if it was at Park Orchards, I think I'd definitely be picking them. And look, and I am going to go with Park Orchards. They've been pretty consistent, but they've also got a lot to play for today as well.
Yeah.
So, Wani South, I think at home will be much tougher to beat, but I've got a funny feeling Park Orchards might just have the edge on them and get over.
Full credit to Park Orchards as well for getting over Muralbark last week by 14 points. We've spoken about the amount of close losses the Sharks had this year, so it was great to see them snare that, and now they're in the top 5 as well, so they won't want to let that one slip either. Knox take on Croydon, and Croydon needing to bounce back after a loss to Upper Gully last week. Knox going down to Doncaster East, but Knox, their form hasn't been so bad, but they are on the bottom of the ladder.
They stuck with Doncaster East for 3 quarters last week, so they're a little bit of form there, but no, look, Croydon on the rebound, they certainly want to hang on to those top 2 positions, so they're going to win today.
I think it's a huge danger game for Croydon. I think they've been off the boil the last 3 or 4 weeks, not as fluent as what they had been in the middle of the season. Knox have still got a lot to play for. They've still got an opportunity to avoid relegation. At Knox, it's going to be really tough out there. Probably Croydon have got a little bit too much class, and I'm tipping them just.
Blues for me as well. Lilydale take on Muralbark. Well, Muralbark are out of that top 5 now after they went on that run. Spoke about before, they went down to Park Orchards last week. Lilydale coming good at the right time of the season, and things may have just clicked for the Falcons.
Well, yeah, I think this is going to be a really, really close game. I think it's going to go right down to the wire under a goal in the result, and I'm picking Lilydale only because it's at the LSO.
Yeah, I agree 100% with you, Ray. Lilydale just purely because it's at home.
Should be a cracking contest. Falcons for me as well. East Ringwood take on Doncaster East, and big news out of the Roos in the last 24 hours or so that Marcus Bozzaglo will not be going around as coach next year at East Ringwood. So congratulations to Marcus on all he's done at the East Ringwood Football Club, and always very generous with his time here on the EFL media team, and let's hope he's not lost to football because he is a quality football person. But looking at this clash, Doncaster East leading the ladder at the moment. They should get this one done comfortably, do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you on those comments on Marcus Bozzaglo. He's been a great ambassador for the Eastern football, a great player in his own right, and a very good coach. But they come up against Doncaster East, who just keep on going, and they'll win this game, Doncaster East.
I think Doncaster East have got a couple of key outs. I think Phelan's not playing, and I don't think that one of their another key mid's out today, so that'll certainly be a danger. East Ringwood at East Ringwood are going to be tough, and look, and I agree with Marcus. Not just he is a fantastic bloke, like a ripping bloke. Yep. Always has been, as you say. He coaches as he played, straight down the line. I hope he's not lost to footy. I really hope he takes up another coaching role because he has been sensational for that club. I'm going to go with Donny East, but I think this is a huge danger game for them.
Not only Marcus Bozzaglo, but his father Jeff has been. I think he's been a president of the club, a committee member. The whole Bozzaglo family. They are East Ringwood runs through their blood.
Yeah, certainly. And local footy's made up of people like that, isn't it?
It certainly is.
Just so loyal to their club, like they've been over so many years. Let's have a look at Division 2 now. Mulgrave versus Heathmont. Huge danger game for the Jets here, but the Jets season's still alive.
Well, look, I'm going to pick an upset here. I think that in these conditions, I know Mulgrave's ground's been redone, but it's still, to me, you're playing down there and there's scrub all around the outside of the boundary. You don't see much apart from what's going on the field. But I think Mulgrave, under these conditions, I'm going to pick them to get up and win this game.
Well, I was there this morning. The ground's in great nick. Look, it's held its condition really, really well. It is a difficult ground to play. That breeze was going straight across the ground this morning. It is difficult. I think Heathmont have to win this game of football, and I think they're going to win it, but they're going to only win it just.
Yeah, Mulgrave should push them all the way, but I think the Jets just in a tight contest. Baronia taking on the Basin in a local derby. These two sides often put on a good show, but Baronia, like Lilydale in Division 1, have come good at the right time of the season. They're entrenched at that top echelon of the ladder, and eerily similar to last season.
Yeah, no, look, Baronia, they're playing some fantastic football at the moment, and I think they'll win this.
Yeah, I think the Basin had their chance last week. They blew it, so Baronia are the real danger in that division, so I'm predicting them today.
Yeah, based on form, you can't go past the Hawks at the moment. And we look at the next game, Templestowe versus Scoresby. Templestowe getting a 9-point win over Ringwood last week, really grinding that out. They are the ultimate defensive side, it seems, in Division 2, aren't they?
Oh, they certainly are, and but they'll be too good for Scoresby today. Look, Scoresby, I think they'd certainly be happy when the season's finished and they'll start again next season.
Yeah, look, I think Templestowe's always a tough ask. They play their ground really well. Scoresby will certainly throw it up to them because they've been really good and competitive the last 3 or 4 games, but I still worry about where they're going to get their scoring from. I think Templestowe, but only just again.
Dockers all round. We're going to go to a break here on EFL Game Day. When we come back, we're going to preview Division 3 of the Eastern Football League.
The Monday
Clear 4 minutes.
on Waitley.
On SEN Drive with Bob Murphy and Andy Marr.
Great Terry Danaher.
There you go, there, boy.
Good, mate.
Window clean. They said, look, here's your bucket, here's your squeegee. You'll pick it up or you won't. And I went with these fellas. They had hat and earrings and didn't give me much.
Bob Murphy and Andy Marr. Back Monday from 3 for Ace Gutters. Australian made, built to last. Order now at acegutters.com.au. On Deck Small Business Loans. Approved in hours. Apply now on deck.com.au.
Only 19 shots from 53 inside 50s, down on clearances and can't lay a tackle. What was the seniors coach going to do? Jono surprised himself and everyone else. The spray he gave the boys at halftime worked. Well, he did finish it by saying he'd shout him a post-game feed and frothies at Eastland if they won. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland, proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland, live real.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
You can't get a Rolex for $100, and there's no way you'd get a brand new Ferrari for a couple of grand. We all know you get what you pay for. The same is true with pressure cleaners. Cheap foreign imports lack reliable muscle, but Spitwater pressure cleaners are strong, powerful, and built to last. So avoid the fakes and get a pressure cleaner that's Aussie made for tough Aussie conditions. Get a Spitwater. Call 1300 Spitwater or see spitwater.com.au. Spitwater. That's what it does.
You know, I couldn't do my job without my robot.
Thank you for saying that.
Because from the stumps to the roof, Robot's got it.
Robots got it.
The toughest materials at the lowest prices.
Robots got it.
Steel, sleepers, wire mesh, timber, roofing.
Robots got everything you could ever need.
You know what? For a robot, you're a good bloke. Head to Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Call 1300-GO-ROBOT or order at robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT Robot Building Supplies.
At Melbourne Airport, you can get 1 hour terminal parking for just $12. It makes it easy to greet your loved ones when they come home or give them a proper send-off. You can also park for up to 3 hours for just $24 and 1 day for $51. That's cheaper than a taxi to and from the city. For warmer
1 minute.
Everything in between, Melbourne Airport parking is here to get you there. Visit melbourneairport.com.au.
Impress clients, friends and colleagues with a premium experience at the MCG. Whether it's your own private suite or a table in a premium space, enjoy award-winning catering and premium beverages at Melbourne's biggest sporting events. mcg.org.au/premium.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. The very latest tiles to hit the market by storm are encaustic decorator floor tiles. And National Tiles have stormed the market on these amazing new tile designs at half the price of our competitors. So for the very latest in encaustic decorator floor tiles at half the market price every day of the year.
10 seconds.
You now and save.
Nick Revolt joins Gary and Tim Monday morning from 7, 11:16 SEN.
Okay, putting mics back on now.
440.
And go.
Yes, welcome back out to Jubilee Park for the huge clash between Ringwood and Mitcham. 4 versus 1 in Division 2 round 16 action. Daniel Sensick with you, along with Ray Baird returning from his China junket, back on board, and Brett Davidson, the special comments guru of the Eastern Football League, as we preview all the action taking place this afternoon across the eastern suburbs. And let's jump into Division 3 action. Round 17, South Belgrave taking on the Waverley Blues. And, gee, this could very well be one of the bigger tests that South Belgrave has had this season.
Well, you can call it a test if you like, Dan, and I just go back to Gavin Casey at the start of the year after round 1 said South Belgrave will go through undefeated. And
after round 1 he made that call.
He made that call, and I tell you what, I agree with him at the moment. How could you not agree with him? South Belgrave, not only have they been winning, but they've been putting sides away, Davo.
Oh yeah, they've been easily the best side in the competition. Today will be a real test though. I really like the way Waverley Blues have gone about their season. We know the last time we saw them, they got beaten by Donvale at Donvale, but I think they're going to throw it right up to South Belgrave, but out there at South Belgrave, they're going to be too hard to beat, and they're going to win today.
Just before we move on, Davo, it really doesn't matter if they get beaten either, does it? I mean, okay, you'd like to go through undefeated, but if they get beaten, it's not going to really worry them.
That's not the end of the world. It's just that I suppose they're against a side that there's potentially they're going to play again in the final, so you'd like to go through, but I don't think it worries them whether they get beat or they go through undefeated. I think they know that they are the best team in the competition. It's theirs to lose more than anything.
That's right.
Well, when your percentage is 360-something, it's clear as day there for everyone to see, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I think the Saints will get the job done this afternoon. Glen Waverley Hawks take on Ferntree Gully. Ferntree Gully have been right up and amongst it this season, sitting in second position, and this could very well be a bit of a tune-up for the finals for the Eagles.
I agree with you totally, Dan. Look, Ferntree Gully, they'll just have too much power all over the ground, I think, for Glen Waverley Hawks.
Yeah, Glen Waverley have been really disappointing for me. I thought they'd be a little bit better. They lost a couple of key players before the season started, with Ferguson going up north. But Ferntree Gully, they're easily probably the second best team in the division.
Yep.
I noticed, I think they're looking for a new coach as well, so there's certainly a few jobs going around.
Are you interested, Davo?
I'm interested in commentating at this very moment, so that's where it stands. We're in a caravan and it's nice and warm, so that's pretty good. But yeah, look, I think Ferntree Gully will be too strong today, and they need a good performance going into finals.
Yeah, I agree. Let's have a look at the Whitehorse Pioneers taking on Warrandyte in what is arguably the match of the round in Division 3. Now, the Whitehorse Pioneers have been outside that top echelon of sides this season. Warrandyte last week, they put through 30 scoring shots at goal, and that's a far cry from what they'd done in the previous weeks.
Yeah, well, look, they're two of my favourite sides here playing, and as you say, definitely the game of the round. But look, I look at it, and to me, Warrandyte's a better side, but I just think under the conditions, played down at Whitehorse, I'm going to pick Whitehorse to get up over the line over Warrandyte, just because I think they got more running. I think you need the runner in this sort of condition. The big men on the Warrandyte side, the big key forwards they do have, they go out of the game a little bit with marking conditions. Reluctantly, because I like both these sides, but I think Whitehorse Pioneers will just get over the line.
Yeah, I think Whitehorse will win it today. I think their ground's really difficult to play on. Warrandyte have got all the three Grimes are out today. So
I didn't know that. Yeah, well, definitely.
Well, there must be a wedding, I would imagine, or something like that, if you've got all three brothers out at the one time.
Or a flu going around.
Something like that. Whitehorse, look, they're another club that's got advertising for a new coach. Yep. So
okay.
I think they'll need to win to present again for the finals opportunity. So I think they will get over the line from Warrandyte.
You can probably never underestimate what happens to a side when, I suppose, it does get advertised that they are looking for a coach for the next season. Does Davo, you've more experience than anyone in this van in that capacity, but have you experienced that with the side lifts for those occasions?
They certainly do. Look, again, it all comes down to what are the reasons. So if the coach, we talk about the mid-season sacking and then what's the response straight away, well, it's varied in local football, but I would imagine that they'll be pretty keen to finish the year off really well, make finals, and then hopefully do something dangerous in the finals if they get there. So I would think that they come out pretty hard and pretty tough, and also want to win their last two, because the last round they play at South Belgrade at home as well. So it's really important that they come away with a good win today.
Just on Jamie Carpenter finishing up, look, I like the way he gone about his coaching. He's a premiership coach now down at Whitehorse Pioneers.
And a premiership player
and
as
a
well.
premiership player. He's been a great stalwart for that club, and good luck to him in the future, whatever he does.
Yeah, look, he's also a great bloke. He coaches differently. Like he's a different sort of coach to a lot of other players. And he's got a really good rapport with all of the players there, so I hope he does extremely well, and I don't want him to be lost to footy as well.
Makes the job more attractive for any potential candidates too, doesn't it, if Whitehorse Pioneers are in that finals conversation?
Yeah, it certainly does. If you're looking for a coaching job, you want to be coaching a side that either played finals or round about the finals, and a side that's sitting down the bottom of the ladder.
Yeah, look, it's always difficult to go to a club if you're the coach that's got to bring them up, whereas if you're the coach that's just got to refine and just adjust, and a new voice might be really good for them. He's been there 3 or 4 years now, so it certainly would be a good spot to go to.
Well, Donvale take on Churnside Park this afternoon, and Donvale need to bounce back after losing to Warrandyte last week in what should be a pretty comfortable victory, you'd think. No,
there's no doubt. No, Donvale, I'm sorry, will certainly get over Churnside. Look, Churnside, they're ready to go down to 4th Division. That's about all we can say, Dave, aren't they? Where they should be.
Yeah, look, and they'll argue that they're getting lots out of this year, but after last week, last week was horrific for the club, because if you think about it, South Belgrave had a number of key players out, and they're still able to win by nearly 200 points. So Churnside, they're going to have to take their medicine. They're going to have to drop to the next division and then rebuild next year. I think they may have reappointed their coach for next year, which is great. Today they're going to get beaten by Donvale, but out at Donvale, with the conditions are really wet and the pitch is pretty boggy, it might be difficult to score big, but I would imagine they'll win well.
Davo, we spoke about coaches and looking for clubs and all that. You want to Churnside. How do they go about recruiting players? Because you look at their performances this year. It's extremely hard when you're in that position to recruit new players.
It is, I suppose. One of the things that they'll look at with their reappointing their coach is to make sure that he's got maybe some contacts where they're able to, look at some players that they can get across. Their 19s haven't been too bad.
Okay.
So, there might be some young kids in their 19s, but look, their twos, I think, are on the bottom. I don't think they've won a game, and they might have won one game. So when you look at the club in that way, there's a long way to go. They'll expect, though, that if they go into the 4th Division, which they will do, that there's probably opportunities against clubs in the 4th Division area next year where they're going to be a lot more.
Certainly will be.
They're going to be a lot more competitive, and they're just going to have to build. And what I really hope for the club, having been at that club, the one thing they need to understand is to rebuild slowly. You cannot rebuild immediately and think it's going to solve all the problems. No. They've got to rebuild slowly. If they do that and they do it the right way, then they're preparing for future success, and that's really important.
And as you know, I've been involved with the RDCA in cricket, and Churnside, they're a side that's been relegated again this year in the cricket, very similar to the football, but they're a great club. When you get to know them and the people in those clubs, they're still a great club and a huge part of whatever competition they're playing in.
Yeah, look, they've got some great people at the club, and there's some real stalwarts, Soupy there and Scotty Morrison coaching the 19s, and there's some fabulous people at the club still. So, if they stick fat and do some hard work, then they'll slowly turn it around. But that's what they've got to do. They can't expect to drop into 4th Division and think they're just going to come out and win the flag the next year.
Yeah, and the other side of it is too that we've seen clubs over the years go that quick fix where they get certain older players on board for like 1 or 2 seasons, And it may work for them in the short term, but once all those players go, they're back to square one again, which is no good for anyone. Let's have a look at Division 4 now, and Croydon North Hemlock take on Coldstream. And Coldstream, they are the form side of Division 4.
They certainly are, and I watched them on the local footy show last week. Last night, I mean. They're on there, a bit of publicity for them, and no, they're playing some good football. Chad Rogers, a great guy, a great coach, and they're finals bound, no doubt.
Yeah, Croydon North Hemlock continue to work really hard to get a win. Had a chance last week, got overrun a bit by Nuttawading, but
in a shootout.
It was in a shootout, which would give them some confidence with their score. The fact that they were getting some scoreboard pressure. Coldstream, they're looking at finals, and they're looking at being that team that's going to take it up to East Burwood. And I really like them. I think they'll be too strong today.
Well, they rose to the occasion last week, didn't they, Coldstream? They came up against a Fair Park side who had that double chance to play for, but it seems now that the Cougars will finish second and get that opportunity.
Yeah, they're not a dark horse because they're up there sitting seconds, but I really like the way they go about their football, and on a big ground, they'll certainly test anybody.
What do you make of Darcy Carrigan's year so far? For mine, he's had, and I said this on EFL Insight, he's had just as good a year, if not better, than what he had last year.
Yeah, well, I don't know, but if he has, what you got to look at is other players in other teams in that competition. You know, he probably has equally as well, but that doesn't mean he could even be up there in the top 3 in the medal count, because other players in other clubs could, jump ahead of him.
I rate him hugely. I think he's an outstanding footballer, and what I think he's done this year is that I've watched him closely in the games that we've seen him, and his ability to really lift the group with his hardness at the contest is not so much when he gets the footy. Yes, he's outstanding. His breakaway speed is exceptional. But he gets targeted every single game and every contest in every single game. Yep. Never complains, gets straight up and he goes on again. I've been super impressed with him, and it's not like he's a 28 or 29-year-old. He's still a young...
And there's not a lot of him either.
No, he's a still young kid, but a super player, and I hope he does well again this year.
And he's also a very good cricketer, good batsman and good bowler at Croydon Rangers.
That usually feeds into each other, doesn't it? It's good cricketer, good footballer. We see a lot of it in the Eastern Football League. Let's have a look at Forest Hill taking on Surrey Park. And Surrey Park at the moment, they hold on to that 4th position in Division 4 by 13%. And the biggest favour, I suppose, that Forest Hill could do Sylvan today is get that upset or just push Surrey Park right to the limit.
Yeah, well, Surrey Park, they're coming off a bye, and I think that's a big plus going into a game like today. And look, Forest Hill, I don't know. Hang on, where I've lost track.
Round 17.
Yeah, okay, round 17. Yeah, Forest Hill, they had to work hard to get a win over Kilsyth last week. They really had to work hard, but I'm picking Surrey Park.
Yeah, look, I think Surrey will win. I've had a look at the percentages. I think Sylvan have got to win by about 140 points to get that 13% on, and that's if Surrey do not score. So I'm thinking Surrey are going to have a win and probably stay in that spot. But it'll be tough at Forest Hill, but I think Surrey will be too good.
What a great story it would be if Surrey Park does go on to play finals, because they have, I think it's the longest finals drought in the Eastern Football League, having not played since 2006. We know the challenges they went through with that 67-game losing streak earlier this decade. What a story.
Oh, it'd be fantastic for the club, and their rejuvenation of the club. They're a club, though, Davo, that have always had great under-19s, haven't they?
They have, and it's one of the things that, and not only 19s, they've got great 17s and 15s playing in the Yarra Junior Footy League. They've been a dominant side in that area. They've got a lot of kids coming through. Scotty Hamill's done a great job with them, bringing a lot of young boys through, but he's also got some experience there as well. They've got some big forwards. They're going to be a danger if they make it, and I think today they'll be too good, and if that means that they start in 4th, I think teams will be a little bit worried about playing them in the finals.
Yeah, certainly. Let's have a look at Kilsyth taking on Sylvan. We've just touched on that battle for that 4th spot. Sylvan have got 13% to make up, and they come up against a struggling Kilsyth outfit this afternoon.
And you would expect them to win and win comfortably, but whether they make up that much, I doubt whether they will, but they'll certainly win comfortably over Kilsyth.
Yeah, look, I think they'll be pretty upset about the conditions. I think if it was dry and whatever, it allows guys like Kimpton to get on his spike, and he's able to score heavily when he gets lots of space. But out of Kilsyth, it's a bigger ground. And if the conditions are wet out there, it is pretty difficult to score. They're going to win, but Kilsyth have been pretty competitive recently, so they'll certainly take it up to them for a while.
Well, Kempton was kept relatively quiet last week, only kicking the one goal against East Burwood in a clash that the Cats were pretty well touched up. And Kempton, as we know, has kicked regular bags of goals, so today could be a big day for him if it comes in his direction. Let's have a look at Nunawading taking on East Burwood. Now, East Burwood, as I just mentioned, touched up Sylvan last week, so it was first versus fifth on the ladder. East Burwood sitting pretty at the top of the ladder and ahead of another finals campaign.
I'll say this, probably the only chance I'll get. Nunawading coming off a win last week, but no, they were good last week against M-Lock, but no, East Burwood will be far, far too good.
Yeah, look, East Burwood have got 6 or 7 players out this week. Mariani brothers are out, a few other key players. Probably a little bit of, not saying anything against Nunawading, but probably know that they've got the game under their control. At Nunawading, it could be a bit of a shootout, and with the big forwards that East Burwood have got, really dangerous in these conditions. They'll win, and they'll win easily.
Yeah, I don't think the conditions are going to bother East Burwood too much today. Adrian Galino's another one who's had a sensational season, absolutely on fire, and he thrives in these conditions, doesn't he? Because he's so good at ground level.
Yeah, without a doubt.
Well, Fair Park, of course, have the bye, but just quickly, gents, what did you make of Fair Park last week in their clash? They had a lot to play for.
They certainly had a lot to play for, and I saw some of the highlights on the local footy show last night, which was good for me. But, yeah, look, they were just outplayed by a better side last week from what I saw.
Coldstream at Coldstream, really difficult. They run, they carry, they spread extremely well. Fair Park, they need a smaller ground where they're able to control it with their bigger bodies.
Well, this has been the EFL pre-game show with Daniel Sensick, Ray Baird and Brett Davidson. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, all the action here from Jubilee Park with Ringwood taking on Mitcham.
Clear, 4 minutes and 20 seconds roughly.
The Monday Means Test with David King, Monday from 9:30 on Waitley.
What's better than KFC chips? A bucket of KFC chips that helps our Aussie youth. $1 from every bucket goes to the KFC Youth Foundation. So chip in for youth. Not everywhere and not forever.
Nick Revolt joins Gary and Tim Monday morning from 7 on 11:16 SEN.
The senior coach has taken the team to Eastland for a post-game feed. If only they had this kind of teamwork on the field. They've just ordered starters to share, plus frothies for the whole table. And now Steve-O's chucked a prawn to Macca. He circled back. Yes! Straight into his pie hole. Yo, beauty! Good form, boys. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Hello, I'm Peter Hitchener. 9 News invites you to join our team nightly at 6 for Melbourne's #1 news. Tony Jones with the latest sport, including the footy, plus Lavinia Nixon's weather forecast. 9 News, proud supporter of the Eastern Football League.
Ah, Paris.
The City of Lights.
Brighten up your travels by switching your electricity and gas to a Qantas Red Energy plan today. You'll earn up to 15,000 bonus Qantas points for switching and up to 7 points per dollar on every bill you pay on time. So you can light up your holiday plans even sooner. Plus, it only takes a few minutes to sign up online. Visit qantas.com/red energy.
Residential customers only. Eligibility criteria and terms and conditions apply. Basic plan information documents available at redenergy.com.au/Qantas.
When celebrating a loved one's life, you want to deal with someone who's compassionate, open and honest. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
As we've said on numerous occasions, we pride ourselves on being very transparent. We've cared for 265,000 client families over the last 85 years. We're proud of the trust that Victorians have placed in us.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Mate, you finally going to build that man cave out the back?
Yeah, sure am. Just on the Robot Building Supplies website now.
What do they sell?
Everything I need to build the best man cave a bloke ever hid from his family in. Steel wall sheeting, corrie sheeting, purlins, steel, insulation, Rio mesh, bolts and screws. I can order it on the website and get it all delivered.
Save time and money with Robot. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. Call 1300-GO-ROBOT or order at robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles now supply and install all their timber, hybrid and laminate flooring. Yes, National Tiles do it all for you. Measure, quote, supply and install all National Tiles timber, laminate and hybrid flooring. From just $1,300 fully installed for an average 26 square metre laminate living room floor, fully supplied and installed. Only at National Tiles.
You can't get a Rolex for $100, and there's no way you'd get a brand new Ferrari.
1 minute.
Get what you pay for. The same is true with pressure cleaners. Cheap foreign imports lack reliable muscle, but Spitwater pressure cleaners are strong, powerful and built to last. So avoid the fakes and get a pressure cleaner that's Aussie made for tough Aussie conditions. Get a Spitwater. Call 1300 Spitwater or see spitwater.com.au. Spitwater. That's what it does.
Legendary for placing men's health.
30.
Game is back. On 1116 SEN's Instagram page, enter for this money can't buy experience. Tickets into a pre-game function and post-match Legends change rooms access for you and a mate. To enter, follow SEN on Instagram, head to the latest EJ Witten Legends game post, comment and tag a friend, then you can
10.
Friday, August 30 at Amy Park. Proud to support the Time to Test campaign.
Nick Revolt joins Gary and Tim Monday morning from 7 on 1116 SEN.
It's time.
Here we go. I'm going to put your mics back on now.
Footy.
Anytime you like.
Welcome back out to Jubilee Park for the big Division 2 clash between Ringwood and Mitcham. 4 versus 1. Division 2 action, round 16 in the Eastern Football League. Daniel Sensick with you, along with Ray Baird and Brett Davidson. Ben Warren-Smith to join us shortly. Gents, let's have a quick look before they toss the ball up in this game to get it underway. And Ringwood taking on Mitcham. Mitcham at the top of the ladder. Ringwood have been slightly inconsistent in recent weeks, but should be an intriguing clash.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this game. I don't think there'll be a contrasting styles. I haven't seen Ringwood this year, so I'm really interested to see how they set up and structure up, because last year, not that they were predictable, but they had the best big man in the competition in Ben Power. They had the best key forward in the competition in Trent Farmer. They were able to surround themselves with some really good runners that were able to score as well. They lose Power and they lose Power. So yeah, Farmer and Power, it's going to be interesting.
Well, on debut on the boundary, let's cross down to Tyson Popplestone. What are the conditions like down there, Tyson?
Believe it or not, the sun has actually just poked its head out through these clouds. It's still pretty slippery out here, but there's a little bit of sunshine to start the game.
Beautiful stuff. Ray Baird, welcome to the EFL commentary team. Welcome back, mate.
Thank you, Dan. Good to be back here after a long period off. But, I'm looking forward to this game as well. And I'm picking Mitcham to get up.
So am I.
Well, the umpire holds the ball aloft and we're underway here. Singh versus Gordon in the ruck. Players absolutely dive in. Stelfox. But the Mitcham midfield looks to get the clearance, but there's been a whistle and it's going to go the way of Ringwood. So Mitch Jackson to take the kick, and they go inside forward 50, the Redbacks. Kick to no one in particular. They've got the numbers back, the Tigers though.
11 they were saying.
And they look to clear now out wide. Great mark taken there by Tui. Wearing the long sleeves today. Few running around for Mitcham in the long sleeves. Smart in the wet conditions. Fisk came away there by Willenberg, and the ball goes over the boundary line for a throw-in on the far side.
They wouldn't get a game at all for
I was going to say Alex Clarkson's not coaching him. Great play by McCarthy then, the fullback. He come out to meet the ball and left his opponent and was able to hand pass and clear it out of defence then.
So the ball tossed back into play. It dropped short. Gordon missed it. And now the Redbacks look to surge forward, but Mitcham have got the numbers. Rudd bursting through. There's been a whistle though, and it's going to come back. Free kick going the way of Ringwood, so Singh to take it.
Held too long in the tackle after he got rid of it, Dan.
So the Redbacks will go inside forward 50, deep into the pocket, kicks well wide, and they get the mark deep in defence, the Tigers, so they'll reset and go again towards half back. Strong mark taken there by Jackson. Gets it on the boot quickly. Short kick inside forward 50. Beautiful mark taken there by Brereton, who's had a strong season. He'll have to kick from outside the paint, whether or not he's got the distance or not.
They really missed him last week. He was out, and the week before he kicked a lazy 8.
So Mitch Brereton winds up. Kicks from right on the paint. The kick's going to drop short to the pocket. Strong mark taken at the front, though. Beautifully done there. And that is Daniel Jordanov, who's taken the mark at the top of the square and has the opportunity to draw first blood for the Redbacks.
Gee, Neil Winterton would not be happy with that. You know, he's in front of a pack of three Mitcham players and able to take that mark.
Controlled the ball drop beautifully then, Jordanov.
So Jordanov comes in, goal umpire signals a goal. Ringwood go to 1 straight 6 on the Eastland scoreboard. Mitcham yet to score, 2 minutes gone opening term.
We spoke about the centre square there, Davo. Look, as though it's a turf wicket, it's certainly been rolled and looks as though it's pretty hard and heavy because players went down there at the first initial ball up and there's no mud on them whatsoever.
No, it looks in sensational condition and obviously it's going to be slippery still, but very impressed with the way that Ringwood were able to move the football then, and that's a key matchup down there with Jordanov. He's been a good forward for a number of years at the club.
It's a very good afternoon to Ben Warren-Smith, my co-commentator for this afternoon.
Well, I brought the sunshine, the rain stopped, and we've seen a good start to this game, and we'll go back into the middle now. Ringwood withdrew for first blood here with the first goal on the board, but it's a chance through Winterton now, who's snapped around the body, still holding up there right in the middle of the park. Umpire didn't pay the mark that time. Willenberg was after it, got the handball away, and a quick tackle there by Singh. We'll see another stoppage in the middle here at Jubilee Park. How good is this ground as well? It's held up magnificently in the weather that we've had so far this week. As the ball comes to ground, it comes out to Farmer, who snapped it on the boot up towards the half-forward line. In the front spot there was Nicholas, but it's been trapped off nicely there by Brereton. He got dispossessed of the football, picked up by Glossop. He was also smothered. Charging after it there was Cairns, got the handball away. Little kick over the top. There's a lot of players around this football. It's on the far side. Mitch Brereton hits the deck, and we will have a ball up about 60 metres out from goal.
That was really pressure football then. Great to watch. Smothering, chasing, everything was good in that passage of play.
Pye throws it up now, so we're still in the attacking zone for Ringwood. On the deck there was Jake Toohey for the Tigers. He's quickly wrapped up, and we'll have another ball up. Get down here today at Jubilee Park. EFL Game Day. Enjoy the broadcast all afternoon, 1377 SEN Plus, and of course streaming live around the globe on efl.org.au. Our old mate Brad Bird, he's in Malaysia this weekend just for something different, swanning around the world, but tuning in as well. So a shout out to Birdie as always.
Tell you what, those frequent flyer points must be enormous at the moment.
Well, there's platinum, and then there's like the level that Donald Trump and all those rich people get, essentially. And I think Birdie's like linked into that at the moment.
I was on that level, Ben.
What do you mean you were? Well, you go to one trip to China and you think, you were travelling cattle, mate. We know. It's good to see you. It's good to have you back in the van, Ray Bear. There's no doubt about that. As Gordon went up in the ruck contest, hitting the deck and having a bit of a cuddle there was Carroll, and we will have a ball up. We'll hand over to Dan as he creates a spark in this few stoppages.
Well, Gordon took it straight out of the ruck, then fed the handball out to his brother in Matthew. And now they're just a scrap around the footy. Gordon once again, Uren feeding the handball out. Wrapped up in the tackle there, that was George though. George doing the tackling.
Quite obviously, Davo, that Ringwood want to move the ball as quickly as they can, because every time they get a free kick, they're up and ready and move it on very quickly.
So ball tossed up once again. Gordon won the tap, bouncing ball. They look to surge forward here. The Redbacks have had the ascendancy early on in this game. Winterton dispossessed of the footy. Was he held without it? Umpire called play on. And just diving in there, I think Farmer, and we'll have another ball up.
Gordon is the key, I reckon. At the moment, he's won every tap out. They've got to start to use him properly.
So Gordon wins the tap once again. And plenty of players around the footy. Beautiful tackle there from Jaden Cairns, and he's won himself the free kick.
Oh, yes. Hey, nice to meet
So
you.
Cairns will wind up and just pump it long. Inside forward 50. No one at the front position though. Ball goes over the line and out of bounds. 6 minutes gone opening term. 1 straight 6 Ringwood. Mitcham yet to score on the Eastland scoreboard.
And this will suit Ringwood. I mean, they know this ground really well. That area, that far side, the ball can get trapped there for a long, long time.
So Gordon and Singh once again. Uren though with that mullet haircut. Bursting through out of defence into the middle of the ground. That turf wicket there. And, it's a bouncing ball and trying to get it forward here. Ringwood. Parker couldn't quite get possession, but the Tigers will surge forward now. They go inside forward 50. Nobody at home. Bouncing ball. Leading the race there is DeWatt. And seen over the boundary line and out of bounds for a boundary throw in deep in attack for the Tigers.
The first entry into the forward 50 for Mitcham as well.
And they went direct.
Yes.
They didn't go around the outside, straight down through the middle.
So the sun's shining here on Jubilee Park. Hasn't been the case for most of the morning. It's match has been played in absolutely pelting rain as Gordon fists it to the front position. They're in a bit of a dangerous position here, the Redbacks, as they look to clear here, the Redbacks. Clearing kick out of defence, bouncing ball, boundary line beats all comers, and we'll see a throw-in.
Ringwood's got to take advantage here because Gordon's come off for a bit of a rest in that ruck head out, so they've got to control the ruck contest while he's not in there.
I think his brother just goes straight in and replaces him.
Okay.
So just waiting for the ball to be retrieved here from Jubilee Park. No one's walked away with a free leather Sharon by the looks of it as the Redbacks look to repel out a defensive 50. But they've got the numbers around the footy here, the Tigers, if they can just capitalise. Parker once again came diving in and Willenberg wrapping him up in the tackle right on the paint. Mitcham's end. 8 minutes gone opening term. Ringwood a 1 straight 6. Mitcham yet to score on the Eastland scoreboard.
So the umpire throws it up now. A bit of holding on in the ruck contest. Singh got even slung after it. It wasn't seen. The quick kick there was smothered on Carroll. Across the half-back line here, Burmeister, a scrambly kick into the middle of the ground. Nicely done there by George. He got the handball away, but it was chopped off there by Hill. Got the kick inside forward 50, getting down low and taking a slips catch essentially. In these conditions, that was pretty impressive as well. You've got to play in front in this situation, don't you, Ray Baird? And now it's the first genuine opportunity for Mitcham to go back, have a shot on goal. We're at the 9-minute mark, and it is Brett DeWatt who will have a ping from 45 out directly in front.
Yeah, look, I think that was it was a smart kick into the forward line. Ball's very slippery at the moment.
Well, it's not too heavy just yet, so you want to put these ones through. It started right, it came back, and then it went a little right again. And through for a minor score on the Eastland scoreboard. 9 minutes tick over in the first term on EFL game day. It is Ringwood, the home side, leading by 5 points. 1 straight 6, Mitcham 1 behind.
I haven't been outside. I'm not sure which end is the score in, but I've got a funny feeling that might be the end that's got a little bit more of the wind favouring it.
Well, McCann brings it back into play, absolutely roosted up towards half-back. And they've got the free kick here, Ringwood. This is Collier. Low flying ball there to no one in particular. And, Mitcham have got the numbers here now, but taken down in the tackle there was Marrow, or Jared West rather, and they go forward once again. They look to surge. And now Hill goes for a bit of a run. Inside forward 50. Great mark taken.
Boundary.
And they'll line up for goal here, Mitcham. This is Jackson Hallow. Will cross boundary side very shortly as Jackson Hallow looks to put through Mitcham's first major of the afternoon.
And the 2 shots at goal that Mitcham have had have been because of Matthew Hill. One he got a turnover and that one he hand passed. So he's very productive on the forward line, Hill.
So Jackson Hallow. Deliberate approach, and this would be one that Mitcham have toiled for in the opening 10 minutes of this opening term as he comes in to kick, wearing the long sleeves. Halo kicks, and it's through. Is it touched on the line? No, it's cleared the line. And Mitcham go to 1-1-7. Ringwood 1 straight 6 on the Eastland scoreboard. 10.5 minutes gone opening term.
Yeah, that was it wasn't a great kick. But
it was an old-school Stephen Kernahan worm burner.
It certainly was. It helicoptered its way straight through, and that's a good goal. And he's been a good player, Halo. He's played well the last time we saw him. One of those good running players, and took his opportunity then.
Good goal by Halo. We say hello to Tyson Popplestone, who's down boundary side.
Boys, there is the slightest little bit of wind going across the ground, but slightly favouring Mitcham. So you're right. I think if you're going to kick goals, you're going to kick them Mitcham's end.
Tigers in front by a point. They'll go forward again here. Carroll set a bit of the football, poked it up towards the forward line. Willenberg was out-muscled that time by Timmy Wack. That was good play. Drove it along the outer side of Jubilee Park where the foot race does ensue. Paint beats all players. And over the boundary line, she goes for a boundary throw in about 75 metres out from the Ringwood goal line.
Why is it that every time we come to Ringwood, the ball seems to suck over to that far side all the time? It needs to come this side.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a curse for it doesn't matter which ground we're at. And sometimes we switch it up and then the play's on the other side. It's just like the universe is against us sometimes, Davo. As the ball came back in and we'll have another stoppage. Sun's come out here. Let's hope that we can get a couple of hours of sunshine in Melbourne this afternoon, just while the footy's being played. It's important. We're on the death knock of finals at the moment as a quick kick goes forward for Ringwood now, deep into the right forward pocket. I think they'll safely see it over the boundary line, the Tiger defenders, as they do, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
This young Singh, he's really trying hard, but he's just getting out-bodied in the middle and in the ruck contest. They've just got to rove to their dominant ruckman a little bit more, Mitcham.
So deep in attack for the Redbacks. They need a reply. There's the ball tossed back into play. McCartney wrapping his adversary up there in the tackle. Mitcham with plenty of the numbers down back, but they're under a fair bit of pressure now. West sees it over the boundary line. Ringwood players just appealing for deliberate. Umpire said that was okay. And we'll see another throw in. Mitcham by a point on the Eastland scoreboard. 12.5 minutes gone opening term.
And again, Mitcham are playing basically. There's 34 players in the front half of the ground at the moment.
So Uran feeds the handball out, and the Tigers are away to the near side. Here we go. We've got some play on this side, Davo. As Ringwood defence hold firm, and they look to go forward. But, it's a bit of a scramble in there at the moment. They look to run away with it here. Hill once again, but intercepted there by Jackson. And now they look to repel here, the Redbacks. Wobbly old kick out wide, and it sees the boundary line. We'll have a throw in right in front of our commentary position here.
Well, the other thing that's been quite noticeable is the heavy rotations that Mitcham are having there. They're really rotating heavily.
Certainly are, and we can see it because it's right in front of us here, right in front of the brethren of the Tiger Army. They also might be known as the Grog Squad, I'm not too sure. I can see G-Mac out there with his umbrella, our old mate Ray Baird's mate. As the go kick for Ringwood goes up towards the half-forward line now. We're going to see a lot of scrambly football, not too many pinpoint passes here, but nicely done there by Mitcham. Kick goes out, it was smothered, and ball will hit the deck. And good umpiring to see if it could get out, but eventually it was a stoppage, and we'll have a ball up. About 70 metres out from goal.
Lukey Davis back into the team today, and he certainly adds something around the contest with his physicality.
Well, Winterton was the flyer there, then laid the strong tackle that time there on Stelfox, who hit the deck, and we'll have another ball up right in front of the commentary position. The umpire, Singh, got the knock down that time. Tigers will try and work themselves out of a difficult situation here. West, he was trying to be clever. Eventually he was muscled over there by Mitch Jackson. That was good play, and we'll have a boundary throw in. So stay tuned right through till 6 o'clock. We're at the ground right through till 6 o'clock today. 1377 SEN Plus. Of course, around the globe, EFL.org.au. Simulcast 98.1 Radio Eastern as the ball now goes forward for the Mitcham Football Club. The looping handball comes out wide to West on the right boot. Just got the boot on ball in the nick of time. It goes towards the Elms direction up the ground. That is one of the best goals you will see. Give him the award now. Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Oh my God, that was sensational kick off the ground. There's nothing to talk about. Give the two-finger salute. It has to happen. I want it. I saw it. It's a goal. You've got to do it. Surely. Come on.
Obviously went to the Peter Dacos School of Goal Kicking.
I tell you what, I can't believe this.
I wonder if they're...
Put the replay up again. Leroy Green upstairs. LKLM Media. I think it's been given a goal. Of course it's a goal. Sensational stuff there by the Mitcham Football Club. What a goal that was by Zach Elms.
It was sensational. I think they were looking to see whether it had been touched off the boot by the other player. I think that's why they went to the boundary umpire. But what a sensational goal.
Peter Dacos, eat your heart out.
Yeah, in those conditions, really tough. Great goal. It'd be a bit rude going out at quarter time and giving him the award, wouldn't it? Would that be a little bit rude to hand him the award at quarter time?
Do you know what? There should be a season award at the moment because that is the clubhouse leader. Ball back in the middle.
Well, it just seems like anything we call from here might be a bit of a disappointment all afternoon, given how awesome that goal was. But let's cross down at boundary side to Tyson Popplestone.
Boys, it's a close battle out here. The interchanges are quite heavy on Mitcham's side. I've counted 9 interchanges to 4 to Ringwood, so it's going to be interesting to see how the two teams close out this quarter.
Tyson, can you see if you can get a number 26 for Mitcham? A name, please.
So the Tigers go inside forward 52. His kick a bit misguided though, and it goes out of bounds for a throw-in. 2-1-13 Mitcham. Ringwood 1 straight 6. Nearly 17 gone opening term.
What's that? Who's 26 for Mitcham? Who?
You want to get number 7?
So the ball toss back into play.
Is there a 26 out there? I don't know.
Singh to contest the ruck once again, wins it down, but Winterton sends the Tigers forward. They nearly take the mark, unable to, and they repel here the Redbacks down the far wing. Great mark taken there though by Riley Nicholas. Of course, the winner of the Trojan Workhorse Award the last time we called Mitcham out at the hangar, H.E. Parker Reserve. He's copped a bit of a whack and gets 25 metres for his trouble. So Riley Nicholas, usually a defender, could see himself register a goal here.
With that 25 metre, that certainly puts him well inside that 50 metre arc. So every chance for a goal here to Mitcham. Mitcham, though, we've been going just on 12 minutes, and for the last 5 minutes or so, they've just been controlling the football.
Yeah, they've really controlled the contest.
So Nicholas comes in. Kick looks okay off the boot. Will it make the distance? It's fisted over the line and through for a minor score by Scott Lang there. So one behind only. Mitcham go to 2-3-15. Ringwood 1 straight 6 on the Eastland scoreboard.
They just had to work a little bit harder then. Mitcham making sure that they got a contest. That was too easy to defend then.
Yeah.
So they look to bring it back into play now, the Redbacks towards half back. Plenty of numbers here for the Tigers, but bursting through on that occasion was the Ringwood defence, and they go up towards half forward. Bouncing ball. Rudd leads the charge. Came bursting through. Has got 2 to beat. Kick off the ground. Deep inside attack for Ringwood. Slipping and sliding. And Jordanov, or was it Brown, in the end, wrapped up his adversary in the tackle. And the free kick has come out.
Yeah, what's your name, mate?
And a bit going on here.
Yeah, Ringwood players not happy about something out there.
So they'll take the free kick, the Tigers, Glossop, and 25 metres as well. So a couple of undisciplined acts there for Ringwood has cost them consecutive 25-metre penalties in a matter of minutes. So short kick up the line, right in front of our commentary position. As the Tigers go backwards. Joseph. Across the ground,
that was a
Nicholas once again, solid as always, moves the ball quickly. Tui will spot up a target inside forward 50. He's looking for Marrow. Kick went short though. Marrow looks to keep it in play. Clever look away. Handball was a good one. And now kick around the corner, smothered just at the last moment there. And Ringwood cans. Gives the handball off to Blythe, and they'll work it down. Looking for Farmer, outstretched. Nicholas sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds for a throw in. 8 points the margin, 19.5 gone opening term.
There's a time to switch and there's a time not to switch. That switch just out here in front of us, it was a great switch because it went to 4 players around the boundary side and they got it inside their forward 50.
Yeah, they just had to be careful not to get cute with their kicks with the conditions the way they are. Tried a bit of a cute kick.
8-point lead to the Tigers, but a fresh air shot in shooters at Ringwood Football Club. They go forward. It's a one-on-one contest. Who's going to win this one out? George was in there. He was met there by Glossop. Handball over the top. Beat the ball in the nick of time. Went right and through for a minor score. That was pretty quick football transition of play as the umpire signals one behind us, back to 7 points. As we see Jesse Uren wearing number 11 today, about to come onto the ground with an old school redneck Dazza haircut. Fantastic stuff there. I love seeing those sort of hairstyles in the Eastern Football League.
You remember when you had one, did you, Ben?
Oh, no, I got dreadlocks at Bali. They put glue in my hair and now I'm bald, mate. As the kick comes out, as Parker takes it 55 metres out from goal. They're 2 kicks from home, now the Redbacks. They drive the ball forward, deep into that danger zone. Glossop was there, dispossessed, stolen there by Cairns. Got the quick handball away. They're still going to find it at the top of the goal square, Ringwood. Who's going to be the main flyer up there? That time was Brown at the fall of the ball. They've got the numbers back there. Nicely done though by Benny Joseph. He wanted to concede it, he got to concede it, and they will now trail by 1 straight kick on the Eastland scoreboard, 21 minutes into this first term.
Very impressive, the backline pressure there by the Mitcham Football Club.
So it'll be Mitcham just to stem the flow a little bit, I suppose, because they peppered the last few minutes. They'd want to put a goal on the board, you would think. Ringwood, Ray, you got to use your voice, mate, not
number
your hands.
26, we need a name for him. He's just marked the ball.
Number 26 is David McCardle. I've got it worked out. It'll come into play as the ball goes over the boundary line and out of bounds.
Be nice if we knew, Ben.
And it's extra nice that you're back in the team, mate, especially in the caravan, as the ball is about to be thrown in across the half-back line for Mitcham.
So the Redbacks needing a response as we tick into time on. Gordon, so dominant in the ruck. Taken down at ground level there was Davis. And pushed in the back, says the umpire. Well, Gordon's actually won himself the free kick. Hands off to Uren. So Uren goes to the near side. Tui takes the mark.
Actually,
a fair bit of wind.
Yeah, I don't need to look at which way the flags are going. I'm just going to look at Uren's hair.
So backwards, the true full back position to Glossop, who goes to Joseph. Play on called by the umpire, and he's taken down in the tackle there by Blythe. And Blythe wins himself the free kick, so he'll line up for goal.
And that was a very early call by the umpire to play on. A great call.
I'll tell you what, he's a good footballer, Blythe. He's been a really good player for them for a number of years.
So tight angle for Jack Blythe, but he fancies himself from here, as we heard in the effects, Mike. Fair bit of wind swirling around out there at the moment. And the kick up towards the top of the square, fisted over the line though, worked over the line, and has it gone through? No. Oh, yes it has, it's hit the post rather, for a minor score. So Ringwood 1-2-8. And Mitcham 2-2-14 on the Eastland scoreboard.
That is not a free kick because it never happens consistently. He did barely a sidestep there. If they're going to pay those ones, you pay it all the time. It was not a free kick, that one.
So Uren brings it straight back into play towards half back now for the Tigers, and the players just converge on the footy. 23 and a half gone, first term.
This is the beauty of having the experts from LM Media on the broadcast day with the replays and being able to see these things as well. They're the best in the business, those guys.
Yeah, they certainly are. As the Redbacks go forward once again, looking for Mitch Farmer, who takes a strong chest mark.
He's a good player, Mitch Farmer. He's got speed, genuine speed, likes a goal.
Can swing back or forward as well, so he's very handy for the Redbacks. Pops the kick up towards the top of the square. There's no one really at home for Ringwood. Glossop just slams it on the boot, but straight down the throat. I think it's Jordanov. And Daniel Jordanov, who's already kicked one goal for the afternoon, will line up for his second.
And that's defensive actions 101 from you don't do. Don't get the ball and just scramble the kick down through the middle of the corridor. You've got to go out wide.
Yeah, certainly. As Daniel Jordanov to put through his second goal for the afternoon comes in. He's directly in front. How does the kick look? It's away to the right-hand side, through for a minor score. So Ringwood 1-3-9, Mitcham 2-2-14. 5 points the margin, 24 and a half gone on the Eastland scoreboard.
That was a poor miss. You can't afford to miss goals like that. Especially, it really hurts the opposition when they make a mistake and you score a goal like that. They've had a let-off now.
Well, it'll be Jesse Uren who just pokes it straight down the defensive 50, which is a pretty good kick in these conditions as well. Carroll takes the mark, winds up, unloaded out towards the wing position, right near the Eastland scoreboard where Willenberg led out in race. He was dispossessed. Ringwood, well, there wasn't an intended pass there, but they'll go forward nonetheless up towards the half-forward line, and a strong mark taken there by Jordanov. He's 55 metres out from goal. Looking for the shorter option, just pokes it forward. It's okay too, because Paddy Burmeister was underneath that. Good jukes, and he'll have a ping from just inside the arc.
He's another player. You cannot allow someone like Pat Burmeister, an option to be spare inside the forward 50. He's another player that plays mid, can play half back, drifts forward, and is generally pretty good at goal. This is a tough kick though.
He's an experienced player. I'm backing him in from here.
Did I just cover myself by saying it's a tough kick?
Yeah, you did it. You did it absolutely magnificently. Gav Casey would be very proud. He comes in now. Paddy set sail for goal and kicked it wide. He kicked it extremely wide. So I backed him in and he went on the full. I'll try not to do that again. Out of bounds on the full it goes. Margin is still 5 points out here. It is Mitcham, top of the table Tigers leading Ringwood as we hit the 26-minute mark of the first term on EFL Game Day.
So Carroll, short kick into Glossop, called play on by the umpire. Urent dances around the Ringwood forward, and there's a siren for quarter time. And it's Mitcham 2-2-14 leading Ringwood 1-3-9. Just a recap of those goal kickers. Jackson Halo has one for the Tigers. Zach Elms, one of the best goals you'll ever see. Make sure you keep an eye out for that on the Plays of the Week this week. And Daniel Jordanov, one major for the Ringwood Football Club.
Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on 1377 SEN Plus right throughout the afternoon on EFL Game Day, around the globe on EFL.org.au and Simulcast Radio Eastern 98.1. 1 quarter down, 3 to go. Right across the Eastern Football League. If you're out and about around the grounds as you go local for your footy, at Footy EFL, tweet us the scores. We want to be kept up to date. We want to hear about goals like Elms was in that first term. We'll be back right after this. Can't wait.
The Monday Moon.
Clear 4 minutes.
On SEN Drive with Bob Murphy and Andy.
How you going there, boy?
Good, mate.
Window clean. They said, look, here's your bucket, here's your squeegee. You'll pick it up or you won't. And I went with these fellas. They had hat and earrings and they didn't give me much.
Bob Murphy and Andy Marr. Back Monday from 3 for Ace Gutters. Australian made, built to last. Order now at acegutters.com.au. On Deck Small Business Loans. Approved in hours. Apply now on deck.com.au.
Only 19 shots from 53 inside 50s, down on clearances and can't lay a tackle. What was the seniors coach going to do? Jono surprised himself and everyone else. The spray he gave the boys at halftime worked. Well, he did finish it by saying he'd shout him a post-game feed and frothies at Eastland if they won. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland, proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland, live real.
The 2019 Toyota AFL season is really hotting up, so don't miss your exclusive Round 21 AFL record, featuring teams, stats and facts in your expanded matchday section. In this week's record, senior writer Ashley Brown selects his best of the best this decade, the best games, the best players, and names his team of the decade. And exclusive each week, how your team rates according to the stats. Don't forget to grab your AFL record this weekend. Still just $5. Thanks to Karcher, the official 2019 partner of the AFL record.
Ah, New York, New York.
And the bright lights of Broadway.
Brighten up your travels by switching your electricity and gas to a Qantas Red Energy plan today. You'll earn up to 15,000 bonus Qantas points for switching and up to 7 points per dollar on every bill you pay on time. So you can light up your holiday plans even sooner. Plus, it only takes a few minutes to sign up online. Visit qantas.com/red energy.
Residential customers only. Eligibility criteria and terms and conditions apply. Basic plan information documents available at redenergy.com.au/Qantas.
For over 85 years, Tobin Brothers Funerals continue to care for Victorian families. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We're extremely proud of what we've achieved, and we're very grateful to have won the respect of many thousands of families we've served. That tradition continues today at Tobin Brothers and will well into the future.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
If you're the guy whose job it is to order timber to the site, here's a fail-safe guide to not getting yourself fired. Step 1. Use Coldstream Timber. Step 2. See Step 1. When you use Coldstream Timber, you'll never run out of timber because whatever you're building, Coldstream Timber and Hardware can organise same-day delivery of timber, framing, doors, decking, hardware, insulation, flooring and more. You'll never run out of timber with Coldstream Timber and Hardware. Maroondah Highway Coldstream. Coldstreamtimber.com.au. Conditions apply.
Hello. National Tiles continues to permanently reduce prices on hundreds of our most popular national tiles. Yes.
1 minute.
Major Australian, Italian and Asian manufacturers continues to permanently drop prices on hundreds of lines of national tiles. These unprecedented permanent price reductions continue to cement National Tiles' more than 40-year reputation for the guaranteed lowest price tiles in Australia. So rush into National Tiles now and say...
30 seconds. Just a quick question. Are we doing Clint at half-time? No worries. Okay, here we go.
With pressure cleaners, cheap foreign imports lack reliable muscle, but Spitwater pressure cleaners are strong, powerful and built to last. So avoid the fakes and get a pressure cleaner that's Aussie made for tough Aussie conditions.
Coming up to 10.
At Spitwater or see spitwater.com.au. Spitwater, That's what it does.
Nick Revolt joins Gary and Tim Monday morning from 7 on 11:16 SEN.
Here we go, putting your bikes back on.
40.
And go.
Welcome back out to Jubilee Park, right here on 1377 SEN Plus EFL Game Day. Division 2 Round 16 action. Ringwood taking on Mitcham. Huge top 4 clash happening out here, and the sun absolutely drenching Jubilee Park, and it's Mitcham 2-2-14 leading Ringwood 1-3-9. Just to recap those goal kickers, Jackson Halo has one for Mitcham, as well as Zach Elms, and for Ringwood, Daniel Jordanov has one major to his name. But gents, that opening term it ebbed and flowed, didn't it? But Mitcham with the slight momentum.
Yeah, look, I think they took their opportunities much better than Ringwood. Ringwood probably had 3 or 4 opportunities in that last 5 minutes, and they missed each and every one of them. Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them later on. I thought the movement of the footy was pretty good from both sides. Intensity of the contest was good. Tackling pressure good. So it's been a pretty good game of football considering the inclement conditions that we've got at the moment. So interesting to see how they both set up and structure up. As I said, for me the key is Gordon in the ruck. If he can continue to control the contest, they're going to be well served by easy ball.
Well, just a quick look around the grounds, and at the 20-minute mark of the opening term, it's Baldwin 18 leading Norwood 6, so a bit of a surprise result there for some. But in Division 4, Forest Hill actually leads Surrey Park at quarter time.
Boys, cross now.
To Surrey Park 1-1-7. Let's cross down to Tyson Popplestone, boundary side.
Boys, I've got the coach of Ringwood, Brett Rowe, by my side. Brett, hey, good start to the game. Great tackle pressure, especially in that forward half.
Yeah, look, we've made it a real focus, and it's like one of our strengths over the last year and a bit. So yeah, we made a real focus today. The conditions are going to suit. Like, we've gone a smaller setup in there, so we're really hoping our smalls can do the work up there.
He's not there, guys.
And what's the focus from now on, Brett? You're gonna got a couple of focus into the second quarter.
Oh, look, no, we just want to continue on what we've been doing, like keeping that pressure around the contest.
Come back.
And then when we get it forward, then go to work. Just try to expose them. We know they want to push forward really well, so we just got to expose them on the turnover, and just keep working hard when it gets up forward.
Beautiful. Bless the luck, mate.
Thank you.
I can't hear anything. Come on.
Well, thank you, Tyson Popplestone, for that interview with the senior coach of the Ringwood Football Club, Brett Rowe, as we look to get underway once again in the second term. It's Mitcham leading by 4 points over the Redbacks, and the conditions have dried up here as opposed to what we saw this morning with heavy downpour right across the eastern suburbs, Ray.
Just some scores around the ground. Knox 1-2-8 to Croydon, 2 behind. Baronia 1-1-7 to the Basin, 1-2-8. Glen Waverley Hawks 2 behind to Ferntree Gully, 2 goals, 2-14. And MLOC no score to Coldstream, 2-3-15.
So we're back in the middle now, and second term underway. Singh got a fist to it. Then we'll try and just fresh air it off the ground. But Gordon just gets the clearance now. The Tigers go inside forward 50. Marrow juggles the ball, gets a quick handball out. And McArdle back to Marrow. Kick was smothered. Bouncing ball fed out. Gordon of the Matthew variety. McArdle driven into the ground by Singh. The umpire said in the back, free kick to McArdle.
Gee, that hand pass that came out to Gordon, you don't put it at the ankles of the guy that's 6'6".
So McArdle deep inside forward 50. Marrow at the fall of the ball, taken down. What does the umpire say? Carroll just scrambles it towards goal, fisted through, minor score only. So Mitcham with the early momentum yet again, Davo.
Yeah, look, I think the other thing, Marrows looks like he's going to be really dangerous in these conditions today, and we know he loves the goal, he loves being around there, and he's one that they've definitely got to watch.
So Warren brings it back into play, roosting kick up towards the back flank. Winterton's in there, and the Ringwood man just wrapped up in the tackle, and we'll see a ball up.
The way these conditions have turned out, I think that it suits Mitcham far better. They certainly look a lot quicker than what Ringwood do.
So Gordon and Singh go in the ruck. Gordon wins it again. I feel like I'm going to be saying that a fair bit today, as Gordon, such a dominant ruckman, and McArdle's been pinged for holding the ball.
It's great tackle pressure from Ringwood there.
I was saying, Bruce, it looks like the low battery signs on, but he wasn't looking at the low
So
battery.
Burmeister to take it at half back. Little short chip pass.
No.
And the Redbacks just slammed on the boot now and go inside up towards forward 50. Jordanov at the front position. Rather, that was Brown. Wheels around and moves it very quickly inside forward 50, though. No one at home, though, for Ringwood.
Gee, that's a poor entry inside your forward 50 by Ringwood then.
And the
Especially
Tigers...
after he took the mark so well.
Yeah. So Parker, or rather Joseph, will go for a run now down the wing. Plenty of numbers here, Mitcham, if they can just capitalise. Snap kick around the corner. Bouncing ball inside forward 50. And we'll see a throw in right in front of the interchange gates here at Jubilee Park. Sun absolutely shining. And Mitcham 2-3-15 leading Ringwood 1-4-10. 5 points the margin, 2.5 gone on the Eastland scoreboard.
You would not believe it's the same day as what we had this morning right now, Dan Sensic.
No, not at all. It's good that the weather's dried up, so hopefully the weather gets a bit warmer too as we move on in towards the finals. So the ball, Burkett kicks it long inside forward 50. Warren spilled the mark and now under a fair bit of pressure and rushed through for a minor score there by Grierson.
Gee, Ringwood have got to be very wary of that outside runner when on the boundary throw-ins. You're just dominating the ruck clearances, Mitcham.
So Grierson once again brings it back into play. Cairns. And now they'll move it down the wing. Blythe. Been in a bit of the action so far. Bouncing ball. Glossop does it so well, just danced around the Ringwood man, then short chip pass. Wasn't his best kick though. Cairns once again will reset for the Redbacks. Collier at half back. Little chip kick over the top. Burmeister now looks inboard and goes inside forward 50. Up towards a pack of players. Rudd was in there juggling the ball there. There was Willenberg trying to work his way out of trouble. Rudd came bursting through. And now Glossop. And big thump forward there by Gordon. And taken down in the tackle there was, I think that might have been Marrow.
Just
Rather, Hill.
At every contest, it looks like there's more Mitcham players on the field than what there are at Ringwood.
Yeah, look, Ringwood are trying to run the football, but at the moment, their disposal inside 50 has been disappointing.
So Gordon palms the ball down. Hill, once again, who's been instrumental for the Tigers early on in this game. Collier slams it on the boot. They go inside forward 50. In the front position there was Brereton, just spilled the mark at the last moment. Farmer slammed on the boot by Brereton. Gains valuable meterage. Nicholas. And his kick goes well wide. That's out of bounds on the full. So we'll see a free kick going to Ringwood, and they should go right back into attack. 4.5 gone. Mitcham 2-4-16. Ringwood 1-4-10.
That's just about game awareness and position awareness and kicking the ball out of defence like that.
Ball goes forward, getting down low and taking a good mark there was Harry George. I tell you what, play in front and pull it out on the chest. It might actually be Brereton, actually. Was he wearing long sleeves in the first term? Maybe not, but he's been given a 25-metre penalty to boot and slash a gift at goal. This will go straight over the goal umpire's head. Ringwood, they've been searching for that second over and over again. 4 consecutive behinds the Redbacks have kicked since they got that opening goal, and it'll be Mitch Brereton to kick from point blank range. You can already mark this down, and straight over the goal umpire's head it goes. So on the Eastland scoreboard, as we cross the 5.5 minute mark of this second term now, scores are level. It's EFL game day, of course. We picked a cracker.
Gee, it's frustrating for a coach when the opposition, that they get the mark and then to give away a 30-metre penalty like that.
Stop saying 30. There's no extra 5. It's 25 metres. You've done it all year, mate.
Okay.
You make me laugh. It's so good to have you back, Raven.
It is disappointing, though. It really hurts when they give away that meterage and really...
So Davo's even frightened to mention how much it is.
No, I'm going to go 25 because I've known it's been 25 for a long time. But you know what? It is disappointing because you can't afford it, especially someone like in these conditions where both teams have proven it's been difficult to kick goals from that dangerous 30, 35 metre range. So to give them a freebie like that, very, very disappointing.
Spot on there as we're back in the middle here at Jubilee Park. Get down here around the Ringwood area because it is dry football being played at the moment, which is what we love to see. Little slap out, Singh, the big ruckman, goes after it. Played the role of a rover, copped one in the back. Played with it, but smart football, so won the free kick there.
It's a great effort for a ruckman to get down low like that.
Sameet Singh got the handball away. He's Burmeister. Kicked it, still stayed in that centre square area. Getting down there was George, got the handball away in the nick of time. Hill was able to chop it off for the Tigers. Eventually in the arms there of Elms. He kicks it across the half back line, and the mark has been taken there by Ruddy. as he switches around now on the left boot, kicks it out wide. Here's Smythe, who just takes off to the races as well. That was an impressive turn of speed. Hit it up west. They're 2 kicks from home. Mitcham this way, that way, poked it forward. The kick couldn't quite hit the target there for Joseph, but he had some support. They're still surging forward. Duran, short pass was on. It went straight through the arms there of Cairns. He couldn't quite trap it. He'll go after it again with the second effort. Barged his way through, got the clearing kick, and now Singh, like he was in a ruck contest, patted it to his teammates' advantage there in Blythe, who patted it along here to Mitch Farmer. Now he arches the back, got the handball away in the nick of time. Back to Blythe, this way, that way. Now on the left, coast-to-coast football here for the Redbacks up towards the half-forward line. They just couldn't hit the target, though, so it'll be the arms there of Hill, who got the handball away, eventually scoots out wide. And now the Tigers will use the grandstand side of the ground, but go back through the middle where Benny Joseph takes the mark, switches it back out wide. That's a good a kick as you get. In position A was Smythe, who pokes it forward. Nice play there, Zach Carroll. Good football, good transition there by the Mitcham Football Club.
Gee, they really controlled that ball coming right from the out, the forward 50 for Ringwood there. They controlled it right up until their own forward 50. Great play.
Well, look, I was just about to say that the field kicking's been a little bit off in the last couple of minutes, but we just saw there 3 beautiful kicks, all to position, all to the right area.
Zach Carroll, deliberate in his approach. He got close to the man on the mark, but that doesn't matter when you kick it straight over the goal umpire's head. He's got his first. Mitcham have their third. Eastland scoreboard 8.5 minutes into the second term out here at Jubilee Park on EFL Game Day sees the Tigers kick clear by 1 straight kick.
He's been a really good recruit for them this year, Zach Carroll, a quality footballer, and as you just saw there, a quality finisher. So that was a really nice goal when goals have been difficult to kick from that area.
And he kicked that goal from exactly the same position where Ringwood missed one in that first quarter.
Well, he brings that experience from the top division, Zach Carroll, having previously played with Norwood, so he's been an absolutely ripping inclusion. Speak of the devil, he slams it on the boot, puts the Tigers back up towards attack. And Willenberg sees it over the boundary line and out of bounds for a throw-in, and they're looking dangerous now, the Tigers.
Yeah, just starting to get on top in the around the contest area. As Ray said, using the centre side corridor on these boundary throw-ins. Got to be really careful, Ringwood, not to allow them the back of the corridor.
So Gordon to contest the ruck for Mitcham. Got it palmed down there to Rudd, who went to ground, then went for another crack at it. Fed the handball out. It's all Ringwood, though, around the footy. But Marrow looks to go inside forward 50. Rather, that was West. And now the Redbacks' defence looks to hold up. That's Burmeister.
Boundary.
Half back. Taken high in the tackle there was the Mitcham man. Let's cross boundary side to Tyson Popplestone for car sales.
Boys, the weather down here is starting to turn a little bit. I think the wind's picking up, and I can see some dark clouds starting to hover, so I hope that rain holds off. But I think a couple of goals in the next 10 minutes might be very helpful in the course of this match.
So Halo sends the Tigers forward, and they've got another opportunity here with a free kick for holding the man, and Smythe to take the kick. Right in front of goal, directly in front for Mitcham's 4th of the afternoon.
Come on.
And to create a bit of a buffer here for the Tigers, 10.5 in to the second term. So Smythe comes in directly in front. Kick looks great off the boot. Just away to the left-hand side for a minor score. 3-5-23 Mitcham, 2-4-16 Ringwood. Nearly 11 minutes gone on the Eastland scoreboard.
Yeah, they
definitely feel good about that.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly wasn't a free kick. He's lucky to get it, but that's when you want to hurt teams. When you don't have it, you don't really shouldn't really get it, and then you go and hurt them on the scoreboard. And again, they've let them off. So it does look like the weather's going to turn. There's certainly a lot of clouds coming through, and just as well, Tyson's got the pink umbrella to protect himself.
Well, fantastic stuff. Has Matt Fodia returned that? If not, he can come down from the mountain and deliver it to us. It's property of the EFL as it comes out across the half back line. Kick goes forward now by Carroll, inside forward 50. It bounces, it scooted. It went almost through the cricket nets. And over she goes for a boundary throw-in.
This is the dangerous area now, in this area, especially with a dominant ruckman. If he's able to control it and put it in the right area, Mitcham could have a chance to sneak another goal here.
I think it's a very important 15 minutes to play in this quarter, for particularly for Ringwood. They've got to just hold Mitcham out.
7-point lead here to the Tigers. It's deep in the Ringwood forward line. Tried to paddle it out there. Strong tackle there by Jackson. Umpire had said, I'm not rewarding that one. There's a lot of plays around this football. It's hugging the boundary line. It might be just kept in. Good pressure there that time there by Hill. Over the top is also Hill for Ringwood, and we'll have a boundary throw in 70 metres out from the Ringwood goal line. They're kicking to, what do we call this?
We call this
the car park end of the Jubilee Oval. As it comes in now, Jubilee Park I should say, as it comes out, Rudd just got boot to ball in the nick of time. That was okay. Came out towards Blythe. He got dispossessed. Working themselves backwards to go forwards was Willenberg. Got it away to Uren on the boot. Up towards the forward line. A big, strong attempt there by Elms. Couldn't quite pull it down. Snap around the corner by DeWatt was smothered nicely. The pressure's good. The pressure's good by both sides early in this game. I'm impressed by that. Hope you are too of the broadcast.
I like the way Uren just, it didn't blaze away, put it to the right area, top of the goal square. Good contest. Ringwood defending well at the moment.
So Gordon to contest the ruck alongside Jordanov there. Ball toss back into play. And now they'll look to clear here through Jackson. And the kick goes out wide, just fisted over the line. He was looking for Singh. And we'll have a boundary throw in. So it's 7 points the margin on the Eastland scoreboard. 13.5 gone, second term. And Mitcham, we've just seen them ebb and flow in this game so far and make better use of their opportunities going forward. But, gee, it's been a well-contested footy early on as the ball tossed back into play. Jordanov takes it out, then slams it straight on the boot. But they'll look to go forward here, Mitcham, through Matthew Gordon. Kick up towards the pocket. And in a tight position here as it's worked over the boundary line and out of bounds.
The Gordon brothers, they're really impressive to me because not only are they big men that get the knockout, but they're very good on the ground as well and very mobile ruckmen.
They've got to be smarter. This young boundary umpire is struggling to get it in a long way and he's quite low, so they really need to work hard at the ruckman to get in the right area.
So tossed in once again. Gordon takes it straight out of the ruck, and then kick was across the face in the end.
Best out of bounds on the for the season.
Most exciting one too. And we'll have a throw in deep in attack for the Tigers.
So left of your radio dial, left of screen, car park end of Jubilee Park. It is down the Tigers' end. Looking to extend their lead, which is currently 7 points on the Eastland scoreboard. Once again, that shallow throw in Gordon. He just, he tried to barge his way through in the end, and probably a little bit of frustration with that as well, because it was shallow, and then Jordanov's there, and it's like, get out of my way, you big lug, and he's like, don't push me in the back, you big lug. I got the free kick. So we'll have Ringwood to bring the ball back out of that defensive zone for them. It's been hovering around this area for Mitcham for the last 5 minutes. So, tell you what, if the Redbacks can get it down the other end and kick a goal, and have some say with how the remainder of the quarter might go. Burmeister copped one on the shoulder. Umpire said it was okay. So we've got another boundary throw, and we expect a lot of stoppages today given the weather, although it has held up for now.
I'm just really interested in the fact that Ringwood have gone short and wide when they're defending at the moment. They have not tried to go through the middle and they've not kicked the ball long.
Well, throws it in Gordon, got the knockdown. That was pretty good. Lux of Fortune sees a kick go forward, but they had the numbers back, didn't they, Ringwood and Anthony McCann, who's been a good player for the Redbacks. I'm not talking today, just in general, as it goes up towards the half back line. I'm sure by the end of the game he will be a gun. But comes out, Uren got the handball out now. Another chance here for West. Goes forward. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Nearly pulling in. Grierson, a one-hander, a slips catch, sees it through. He had support from Ryan Warren to rush that ball over the line, and a minor score ensues. 24-16. Mitcham have the lead. Ringwood have the kick in.
I mean, I know Ringwood are defending well, but Mitchell would be a little bit disappointed because they cannot hit the scoreboard in a valuable way at the moment.
Oh, McCann brings it back into play. Good strong mark taken there by Jacob May at half back.
Boundary.
Let's cross boundary side to Tyson Popplestone for car sales.
I'm so glad I got the pink umbrella, boys. That rain started to come down fairly solidly. Now the ball's about to get a bit more slippery out here, I think.
Well, Collier sends it long inside forward 50 and the race is on now. Brereton off the ground.
Oh.
Just away to the right-hand side, minor score. And 2-6-18 Ringwood Mitcham 3-6-24, nearly 17 gone, second term on the Eastland scoreboard.
That was their opportunity, Ben, to get that goal that you were talking about, after 5 minutes of play in the defence.
And if he sees Elms kick one off the ground from the boundary, he thinks, well, in front I can snag this one, no problem.
Yeah, I agree. I think he should have taken that in his hands. He's a smart enough and good enough footballer to get it in his hands and get it onto his boot quickly.
And he had the front spot as well.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
and I still think he was about a metre in front of his opponent too. He had time to pick it up.
Yeah, the front spot.
So the ball tossed back into play. Jordanov at the front position. Bursting through there was Davis. Wrapped up in the tackle there by Gordon.
Good tackle.
Yeah.
Very good tackle.
Good umpiring too. He took him on and got caught.
And 25 as well for his trouble.
For not giving the ball back, he's 25.
And he got another 25 for infringing the mark as he was running through.
So Gordon gets it on the boot. Inside forward 50. Looking for a teammate there in Duwat, who spilt the mark. And now the battle's on. They look to clear here though, Ringwood. Plenty of numbers here for the Tigers if they can just capitalise. And McCann diving in there, dragged it in. Umpire said that was all right. Ball up, half forward for Mitcham.
It certainly looks like that weather is just beginning to turn as well.
So both ruckmen ended up missing it in the end, and now they'll look to get on a run. Driven into the turf though, it was the Mitcham man, and McCann's won himself the free kick. Been fairly solid this quarter, McCann.
He's been a good player for a long time, Smalls. He's done very well.
And just worked down the wing now there by the Redbacks. Stelfox swung around in the tackle, and now plenty of numbers here for the Redbacks. Little kick didn't go far, and now the Tigers will look to repel through the middle of the ground up towards centre half forward. Nobody at home though, and Farmer gets on, that was Cairns, gets on his bike straight away, drives it down the wing. And now they've got plenty of options on Ringwood if they can just move it up forward. Beautiful mark taken there by Declan Hill. Wheels around and spots up a target inside forward 50, Brereton. So he'll have his opportunity now to draw the Ringwood Redbacks back to within a point.
And that just shows his experience. He was the player that gave the ball to Hill, followed his kick through, got into a dangerous position, taken the mark. You cannot afford to allow this bloke any opportunities inside 50.
Back him in.
So Mitch Brereton. Kick comes in. Will it make the distance? It won't. And it's gone over the line for behind. So they draw ever closer here, Ringwood. 2-6-18. Mitcham 3-6-24. Margin is an even 6 points. 19.5 gone on the Eastland scoreboard.
They've tried a little bit more slingshot footy, Ringwood, when they've got the ball in the defensive area to get it in their forward line. It's been quite useful.
Fair old roost by Benny Josephs. Went out towards the Elm direction. Couldn't take the mark. Quick kick in by the Redbacks. And getting to the forward line. Getting down and taking a very strong mark there. That time was Mitch Farmer, who's a class act, as we know. He flew with it. He brought it down. And he'll have a second shot within a minute for Ringwood.
Oh, look, he's a very good footballer. He's been in his brother's shadow for a number of years, but the boy's quick. He's come from East Ringwood, really good player, and I would expect that with the way he uses the football, he should be able to goal from here.
Well, Mitch Farmer comes in now. Kicks a nice looking kick. It was gun barrel straight over the goal umpire's head. And as we hit time on here in the second term on EFL Game Day, match of the day, Ringwood versus Mitcham. It is all square, 3-6-24 apiece.
A goal that was certainly very important as far as this contest to go, because it's so late in the quarter. Mitcham have just got to hang on now and try and get one themselves.
Well, Mitcham would be really disappointed. They have controlled the quarter. It's been in their forward 50, 75% of the quarter. They've rarely been able to hit the scoreboard, and the ball's gone down into Ringwood's forward line just 3 or 4 times, and they've scored nearly every time it's gone in there.
Well, the Tigers needing to reply. Ringwood just had the momentum in the last couple of minutes as they win the tap down. Carroll in the race for the footy, taken though by Davis, and now they go inside up towards attack again. The Redbacks. Mark spilled at the last moment there at half forward. Singh just gets it straight on the boot up towards half forward. Slapped away there. Rudd trying to burst his way through. An umpire called play on, almost stiff not to give away the free kick, and players just converge on the footy now, right on the arc, and we'll see a ball up.
Well, the last thing Mitcham need is for Ringwood to score now, because that will really be a fillip for them.
Well, Singh once again just paddles it over the boundary line and out of bounds. And Ringwood with the momentum in the last couple of minutes.
Scores coming through from around the grounds. Nuttawading versus East Burwood. Nuttawading a quarter time trailing by 2 points to the Rams after kicking 28 big ones last week. So the tight tussle there. Doncaster, they lead North Ringwood by 17 points at quarter time. And keep the scores coming through. In the second quarter out of Balwyn, them against Norwood, it's a 4-point margin in the favour of the Tigers.
Well, McArdle at the bottom of that pack, wrapped up. And umpire Jen Devonish will ball it up once again. As Singh just fresh airs it out of the air, just with the kick out of the air there. But Rudd in the back pocket, battling willfully, wrapped up in the tackle though. The Ringwood man there by Carroll, and the Mitcham players just appealing for the free kick.
That was smart play by Singh in the ruck. Something similar to Soldo from Ringwood last week.
Well, Singh wins the tap once again. And the players just converge on the Mitcham man deep in the back pocket. Ben Warren-Smith, some more scores.
Surrey Park Trail Forest Hill by a goal at quarter time. As we look at Bayswater and Upper Gully, Bayswater leading by 1 straight kick. Heathmont leading by 13 points over Mulgrave at quarter time. And Baronia versus the Basin, it's a 1-point lead to the Bears.
Well, with these conditions around the grounds today, look, it's going to be pretty tight football all the way through, I would imagine.
It's going to change from quarter to quarter, that's for sure.
So ball to be thrown in deep in attack for the Redbacks. Taken there out of the ruck there by Elms. An absolutely ripping goal today. Rudd feeds it out, looking for Winterton, who's dispossessed of the footy and marched over the boundary line there by McCann, and we'll see another boundary throw in. 3-6-24 apiece. 24 minutes almost ticked over on the Eastland scoreboard. Second term, fourth playing first this afternoon, and there's a blood rule, so it looks like it's going to be Elms to come off the ground.
Wanturna South leading Park Orchards by 8 points also in Division 1, which is a bit of a surprise. The Sharks still in finals contention. Wanturna South, good victory last week, and maybe their sparks return.
If they win, that puts the cat among the pigeons again.
Big time. It's the greatest division of all, isn't it?
It's just unbelievable. Just unbelievable.
Boundary.
Let's cross down boundary side. Thanks to Car Sales, here's Tyson Popplestone.
Looks like Zach Elms has just copped a hit to the face. He's got a pretty solid blood nose. He's gone off to get some treatment for that.
Very good. Mermeister pokes the ball forward. It went over the top there at that time of Burkett. They've got another chance here. Spun on a throop there was Cairns, got the handball out. They've linked up well. Here's Blythe on the left. Can he put it through? He might have stacked it. No, he hasn't. It was the arms are up in the air in celebration. It's like you can't convince an out of bounds on the full kick.
Well, he went up as if he'd scored a goal. The goal umpire stood still as if it had gone straight over his head.
And it was out of bounds.
It's gone out of bounds on the full, so, can't read that one.
Trying to get excited here. So, Carroll, and we are excited. We're in the van. We're out at a great venue. It's exciting to watch. Burkett takes the mark for Mitcham. Scores a level, 3-6-24 on AFL game day. Short passes on, Jesse Smythe. Handball over the top. It was a risky one too. Little kick off the ground, goes forward again for Ringwood. It's almost like time had stopped there. Everyone just waited for the ball to bounce. Now it comes across the half-forward line, scooped upon there by Jackson. Kicked the ball inside forward 50. He couldn't hit the target of George. He sold the candy magnificently. Do it twice and slam it through. Fantastic play there. Cool heads in a tough situation there by Ringwood. They worked it forward. They got the possession. They slammed it through. They take the lead by 6 points. 26 minutes into the second term.
And the goal scored because of a turnover from a handball that was to nobody by the Mitcham defence.
Yeah, young Jesse Smythe won't want to be looking at the tape of that next week, because that was a terrible handball. They had control of the football, running it out of defence, and just opened it up. But a clever goal from George. He's been lively down there.
One of several players on the park today who has a first name that could be a last names and reverse. Back in the middle of Jubilee.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep looking at him the whole time. Although the way people name their kids these days, it doesn't matter.
That's right.
You could be called Baird Ray.
Yeah, no thanks. No. Some people just number them when they get to
25 metre penalty from out in there.
Was that 25 or 30 metre, that one?
Well, it's generous.
It is.
But it's still a 25, and Singh has the ball. 55 out from goal. He'll kick the ball forward now. Sun shining out here on Jubilee. Hard into the pocket there. Brereton did really well. It was cut off, though, the handball. Nicely done there by West. Got it away to Red Cinnamon, who got the handball over towards the Matty Hill direction, and over the boundary line it goes just inside the forward arc for Ringwood.
So late in the quarter, Singh, I believe he should have gone back and put the goal right in the goal square rather than try a short pass then.
Look, I'll be interested in the forward 50 entries for Ringwood, because I think their conversion rate for their forward 50 entries have been superb this quarter.
Yeah. Well, Collier, kick around the corner, goes Goldwood. How's this one going to bounce? Through for a minor score. Gee, that one would have brought the house down. We've already seen a couple of great goals this afternoon. And Joseph to bring it back into play for Mitcham. So he goes to Nicholas. Nicholas moves it on very quickly up towards half back.
This is the next kick that they've struggled with in the last 10 minutes.
So Burkett just drives it down the wing on the scoreboard side. Bouncing ball, Singh in the direction. Just belts it away to the advantage of a teammate. Taken down in the tackle there was Burmeister. And now they've got plenty of numbers here, Mitcham. At the bottom of the pack there was West. Willenberg just strutting his way through there, and they'll look to go forward again here. The Tigers, Marrow looks for a target inside forward 50. Great mark taken there by DeWatt, wearing the long sleeves this afternoon. And this is an opportunity for Mitcham to draw within a point of the Redbacks.
Gee, great vision by Marrow then. He could have bombed it to a contest in the goal square, but he went inboard, and great mark by Mitcham.
They're working really hard, both teams, and it looks like they're in slow motion at times, because I think they are working very, very hard in this breeze.
Just his range.
So Brett DeWatt. Kick looks okay off the boot. Has it cleared the line? It has. Oh no, touch just on the line. Through for a minor score. So Mitcham, they go to 3-7-25 and Ringwood 4-7-31. 6 points the margin on the Eastland scoreboard. 29 gone, second term.
No goals can be kicked down that end. Ringwood in the first term, Mitcham in the second. They're all just going awry as the kick comes out. Farmer was the big fly. Got in the breadbasket. Borderline a gift, but will pay the mark to the champ.
He's been good. He's been dangerous every time he's got the football.
Absolutely. Been really happy with Paddy Burmeister's second term as well, as the siren sounds as it drives the ball along the wing position right in front of us. And at half-time out here at Jubilee Park, we've certainly got a game on our hands. That was never in doubt, but it's the home side that lead at half-time on the Eastland scoreboard. That quarter went 29 and a half minutes. 4-7-31, the Ringwood Football Club. They lead by one straight kick to Mitcham, who are 3-7-25. All single goal kickers right across the park, but we'll go through them nonetheless. For Ringwood, it's Warren, Jordanoff, George and Brereton. They're the goal kickers for the Redbacks, while at the Tigers it is Carroll, Halo and of course Zachary Elms with one of the best goals you will see in any season here on EFL Game Day. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast. 1377 SEN Plus, streaming live around the globe, efl.org.au. Simulcast on Radio Eastern 98.1. One half down, one half to go. Get the scores through at Footy EFL. We want to know what's happening as you go local for your footy, and we'll be back right after this.
Clear 4 minutes.
Breakfast, Gary Lyon and Tim Watson.
Of all the GWS boys who have gone, he would be the best. If he leaves, he'd be the biggest get of any of them.
I agree. The total package that he provides.
Oh, he's a wonderful player. A leader, two-way runner.
He's super competitive too.
And consistent, Tim. Every time he plays, he dominates the game.
For Melbourne Airport parking from under $15 a day. Book now at melbourneairport.com.au, abercrombiekent.com.au. Back Monday from 6.
The only thing I would think about is who I'd be buried next to. I mean, that would matter to me.
Well, that's pre-planning because you'll need to get the plots next to each other.
Yeah, that's true. They're good conversations.
Clint's ready out of the break.
If you've had no clear instruction or conversation.
Have an open and honest conversation. Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did, with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
The senior coach has taken the team to Eastland for a post-game feed. If only they had this kind of teamwork on the field. They've just ordered starters to share, plus frothies for the whole table. And now Steve-O's chucked a prawn to Macca. He's circled back. Yes! Straight into his pie hole. You beauty! Good form, boys. For all of life and footy's little moments, there's Eastland. Proud sponsors of the EFL. Eastland. Live real.
Ah, Paris.
The city of lights.
Brighten up your travels by switching your electricity and gas to a Qantas Red Energy plan today. You'll earn up to 15,000 bonus Qantas points for switching and up to 7 points per dollar on every bill you pay on time. So you can light up your holiday plans even sooner. Plus, it only takes a few minutes to sign up online. Visit qantas.com/red energy.
2 minutes.
Terms and conditions apply. Basic plan information documents available at redenergy.com.au/Qantas.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. The very latest tiles to hit the market by storm are encaustic decorator floor tiles. And National Tiles have stormed the market on these amazing new tile designs at half the price of our competitors. So for the very latest in encaustic decorator floor tiles at half the market price every day of the year, go to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
One could argue that a head coach will never be replaced by a robot. Then again,
Do something, don't think, do.
Robot Building Supplies has everything. Steel, sleepers, wire mesh.
Robots got it.
Roofing and timber.
Robots got it.
Be the winning team on site. For your building supplies, order at robotbuildingsupplies.com.au or call 1300 GO ROBOT. You'll speak with a real human.
1 minute. Just letting you know, Clint's ready to go.
And there's no way you'd get a brand new Ferrari for a couple of grand. We all know you get what you pay for. The same is true with pressure cleaners. Cheap foreign imports lack reliable muscle, but Spitwater pressure cleaners are strong, powerful and built to last. So avoid the fakes and get a pressure cleaner that's Aussie made for tough Aussie conditions. Get a Spitwater. Call 1300 Spitwater or see spitwater.com.au. Spitwater, that's what it does.
Tyre Power store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho Tyre.
30.
Power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Winner of CanStar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award yet again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Nick Reeve. Okay, here we go. We've got Clint Stanaway ready to go. Put your mic back on now. And go.
Welcome back out to Jubilee Park. This is EFL game day with the big clash between Ringwood and Mitcham. And at the moment it's Mitcham 3-7-25 trailing Ringwood 4-7-31 at halftime. 6 points the margin, 4 versus first in Division 2 this afternoon. But to bring us up to date with all the latest news from around the world and in sport is Clint Stanaway.
Yeah, very good afternoon. I tell you what, cold conditions in the Dandenongs. Victoria bracing for chilly temperatures right across the state, of course, but snow as we speak blanketing the Olinda football oval. That's one to watch tonight. It mirrored frosty conditions in Canberra last night. Hawthorn and GWS becoming the first AFL clubs to actually play a match in snow. See the pitches tonight at 6. Elsewhere, police have been forced to break up a wild brawl in Oakley involving at least 4 teenagers. 29-year-old there suffering cuts and bruises to his face. And a tornado, incredible pictures as it ripped through a town in Central Europe, tearing roofs off buildings. No snow at the MCG, although I'd probably say to be welcomed by Demon fans. Melbourne currently trailing Collingwood. Pretty curious sight at Melbourne Airport. John Patton from the Giants spotted with the Hawks. Dusty ruled out for the Tigers clash with the Blues. And the Premier League is back. So too Liverpool. All those stories and more. 9 News tonight at 6.
Thank you very much, Clint. That is why you are one of the best in the business. Clint Stanaway from 9 News, joining us as he always does week in, week out. But we've got a huge clash on our hands this afternoon. Ringwood 4-7-31 leading Mitcham 3-7-25 at half time. And just to recap those goal kickers for Ringwood, Mitch Farmer has won all singles. Jordanov, George and Brereton, while for Mitcham, Elms, Carroll and Halo kicking one as well. But Gee, it's an interesting clash, this one out here. 4 versus first. Mitcham at the top of the ladder, taking on Ringwood out here on the wide expanses of Jubilee Park. We spoke to Neil Winterton before the game about whether or not the wide ground would actually suit his side, and at the moment they look to be moving the ball quite well, Davo.
Yeah, they have. I think they'd be fairly disappointed probably with that quarter, in the fact that they had complete control for the first probably 15 or 16 minutes of the quarter. The ball was in their forward line. Ringwood defended really well. Mitcham had a few opportunities to kick goals, just didn't take their opportunities, and then the ball suddenly in the game changed and the ball rebounded and they got it into their forward line quickly, Ringwood, and then it stayed in their forward line for 10 or 12 minutes and they were able to hit the scoreboard well. So Ringwood, I think, would be really happy going into that first half at half-time with a goal lead. I think purely because I think Mitcham have actually played the better football and controlled the ball more, but Ringwood have hurt them more on the scoreboard.
Yeah, well, certainly it's been an intriguing clash to watch in the first half, and we can't wait for the second half out here at Jubilee Park. But riding the boundary for car sales on debut today, Tyson Popplestone, how have you seen the action unfold at ground level?
Honestly, it just seems like a little bit of an arm wrestle. It would be frustrating, I think, for Mitcham that first half. They seem to have plenty of the ball, but maybe just misused it. Ringwood seem to have made somewhat the most of their opportunities, but it's going to be a far out 6 points in the match after an hour of football. I think the second half is it's going to be a real tussle to the end, I think, boys.
Yeah, it absolutely should be. That's probably what you'd expect from a clash with two sides well entrenched in that top 4 battle and a couple of weeks out from the finals. But we have a look at the players that have really stood out this afternoon. It's been an even contribution right across the board, but I've actually really liked the game of Will Gordon in the ruck so far. It's been a really intriguing matchup with Big Sameet Singh from Ringwood.
Yeah, I think a standout for me is Uren from Mitcham. He seems to have a lot of the ball, and when he gets the ball, he uses it really well. He doesn't seem to make too many mistakes when he's got the ball in his hand. So I think he'd be a good one to pass it to in the second half to make the most of the opportunities for Mitcham.
Yeah, look, I agree. I think both players have played really well. I think it's been really interesting that when Gordon's gone off the ball, that Singh actually got himself involved in the play a little bit more in that last 10 minutes. He got probably 2 or 3 clearances himself. It wasn't that he was winning the ruck, but he's been pretty good at ground level. So I think Brereton's been lively up forward. He's dangerous in that area. I think Farmer's been creative. Again, you cannot afford to give him the football, but there's been a lot of, I think, just good defensive efforts from Ringwood. I think their backline tackling, I think one of the other players who played really well for them that quarter was Anthony McCann. He got a lot of the footy, used it well, experienced in that back half. So Ringwood, I think they'd be really happy. Mitcham, they need to get a little bit more from their mids. I don't think they use their ruckman well enough. And even though we agree, did some really good things, I think there's some others that do need to get themselves involved. Zach Carroll needs to get more of the football because when he uses it, he's fantastic. I think probably Winterton went out of the game a little bit that quarter, and I think he's another one that probably needs to get his hands on the football because he can be so creative. But no, it's only a goal in it, and it'll be interesting to see how Mitcham come out and play with probably the scoring end this quarter.
Well, it's been interesting to see Mitcham's back 6 in action, in particular Riley Nicholas and Lachlan Rudd, who I think have both battled well in the first half.
Yeah, look, you look at Lachlan Rudd, and he really is an old school footballer in the way he looks about, the way he goes about it, doesn't he? He's ungainly in what he does, but he's always been a really good lockdown player. He gets the football. One of those players that he looks like he's out of position. He looks like he hasn't got the foot speed, but you get him within 1.5 meters of the contest, and he's really puts it on, and he can close down players quite well. So, look, he's been good, and as you said, Dan, the other boy from the half-back line, Riley Nicholas, when he's had the football, he's been able to use it and run it out of defence, but they need more from those players as well.
We're going to go to a break here on EFL Game Day. It's currently Ringwood 4-7-31 leading Mitcham 3-7-25. Keep your dial locked to 1377 SEN+.
Clear 4 minutes.
30 on Waitley.
On SEN, your home of sport. Time on with Sam McClure.
The Brownlow medal count will be shortened this year and for the foreseeable future. One of the biggest criticisms of the Brownlow medal count is that it just goes on for too long. They want to finish now before 10:30. I think it's an outstanding decision.
Telstra Business Centre Frankston. Everything you need for your business in one location. Bayside Shopping Centre Frankston.
Time on with Sam McClure.
Decided to go with the mahogany with gold handles on the side and white roses. I think that should look really elegant.
I like how you can see it all.
Tobin Brothers Funerals' latest Memory Maker app gives you more choice than ever before. With the app's newest Build Your Own feature, you can now personalise your own coffin or casket. Choose the design, the colour, the handles, the drapery and flowers to match. Download Tobin Brothers Funerals' Memory Maker app from the App Store or visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Sometimes in footy, going through the motions, players can feel like a robot.
And what's wrong with that?
Nothing. Sorry, robot.
I can kick goals from 50 on my opposite leg.
No, you can't. But Robot Building Supplies can save us time and money. Steel sheeting and stumps.
Robots got it.
Wire mesh, roofing and timber.
Robots got it.
Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
Robot Building Supplies.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles now supply and install all their timber, hybrid and laminate flooring. Yes, National Tiles do it all for you. Measure, quote, supply and install all National Tiles timber, laminate and hybrid flooring. From just $1,300 fully installed for an average 26 square metre laminate living room floor, fully supplied and installed. Only at National Tiles.
You can't get a Rolex for $100, and there's no way you'd get a brand new Ferrari for a couple of grand. We all know you get what you pay for. The same is true with pressure cleaners. Cheap foreign imports lack reliable muscle, but Spitwater pressure cleaners are strong, powerful, and built to last. So avoid the fakes and get a pressure cleaner that's Aussie made for tough Aussie conditions. Get a Spitwater. Call 1300 Spitwater or see spitwater.com.au. Spitwater. That's what it does.
Tyre Power store-wide super sale gives you the power to save on a huge range of big brands like Kumho tyres. Right now at Tyre Power, you get the power to buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Kumho passenger car and SUV tyres. Plus many more super savings store-wide at Tyre Power. Winner of CanStar Blues Customer Satisfaction Award yet again. Tyre Power store-wide super sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
Ah, New York, New York.
And the bright lights of Broadway.
Brighten up your travels.
1 minute.
Today, you'll earn up to 15,000 bonus Qantas points for switching and up to 7 points per dollar on every bill you pay on time, so you can light up your holiday plans even sooner. Plus, it only takes a few minutes to sign up online. Visit qantas.com/redenergy.
Residential customers only. Eligibility criteria and terms and conditions apply. Basic plan information documents available at redenergy.com.au/Qantas.
At Melbourne Airport, you can get 1 hour terminal parking for just $12. It makes it easy to greet your loved ones when they come home, or give them a proper send-off. You can also park for up to 3 hours for just $24 and 1 day for $51. That's cheaper than a taxi to and from the city.
Coming up to 10.
And everything in between. Melbourne Airport parking is here to get you there. Visit melbourneairport.com.au.
Nick Revolt joins Gary and Tim Monday morning.
Okay, here we go. Yeah. Go.
Great to have your company here on EFL Game Day, right here on 1377 SEN Plus at Jubilee Park. It's Ringwood 4-7-31 leading Mitcham 3-7-25 at half-time. As the third term's just about to get underway, and absolutely sun-drenched conditions out here. A huge contrast to what we had earlier today. A top of 9 degrees expected for Ringwood this afternoon. So wintry conditions at their best as the third term gets underway in the ruck, and the Redbacks win the tap down. They look to get the clearance out, but Gordon goes for another crack at it once again. Feeds the handball out. Winterton, just a little toe poke off the ground. And now Ringwood Just look to get the clearance out, but the Tigers win out in the end. They go inside forward 50, but mark taken there in defence by Grierson. Takes them on, moves it up in towards the centre square. Parker, strong mark there in front of Burkett. So the switch is on here to half back. Cairns rather. Kick drop short. Jordanov worked his way into a fair bit of trouble. And now the Redbacks go down the wing. No one there though to take the mark, and the Tigers are on the move once again. Kick inside up towards the half forward flank. Fisted away though beautifully, and we'll see a boundary throw in. So 4-7-31 Ringwood, Mitcham 3-7-25. 1 goal the difference, 4th playing first. As we're 2 weeks out from the finals in Division 2.
Interesting move, Jordanov into the ruck, out of the forward line into the ruck, and Singh is starting on the bench.
Interesting indeed. So Winterton bursts away from the pack, puts it inside forward 50, but now kick around the corner there by Halo, and he's kicked the goal. So Jackson Halo has number 2 for the afternoon, and Mitcham level the scores, 4-7-31 apiece. Minute and a half gone, third term on the Eastland scoreboard.
Great play by Mitcham then, a perfect knockout from the boundary throw in, and Winterton, the captain coach, passed the ball on, and a great goal and an early goal has put the scores back level.
And that's the value of the big fella in the ruck in Gordon, and that's what he's been able to. He's been able to put the ball into that area. They just haven't used it well enough. Just then, they were able to close it down and use it beautifully.
Yep. Well, the sunny's out and scores are level again. Get down to Jubilee Park. Handball out of the middle there. Burmeister was right on the hammer there of Willenberg. Might have been holding the arm. Walking him across the road type styles. And it'll be a free kick to Anthony Willenberg. No, it's gone back as well, so I'm confused. I'm sure plenty of others are. Gordon up towards the half forward line, goes inside the forward 50, but to no avail. Parker takes the mark just inside the arc, switches the ball out wide. Anthony McCann across the half back line for the Redbacks. So, relative of Doncaster East, senior coach Steve Buckle, as the ball comes down, as it comes out towards Collier, in towards the middle of the ground. Nicely done there by Parker, got it away here. They're off to the races. George inside forward 50. That is good transition of play. Got it to Burden. Spins on a throop. It went straight through the arms there of Lockie Rudd and over the boundary line and out of bounds.
That has nearly falconed him. It's gone straight through that close. He needed to take that, but they've really changed up Ringwood, their forward line. They've gone smaller. They're expecting the ball to be on the ground a little bit more this quarter, I would imagine.
3.5 minutes into the third term, the premiership quarter. Both these sides are looking to be finals bound, although it's can't lock anything away just yet. But the winner today, you would say, will take some beating. Of course, Mitcham are on top. We've had the boundary throw in, and we'll have the stoppage. Keep the scores coming through at Footy AFL right throughout the afternoon. Pye throws it up now. Comes down, Brereton, snap around the body from the stoppage. Out of bounds on the full. So no change to the scoreline here. It's all a square out at Jubilee Park.
It certainly puts pressure on Ringwood this game, because they have got the basin at the basin, and then they finish off with Baronia. So, there's no guarantee of a Final Four spot yet.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true. You've got to sit on that fence, not Gav Casey style. He just calls things out in round one, apparently, for South Belgrade. You gave him a gift on pre-match there. We didn't give him that, Ray, as it came out towards Gordon, the big ruckman. Takes a strong mark underneath the Eastland scoreboard and then kicked it into the shin of the man on the mark there. Not his best effort. Came out nice. Clever tap there by Winterton. Got it away. Little handball was almost a throw. Might work out okay here for the Tigers, where Tui got the look-away handball. He's going to go after it again. He's going to be right underneath the Eastland scoreboard 5 minutes into third term.
Well, Gordon had 4 possessions and not one of them was effective then in 8 seconds.
Yeah.
Supercoach points negative.
But at least his second, third and fourth efforts were there, David.
They certainly were.
So Gordon and Jordanov do battle in the ruck. Gordon once again has a second crack at it. Swung around in the tackle. Umpire called play on. And driven into the turf there was Jordanov.
I couldn't help myself, David.
So We'll reset and go again. The ball goes up, no one able to get a clean purchase, and that's gone over the boundary line and out of bounds. Ringwood players just appealing for deliberate, and the umpire said that was okay. So 5.5 gone.
Have a look at the trees in the background there. They're going ballistic over there.
As I said, I think it's really hard work out there at the moment for all the players. They really seem to be not being able to get... they're running at half pace because of this breeze.
So just hacked out of the air there by Brown. And for something different, we'll have another throw-in.
Big shout out to the guys out at the barbecue out here at Jubilee Park. They've been there forever in a day, led by the marvellous Jacko, of course, with support with Brett and Janine. And that's Janine with the Janine. We can't forget that. I was told specifically.
So Gordon palmed it down. Winterton dispossessed of the footy. Then Willenberg wrapped up in the tackle.
And I enjoyed going the half-half burgers versus schnitzels because I like seeing Seagulls go for the schnitzels. Best in the league, the schnitzel burgers out here at Ringwood.
It took me 15 of them to work out that they were great, but I tell you what, the 16th was magnificent.
So Brereton hands it off to Burmeister, who kicks Goldwood, and he's kicked that out of bounds on the full.
That's only today, Davo, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, that's just since we started.
No, I mean the 16 burgers.
Yeah, I know. So don't worry, I'm not disagreeing with you, Ray.
Well.
Learn to agree with your comment, right?
I enjoyed my pie. It beats rice and noodles I've had for the last month.
So Joseph to take it deep in defence. Brings it back into play up towards half-back. Willenberg in the front position, sees it over the boundary line.
Well, look, the wind must be having an effect because that's the second time that a player has gone to kick the football and give it distance and has completely miskicked it.
Why are they not using this side of the ground? No one is using this side of the ground. It's not about making it easier for us to call because we've got LKLM like giving us the world's biggest gift watching the play, but it's no one's used this side of the ground yet.
The wind's
I get that.
It's keeping it out there.
Maybe change it up a little bit. I don't know.
So ball tossed up once again. Uren toe poke out. Redbacks look to go forward again. Blythe kick went nowhere in the end. Joseph slams it on the boot on the scoreboard side. Looking for Marrow. Just fisted to the front there. McCann though, so strong as always. Handball over the top. And now Ringwood work themselves into a fair bit of trouble. Uren once again kicks up towards half forward. Nobody really there, but Smythe once again sells a bit of candy, dances around and finds that man once again in Halo. 2 goals to his name so far today. So Halo chips short and finds a teammate there in Tui.
That was short. That
very generous 15 metres.
It was, wasn't it?
15 metres or 20, right?
So Tui looks like he might fancy himself from here. Winds up. Rather, he'll pass it off.
Nice.
And finds
Very
Willenberg
nice.
in a great position. So Willenberg will go back to put the Tigers in front. 8.5 gone, third term on the Eastland scoreboard.
That was just a classic case of looking at the mismatch, and Willenberg was just that little bit taller than his opponent, was able to get over the top of him and take a nice mark. Now, these are the ones they've got to kick. Got to kick these goals.
He's been a great footballer in the Eastern Football League as well, Anthony Millenberg. Started out at Glen Waverley Hawks many years ago.
Distance is right on.
So Willenberg comes in. Kick is away to the left-hand side. Minor score, but the Tigers are in front. 4-8-32, Ringwood 4-7-31. 9 minutes gone on the Eastland scoreboard.
Just believe, though, they've got to make the most of those opportunities because the wind might blow up in that last quarter and be a real issue.
If the wind blows up anymore, the caravan will tip over as the kick goes out of that defensive
Bruce
zone.
has got
and
it
the mark
anchored
has
down.
been taken there by Benny Joseph. And I want to see the replay of this. There's been a holding the man decision off the play.
Took him out of the contest.
Fair enough. McCartney giving away a free kick there. So a free kick to the Redbacks. Just wanted to see it again. Declan Hill. It was an offside of play in towards the middle of the ground. McCann, who's really he hasn't wasted a possession. McCann. It's important to note. Spotted up his teammate there in Collier, who'll wind around now. Was given every opportunity. Thumps the ball extremely long. Davis was right there to take it. and he'll see it over as well. He probably should have taken the mark there, was Lukey Davis, who's been a fabulous servant of this football club for a long time, wearing the long sleeves, but not a long sleeves jumper, like what you'd wear at Mount Buller type skins underneath another jumper, unless I'm blind, which we know I already wear glasses.
No, I think you're 100% correct there.
So he's whatever makes him comfortable. He's a superstar, he can do what he wants. Umpire throws it in, everyone's wrapped up. We'll have another stoppage where 10.5 minutes into this third term, it is a 1-point lead to Mitcham.
It was really interesting, the last kick that went inside 50, it got a lot of distance on it. He got probably 45 metre distance with that kick.
So Mitcham winning the tap down there. Winterton in the front position gets boot to ball. Seems to be all Ringwood though. Stelfox just driven to ground. And the umpire calls for it.
Just on that comment, Davo, let's quickly cross down boundary side thanks to car sales to Tyson Popplestone. What about that breeze heading towards the left of your radio dial into the car park, Tyson?
Boys, I'm nervous to comment on the weather anymore because since I said it's raining, the sun's come out and started shining. It's definitely very flustery out here. It's definitely playing a big impact on the game. While I got you guys, Lucas Marrow for Mitcham's just come off nursing a pretty well taped right knee, so it'll be interesting to watch that for the rest of this quarter.
Okay. So Carroll from the true full back position winds up. Spilt the mark, did Davis there, and they go again Ringwood. Beautiful mark taken there by Jackson. Moves it on very quickly, hits a target. I think that may have been Jordanov. No, rather it was George. And George will line up for his second goal of the afternoon.
That was a sensational pass because we know how difficult it is to kick goals down this end, and that extra 20 metres is ever so valuable.
That definitely was, and that was a great mark, and he's been dangerous. He's been lively, put himself in good positions, and, he's now got an opportunity from an area where he should kick the goal.
So Harry George from directly in front. Be ashamed to let this opportunity slip as he comes in. Kick looks great off the boot. Goal umpire does not move. He's got 2 for the afternoon. And Ringwood go to 5-7-37. Mitcham 4-8-32. Nearly 12 and a half gone. Third term on the Eastland scoreboard.
First multiple goal kicker for the day, Davo.
Yeah, look, this is a real arm wrestle at the moment. I don't know. I can't pick who's going to win. They're going goal for goal. But I really do like the way that Ringwood have been able to respond. Every time that Mitcham have been able to kick a goal, get in front, look like they're going to go on, Ringwood have responded.
I correct myself. Halo has obviously kicked 2 for the Mitcham Football Club as well. I wash my mouth out with soap when I get home. As the umpire throws the ball up in the middle now of Jubilee. It was a shallow one. It was basically set up for Jackson there. He got the handball away. They go forward again here, do the Redbacks marching on. Might look for a little bit of support. He doesn't need to support Barber. He's a superstar. Oh, what a goal that was. Straight out of the guts. That's 2 in a row within 30 seconds. They've opened up an 11-point lead out here at Jubilee Park. The home side just saw the grandstand get up and around that. I tell you what, the sidestepper was Robert Harvey-esque like and slammed it straight over the goal umpire's head. Sensational stuff.
And he becomes the third player on the ground to be a multiple goal scorer. It was very disappointing by the Mitcham player then, who didn't grab him, he bumped him.
Yep.
And enabled him to go on and divert from another player and kick the goal.
The other interesting thing was the way that the ball up, the Mitcham ruckman just tapped the ball down in front of him, and Ringwood read it extremely well.
Perfect.
They knew exactly what he was going to do, so that was just great work from the midfielders of Ringwood.
It's like a training drill, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
So 14 minutes gone, third term. 11 points the margin in favour of Ringwood. Gordon wins the tap down. His brother in Matthew wrapped up there in the tackle, got the handball out at just the last moment there. And a bit of a scramble in the middle there. McArdle just dives on the footy. And umpire Jen Devonish calls for the ball once again.
I tell you what, Ringwood's lifted their intensity. They got a sniff of this.
So Singh and Gordon once again do battle. Ringwood with the clearance. Up towards half forward. There's that man once again, Farmer. Battling with Lachlan Rudd. And now they go forward. This is Brown up towards the hot spot. Beautifully done there and hits Jordanov on the chest. And they've got another opportunity here, Ringwood. Midway through the third term, danger signs for Mitcham because Ringwood are on fire at the moment.
That was a beautiful tap on from Farmer, and then a magnificent centering kick into Jordanov. And been a good move. Jordanov starting the ruck, has now gone forward, a chance to kick another goal.
So Daniel Jordanov, as we mentioned, has already got one for the afternoon, comes in and has missed to the right-hand side.
Boundary.
So 12 points the margin in favour of Ringwood. Let's go down boundary side to Tyson Popplestone for car sales.
Lucas Marrow's just run back onto the ground, guys. His right leg is pretty heavily strapped, but he says it's just to nurse a little bit of pain when he's running around. He's okay.
Good to hear. Great news there from Tyson Popplestone for car
Good work,
sales.
Tyson, having a little chin wag before he runs out onto the ground with the player as well. As the ball comes back into the play, wrapped up nicely there was Riley Nicholas. Another one of those plays, Davo, just pointing that out as the umpire throws the ball up now. Still deep in the Ringwood forward line. Well done there by Gordon. Out of the danger zone, the kick goes out. Now it's in front of the grandstand side. Mitcham had a 2-on-1 situation that time. They had the support. Strong tackling there. Met well there. Jackson took down the big ruckman. Singh went in there. Burmeister was there also. West was trying to barge his way through. He got brought to ground just outside the centre square. We'll have a ball up. 16 minutes gone here in the third term. It's a 12-point margin to the home side. Ringwood out of the pack there. Jackson kicks the ball forward. Gun Farmer underneath it. He couldn't take the mark. The umpire said he copped one high. So it'll be Mitch Farmer to go back to put through his third goal directly in front, 45 metres out. He went in the contest there with Rudd.
He was a bit lucky there because what happened was the Ringwood player pushed the Mitcham player into him, which created the free kick. So a little bit lucky, but he was in front, and tell you what, isn't he having some quarter?
Yep. You're absolutely spot on there, Davo, but the class always prevails, doesn't it? And class should kick the goal here, and class does kick the goal here. Mark down 3 now to Mitch Farmer for the Ringwood Football Club. Mark down a 3-goal lead to the Ringwood Football Club. 17 minutes gone in this third term.
And this has all been because they've been better at the contest. Their last 7 or 8 minutes all around the ground at the contest have been sensational. Yeah. It's an area that Mitcham need to lift in, and I know that you can see at the moment that Neil Winterton's talking to his fellow midfielders. That's boundary. Where they need to lift.
Let's head boundary side to Tyson Popplestone for car sales.
Yeah, guys, Jesse Urin's just come off nursing a rolled ankle. It's already taped. He thinks he's just fallen on and had a bit of a twist.
Danger signs for Mitcham then, as he's been an instrumental player. Urin as they find themselves 18 points down as the Redbacks foray forward once again. Brown leading the charge. Ball knocked over the line and out of bounds for a throw-in.
And again, another clearance from Mitch Jackson in the middle. It's they're just getting it out of the middle far too easily at the moment. Ringwood.
Mitcham become very predictable in those bounce up, Davos. That's the thing.
So dangerous signs for Mitcham at the moment, as we mentioned. 7-8 plays 4-8 on the Eastland scoreboard. Willenberg was brought to ground by 2 Redbacks. And the umpire calls for it again.
Gee, that was a shallow throw-in. Should have been brought back.
To Davo's point earlier in the game, they're still not reading it.
No.
So Gordon won the tap. Fell straight in the arms of Burmeister, who was brought to ground by Carroll. And Burmeister's won himself the free kick. So they'll go forward again, Ringwood. Burmeister just pops it up high to the hot spot. From the back, Farmer takes the grab. Beautifully done there.
Pushing the back paid for the high fly before.
Yeah. Oh, that's a shame because that was an outstanding mark.
Yeah.
Brereton flew early on. There it is there. Yeah. Fair enough too. Good call by the umpire. So Glossop.
Oh, I disagree there.
Could be one for EFL Insight during the week as West plays on. Dangerous kick. And now the Redbacks once again putting the Tiger defence under a fair bit of pressure. West just hacks it off the ground and goes again. Gets the handball out. And now they've worked their way out down the wing, but it seems to be all Ringwood. But now they're on the move, the Tigers.
They need to get it.
Smythe, clever handball over the top. Winterton, what can the playing coach do? Dispossessed of the footy. As he holding the ball, said the umpire. And the free kick going the way of the Redbacks at half back.
Pressure has been sensational by Ringwood in this third term. Really impressed with that. I think pressure's been good from both sides all game. They've stepped it up, the Redbacks, in this third term. Kick goes in towards the middle of the ground. Jackson, he's having some sort of a game as well. Kicks it up towards the half-forward line. Underneath at that time there was Brown. It was knocked away from him at the fall. The ball was Burmeister. Arched the back away from Joseph. Swung around on the left boot. Kicked it up towards the half-forward line over the top of there of Joseph. Hill inside forward 50. An up and under kick. They seem to have the numbers. Big pack forms. Well done there by Rudd. Scooped upon by Hill around the body. Pushed it to the right-hand side and through for a minor score. They are peppering at the moment. Time on in the third term out here at Jubilee Park. It is 51-32, a 19-point lead to Ringwood.
One more goal and becomes really dangerous for Mitcham if Ringwood can kick one more goal.
So fair roost by Carroll out of defence looking for Willenberg. Sees the boundary line on the opposite side of the ground. Eastland scoreboard side of the ground, which reads Ringwood 7-9-51, Mitcham 4-8-32. Nearly 21 minutes gone in the third term, so 19 points the margin. This term Ringwood have really gone on the march and made Mitcham pay out of the middle. So we go again. Burmeister is paddling the ball towards the line, and Elms just tapped it on there and out of bounds on the full, in fact. And free kick going to go the way of Mitcham.
4-3 to 1 point in this quarter. Very disappointing quarter by Mitcham.
Especially as you'd think that they would have had the scoring.
You would think so, yeah.
And they've had some really gettable opportunities, Ringwood, this quarter as well, so it could read a lot worse for Mitcham at this point in time, but they've just got to kick the next goal. It's crucial. As Winterton, little grubber kick up the line, didn't go far, and sees the boundary line again. Smack bang on the wing on the opposite side of Jubilee Park. 7-9-51 Ringwood, Mitcham 4-8-32, 21 and a half gone third term.
And they've got Uren and Marrow both coming on in a moment, and both of them don't look 100%.
Elms and Jordanov contest the ruck. Winterton got the handball out. Now he look to go again, but Collier slams it on the boot. Puts it inside forward 50. Farmer's all by himself. Great spoil in the end, though, by Rudd. And he finds the boundary line.
That was a great spoil, because he could quite easily have given away a free kick for a front on then, and actually got his hand to the football before he went anywhere near the player. Fantastic bit of defensive play.
He's been solid down back today, Rudd, hasn't he? In a day where Ringwood have really pumped the ball in thick and fast. As the ball gets tossed back into play and the players just converge on it. Umpire calls for it again.
Well, they know what they're doing now, as Ray said, with the ruck, and what they're doing is they're going man on man, Ringwood, and just following their man, and then they're just being better at the contest.
So they win the tap down. Elms, bouncing ball, fall in the arms of Blythe there. It just goes to ground, wrapped up there by McArdle, and another ball up. So just looking at that scoreboard, 7-9-51 Ringwood, Mitcham 4-8-32, 23 gone in the third term on the Eastland scoreboard.
So the ball goes up towards the Davis direction. He broke the tackle. He's a clever player. He kicked it to the hot spot. Sitting on the back bar, my second bite. It doesn't matter. Cairns goes, thank you for the gift. I sat in the right spot. You didn't take it, but I'll give it to you anyway, Mitch. We'll call that a goal assist. Ringwood get the goal. 23 minutes gone in the third term now, and it's a very, very, very handy lead, Dave, over 4 goals now.
So first of all, the great kick from Davis, put it in the right area. Secondly, Farmer draws 3 opponents to him, leaving the 2 players free. Ball hits the ground. They've got 2 players that can walk in and kick the goal. It's classic play by Ringwood, played really smart football,
Really
and they've really hurt them on the scoreboard.
Ball back in the middle. They really need something, don't they, the Tigers at the moment? Here's Elms, got the handball away, barging through. They'll go forward, up towards centre half ball, bouncing football. Everything's got to go their way at the moment. Burkett paddled it out, but the Redbacks had the numbers in the centre there. Almost could have been dispossessed, holding the football styles. A late whistle has gone the way of Ringwood, so they'll take that as a gift as well. Collier,
just a
the
little
recipient.
bit of a bit clumsy at the end. I think just fell into his back. That's a monster kick.
It is gigantic as well. It's right in the hot spot at the fall of the ball there. Benny Joseph kicks it off the ground. He wanted it to sit up for him, but he had no option there. Got it away. That gang tackle happened there. Well done by Parker and co. And we will have a ball up right in front of Jacko's famous barbecue out here at Jubilee Park.
And that's what you want your forwards to do. Defensive forward pressure, outstanding then.
Davo, with some of the lengths of the kicks, I think that wind might have changed direction, you know.
Possibility, because I tell you what, there's been two at least 45, 50 metre kicks into an area where we thought the breeze, they were kicking into the breeze.
Well, we'll cross down, thanks to car sales, to Tyson Popplestone to see if Ray Baird's our own Rob Gell.
You've picked it, boys. That wind is definitely favouring Ringwood at the moment. There's a couple of handy goal lead kicking this end, but I still think they've got themselves out to a lead that's going to be hard to catch in that last quarter.
Great stuff there, Tyson. You member of the EFL media team, you'll hear that voice a lot. As the umpire throws it up now, it's across the arc. A big early leap there, that time by Kansas. Kick to goal, brought it down. Lockie Rudd, who we spoke to on EFL Insight during the week, a great servant of the Mitcham Football Club. Made his way after a number of years in the reserves, best on ground, and now a staple is old mate Red Cinnamon as the umpire throws it up. And he likes that nickname too, so I'm allowed to use it as it comes out towards the wing position. Bouncing football, stays alive just. Jackson Halo, no. And you had it right in front of G-Mac and the grog squad of the Mitcham faithful. They were trying to egg that to stay in as much as possible. Boundary throwing, true centre wing position.
You could tell it was out. They could reach over and actually push the ball back in. So I got a funny feeling it was a long way out.
So 8-9-57 plays 4-8-32. 25 the margin on the Eastland scoreboard. Gordon once again wrapped up in the tackle there by Jordanov.
Tell you what, I'm really impressed with Brett Rose coaching today. He's made some great moves. Jordanov into the ruck to release. Seeing has been just a tremendous move this quarter.
Well, Halo raves the pack really well. Up towards half forward. Joseph sees it over the boundary line for the Tigers.
And it goes small forward line with really the target being Farmer, just allowing him to run and jump at the football. Fantastic.
So we'll see another boundary throw in. 27 gone, third term on the Eastland scoreboard. Gordon got a fist to it. At the bottom of the pack there was Winterton. May tries to wrap Willenberg up in the tackle but just keeps charging through.
Gee, Paddy Burmeister's worked hard in the middle today too. His tackling's been exceptional.
Body work by Gordon in the ruck contest there was sensational. Took his opponent out of the contest. And the umpire calls for the ball once again. So on the paint, Mitcham desperately needing a goal before three-quarter time. Ringwood have really gone on the march this third term. Collier slams it on the boot at half back. Ball into the middle of the ground now. Farmer versus Rudd. Farmer's one out, slams it on the boot, and it just rolls its way deep into the forward pocket and out of bounds for a throw-in. Beats Brereton.
We wanted Brereton to go after it and go, anything else can do, I can do better.
I tell you what, that was just smart, wasn't it? From Farmer, they've left him one out. He positioned right under the football, managed to get him, lead him under, and then, it was just great work. He wasn't able to finish it off.
Well, what came out of our chat with Lachlan Rudd on EFL Insight was the fact that Rudd actually dreads lining up on Farmer. Hack shot towards goal has gone across the face.
It's probably not something you want to say on the week that you're actually going to play the team.
Right. Well, I'll put my hand up for that one. I actually put the acid on him and asked the question, and and he was honest. He was actually very honest. So very refreshing chat.
It was awesome. East Ringwood lead Doncaster East by 3 goals in the third term.
You are kidding me.
Well, no, I'm not. And you picked it as well. I heard on pre-match. Wipe that smile off your face, mate. We know you're the genius of the EFL media team. Siren sounds to announce three-quarter timeout here at Jubilee Park. What a term it was for the Ringwood Football Club, the home side, right in front of their faithful as well. And they lead at the third break by a very, very handy 25 points, 8-9-57 to 4-8-32. The major goal kickers for the Redbacks, Mitch Farmer, how much has he stood up? 3 big ones, 2 goals to Harry George, while the only notable goal kicker for the Mitcham Football Club is Jackson Halo. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast, 1377 SEN Plus, and streaming live around the globe on EFL.org.au, including to old mate Brash, who's over in Germany at the moment, smashing down the German sausages. He's enjoying the broadcast. We hope you are too. We'll be back with the final quarter and everything else from as you go local for your football, those around and ground scores right after this.
4 minutes, clear.
Whiteley.
The Cricket World Cup Finals.
Victory for England, they are world champions.
The State of Origin decider.
He scored the try. They have stolen New South Wales in one of the most remarkable finishes.
And every big footy moment.
Elliott gathers against the boundary, open the goal front up and snap it through.
You'll hear it live on SEN and the SEN app. For Ace Gutters, Australian made, built to last. And On Deck Small Business Loans. Approved in hours. OnDeck.com.au.
Hello. National Tiles continues to permanently reduce prices on hundreds of our most popular national tiles. Yes, National Tiles, with massive support from our major Australian, Italian and Asian manufacturers, continues to permanently drop prices on hundreds of lines of national tiles. These unprecedented permanent price reductions continue to cement National Tiles' more than 40-year reputation for the guaranteed lowest price tiles in Australia. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
One could argue that a head coach will never be replaced by a robot. Then again,
Do something, don't think, do.
Robot Building Supplies has everything. Steel, sleepers, wire mesh.
Robots got it.
Roofing and timber.
Robots got it.
Be the winning team on site. For your building supplies, order at robotbuildingsupplies.com.au or call 1300-GO-ROBOT. You'll speak with a real human.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
For some people, snacking is a social thing. For others, it's a private pleasure. Some people snack as a reward for hard work, others as motivation for exercise. We do it at parties, at the movies, on planes, trains and automobiles, in times of grief and happiness. Snacking is what sets us apart from the animals. It's part of what makes us human. So don't stop snacking because you're on a health kick. Just snack better. Slim Secrets has healthy alternatives that taste incredible. slimsecrets.com.au.
Hi, Craig Lowndes here. I may be an expert at wrestling a supercar around a racetrack, but I'm not an expert on tyres. That's why when it comes to my family's safety, I rely on the expert advice I get from the team at Tyre Power. I know that the tyres Tyre Power recommend for my family's car will not only be the right size, they'll be right for local conditions and right for my budget. That's just another reason why I get the power at Tyre Power. Seriously, why would you buy your tyres anywhere else?
You can't get a Rolex for $100, and there's no way you'd get a brand new Ferrari for a couple of grand. We all know you get what you pay for. The same is true with pressure cleaners. Cheap foreign imports lack reliable muscle, but Spitwater pressure cleaners are strong, powerful and built to last. So avoid the fakes and get a pressure cleaner that's Aussie made for tough Aussie conditions. Get a Spitwater. Call 1300 Spitwater or see spitwater.com.au. Spitwater. That's what it does.
The EJ Whitten Legends game is back. Packed with old rivalries and at a new venue, fans will get closer to the action than ever before. This fast, fun and fascinating spectacle all happens at Amy Park on Friday, August 30. Get set for a fantastic night of family fun. It's just $30 for a family, $15 an adult, $10 a concession, and kids under 15 are free. Get your tickets for the EJ Whitten Legends game via ticketek.com.au.
Ah, Paris.
The City of Lights.
Brighten up your travels by switching your electricity and gas to a Qantas Red Energy plan today.
30 seconds.
Qantas points for switching and up to 7 points per dollar on every bill you pay on time. So you can light up your holiday plans even sooner. Plus, it only takes a few minutes to sign up online. Visit qantas.com/red energy.
Residential customers only. Eligibility criteria and terms and conditions apply. Basic plan information documents.
Okay, here we go.
Revolt joins Gary and Tim Monday morning from 7 on 1116 SEN.
Put your mics on now. And go.
Go for it.
Welcome back out to Jubilee Park for the big
Crossover when you
Division 2
can,
clash between Ringwood and Mitcham. It's currently Ringwood 8-9-57 leading Mitcham 4-8-32, 25 points the margin at the final break. Let's go down to Tyson Popplestone for car sales.
Boy, he's got the coach of Ringwood here, Brett Rowe. Brett, great third quarter there. That ball was stuck inside your forward 50. What went so well?
Oh, look, I think we were just, I challenged the group at half-time about being, leaving our pressure, leaving our intensity around the contest. And just when we got there, we just had to work them over every time. And that's what we're about. When we can play that brand of footy, that's what we know we're good at.
Best luck for the last quarter.
Thank you very much there to Tyson Popplestone for car sales with the coach of the Ringwood Football Club, Brett Rowe. And Davo, you spoke about it earlier that you've been really impressed with Brett Rowe's coaching today.
Oh, it's been excellent. I think he's made some great moves. I think the structures that he's been able to change up in the middle each quarter, and now and his forward line has given him that versatility where not relying on one or two people. And I just think I agree with what he said. They just worked him over at the contest that quarter, and that's the area that Mitcham have got to improve on. Must work better at the contest.
Yeah, they certainly do. They find themselves 25 points down as we get the final term underway, and they go inside forward 50, the Tigers through Halo. Marrow scoops up the footy, just slams it on the boot to the hot spot, looking for Elms. Bouncing ball over the top. Who have they got out the back? Nobody. And Ringwood through Whack. Just slammed it on the boot up towards half back, and now they're away through Warren. Scoreboard side up towards Brown there, who takes the mark. So Brown, ugly looking kick in the end, but it landed in the arms of Jackson, so it worked out okay in the end. Moved it on quickly up towards half forward. Jordanov.
I tell you what, Whack was outnumbered 1-4 in that contest down in the goal square, and he just wanted it more than what the Mitcham forwards did.
So flying shot, Goldwood. How's this one going to bounce? And it's hit the post.
Good
for
result,
a throw in.
probably.
It's going to be a ball in, yes.
And a ball in shoes. Deep in attack for Ringwood. And gee, you just get the feeling that it'd be good night Irene for Mitcham if Ringwood can just put through one goal here. Be very tough for the Tigers to get back. 25 points the margin, just over a minute gone on the Eastland scoreboard. Jordanov from the back position. Glossop scoops it up. Handball to Rudd. Rudd handballs, looking for Winterton. And Rudd once again just bursting through, dispossessed of the footy. And yeah, incorrect disposal, said the umpire. So they'll line up here, Ringwood. Harry George winning himself the free kick. He's already got 2 goals to his name this afternoon, George. And this would make it very difficult for the Tigers.
Look, really can't have a go at Rudd about that. He got the ball, he tried to break away. It was just an outstanding forward pressure tackle from George, and that's been an area that I know that Brett would be really happy about what he's done today. His forward pressure tackling has been outstanding.
Yeah, it absolutely has. As George comes in to kick for goal. So right from on the paint, how's the kick going to look? Rudd once again, fists it over the line. Minor score. Ringwood go to 8-10-58. Mitcham 4-8-32. Nearly 2.5 minutes gone. Final term on the Eastland scoreboard.
So the short pass comes in. Ray Baird's been standing with the Mitcham faithful at 3/4 time. What's the feeling?
They think they're still in it, actually.
No worries. Didn't your mother ever tell you not to speak with your mouth full? As Brereton got the handball away to Farmer, 50 metres out from goal. He drives it forward. He pushed it wide, and it went out of bounds on the full.
She did, but has yours taught you to respect your elders?
Bazinga.
Well, someone looks like I'm sleeping in the spare bedroom tonight when I get home. Love your work, Ray. Uren takes it in the back pocket, pokes it up towards the half-back line, centimetre perfect, and it had to be just that way. McCartney takes the mark, got the handball away, using the grandstand side. Probably a time to change it up. Something's got to change here for Mitcham. Strong tackle that was by Zach Elms. And we will have a ball up right on the centre wing position out here at Jubilee Park. We haven't seen too much play close to this side of the ground for most of the afternoon. If you're watching on EFL.org.au like Brad Bird in Malaysia and Brash in Switzerland, he's changed countries. That's how easy it is in Europe. We've been able to follow the play from go to woe. Another stoppage, another ball up. Rucks go at it again. Well done there by Gordon, double fisted, but straight into the arms there of Stelfox. Haven't called his name too much this afternoon. Brought to ground by a strong Winterton tackle, and we'll have another ball up.
That's what they need. They need pressure around the contest, Mitcham, and they need to get clearance and move it quickly.
26 the margin on the Eastland scoreboard. Singh won the tap from behind, but over the shoulder contact, it seems. Bronx cheers from the Mitcham crowd. So Gordon hands it straight off to Halo, who wobbles it towards half forward. And now West just bounces unkindly for him. May dispossessed. Umpire called play on, and Elms brought down in the tackle.
Just unfortunate there. The umpire was on the wrong side of the play there. Didn't see the Ringwood player actually
very stiff.
miss
Very
the
stiff.
ball completely.
Ball up once again. Singh got a fist to it. And it looks like it's gone out of bounds. Seen over the line by Ryan Warren. 8-10-58 Ringwood. Mitcham 4-8-32. Nearly 5 minutes gone final term on the Eastland scoreboard. Tigers have to get something going quickly. 4 versus 1 this afternoon. Division 2 action. Even division in the Eastern Football League. And there's been a whistle. Free kick. And 25 as well. It's going to go the way of Mitcham. Sorry, Ringwood.
That's twice he's given away 25s.
And Samit Singh to take it. So Samit Singh on the wing. Drives it up towards half forward. Looking for a teammate there. Great spoil there by Halo. Looking for Uren. And now bursting through there was Burkett. Wrapped up though by Jordanov. We'll see a ball up.
Again, great forward line pressure from Mitch Jackson around the contest.
So Singh and Gordon. Gordon wins it down. Warren snaps it inside forward 50. Farmer swung around in the tackle. And now Ringwood. What can they produce here? Brereton from the pocket. Brought to ground. Glossop. And he's still battling on, Brereton. Doesn't want to give the footy up. And the umpire calls for it.
Well, he could have given the handball over the top to Farmer, who followed on after the first give off. So I think that's where Farmer was a bit angry.
So one down there by Mitcham. Just tapped towards half back. Nicholas and Carroll. And it's slapped over the boundary line again. Boundary throw in just outside the arc there for Ringwood.
This game slipping away from Mitcham. We're 6 minutes into the quarter now. They've got to get a goal.
3/4 time. It is East Ringwood leading Doncaster East 6-11-47 to 4-5-29. So keep the scores coming through at Footy EFL on Twitter, because this game's going to finish early. We want all the scores, and we want them thick and fast inside forward 50. Goes Farmer. Nicely done there. Halo got the handball away. They feel the pressure, don't they? Here's Uren. Scramble to kick. They're still in that defensive arc. Who can trap it there? Tui overran the football. His second effort was okay, but his opposition player in Blythe was there, and his effort was sensational to keep it in there, and we'll have a ball up.
And that's all you want from your forwards. So again, they tried to transition the ball out and clear it, and it was the forward pressure from Ringwood that kept it in.
Easy knockdown that time by Cairns. Happy to be seen over by Jessie Uren over the boundary line. She goes boundary throw in. 58 plays 32. That's a 26-point margin out here at Jubilee Park. Ringwood holding sway on their home deck, which has been resurfaced ahead of this 2019 season. It is looking absolutely magnificent, and a finals venue as well throughout September. Umpire throws the ball in. Mitcham just trying to clear it out of that danger zone. Uren tackled by Farmer. He just dropped it. The umpire said it was just not enough time to get rid of it. So play goes on and it scrambles out towards the Tui direction, who I feel like has struggled to just trap the football today, a little bit Butterfinger style, and over the boundary line it goes for a boundary throw-in.
So again, they've kept the ball inside their forward 50 just through pressure, and you know, Brett Rowe would be really ecstatic with the work that they're doing early in this last quarter.
The praise he gave his players at 3/4 time, and the amount of confidence in that group was sensational to watch as the handball comes out. It was looking for the Farmer direction, but Mitcham barging their way through. Can they go coast to coast? Can they get that lucky bounce that they're after? McCann was there, got a little paddle on it, goes after it again. They've worked themselves forward nicely here, the Tigers. Got to arch the back, handball backwards to go forwards. Here's Burkett, squeezed the kick up for the big man Gordon. He couldn't take the mark. Knocked away over the back there by Elms at the fall. The ball in there after it was Gordon as well. and brought to ground eventually by Dan Collier. And we'll have the ball up.
They will take that tape away and they'll look at young James Parker then, who has run 35 metres and picked up a run from behind tackle when Mitcham had clearance, and sensational it was.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about that. As the umpire balls it up, we'll have another stoppage. And they'll see they can even freeze frame it with the quality work of LKLM Media on the stream as the umpire throws it up now. Another knock forward. Every little bit counts, doesn't it, in a tough situation? Parker over the football that time. He's happy to concede the stoppage. On top of him, Matty Gordon will have a ball up 25 metres out.
Well, look, they have to score from this, Mitcham. If they don't, then, as Ray said, they're going to run out of time.
9.5 gone, and the Tigers are 26 down. Elms takes it out of the ruck. Willenberg just tries to get clean purchase, but brought down in the tackle again with the Ringwood defenders, and high tackle. So this is Jackson who'll take the free kick.
Gee, hasn't he been good at being in and under the contest?
So Jackson moves it on to Warren, very wide. Deep in the back pocket. They're dictating the play here, Ringwood. Everything's suiting them at the moment. So short chip pass back to Jackson. Spoil came from over the top by Carroll and sees it out of bounds for a boundary throw in inside 50 for the Tigers.
That was probably one of the few times that they haven't used the footy well in the last probably quarter and a half.
So Singh and Gordon once again do battle in the ruck. Gordon gets the advantage in the end. Winterton, little kick off the ground. Carroll once again dances around the Ringwood defender. How will this one go? To the square, hits Willenberg on the chest. And Willenberg will line up from the angle.
This is not a gimme.
No.
So Anthony Willenberg hasn't kicked a goal today, but has been one of the contributors for the Tigers as he comes in. Bit of a tight angle, but he's going to go the banana in the end, and makes no mistake. And the Tigers get the margin back to 20 points on the Eastland scoreboard. 5-8-38 Mitcham, Ringwood 8-10-58. 11 minutes gone. Final term on the Eastland scoreboard.
Next 5 minutes is crucial. They get another one, they're suddenly back in the contest, and things start to tighten up. But at the moment, you'd still think that Ringwood have done enough and got enough on the scoreboard for the win. But as I said, next 5 minutes, if they can get a clearance, get a quick goal, Mitcham, they're right back in this.
Yeah, could not agree more, Davo. It's been a game that's ebbed and flowed, but Ringwood have just really made the most of their opportunities as the footy's landed in the cricket nets, and they've gotten a new Sharon out there for use of the next few minutes. But back in the middle, Jen Devonish balls the ball up. Gordon of the Matthew variety goes up in the ruck, but Ringwood look to get the clearance once again. They go inside forward 50. Brereton slipped over and Glossop just pounced on the footy. Surging kick out wide now, and Halo takes a bounce running down the wing, pops it inside forward 50. Elms in position A. And the Ringwood defence just standing firm just on the last line there, and the ball goes over the line for a throw-in.
That was a good play, and he probably needed to centre it just a little bit more with that kick. He went a little bit wide, made it too easy to defend and put out of bounds. But good clearance and good run, and that's what they need to do, be cleaner with the footy.
8-10-58, plays 5-8-38, 20 points the margin, 12.5 gone on the Eastland scoreboard final term. May takes the ball from the stoppage, wrapped up by two Tigers.
Bayswater trailing to Upper Ferntree Gully by 2 points, 3 minutes into the final term. Wayne McInerney just getting Bayswater back in touch out there.
So driving ball down the wing. Davis has two to beat, does it well. Beautiful handball in the end, works out okay for Ringwood. And now they'll go forward through Farmer. Kick inside forward 50. Oh, the contest was on. Brereton, he's going to go towards goal. Snaps around the body. How will this one go? It's through. Beautiful goal. And Ringwood, they go to 9-10-64. Mitcham 5-8-38. Mitch Brereton, sensational work.
Opportunist goal, read it well. And again, that's been the difference. They've just been able to get it down there and be cleaner. It was good because it was a solid contest down there. Brereton very, very clever when he's close to goal.
And that's his second goal on the Eastland scoreboard for the Redbacks. And I tell you what, really well left there by James Parker on the goal line. That's if you're judging it wrong, and this guy must be pretty good at cricket as well. And when you look at the game out between North Ringwood and Doncaster, it is Doncaster leading by 4 goals in the final term. 8 points is the difference between Vermont and South Croydon early in the final term between the top 5 sides or thereabouts. The 2 grand finalists the last 2 years in Premier Division. As a ball now back out here as Mitcham looked like they were coming. Ringwood just stemmed the flow nicely, didn't they? With that last goal, they lead by a comfortable 26 points. The ball's gone over the boundary line and out, and that man who I just spoke about, James Parker, is the recipient.
And didn't need to give that free kick away. The ball was going out of bounds.
Short passes on.
There was 2 players that actually jumped into his back after it was out of bounds.
So the kick was then smothered by Parker. Gordon goes after it again, and he's been brought to ground. He was trying everything he could. He was trying to move heaven and earth, wasn't he, the big man? But Dan Jordanoff, recipient of the free kick squeeze to kick out Paddy Burmeister, who loved playing towards this end, especially in that second term. On the left this time, we haven't seen him waste anything today. Kicks it in towards the middle of the ground. Out in front, Declan Hill switches it out wide now. This is good play here by Ringwood. They've got the ascendancy. They want to square things up. They go inside forward, 50 now at the back there. Farmer almost stole one. He had some support there in Brereton, who somehow got booted to ball. It's going to trickle towards the boundary line. His teammate out there in Blythe, who wants to use the left, had to handball it away to Davis. He threw it to him. We saw it. It's a free kick to Mitcham, back pocket.
Good throw, though.
Oh, you'd take it every day of the week, wouldn't you? As a kick goes across the face of goal. And who wants it is the question at the moment. Uren, he was up to the task. Handball over the top. They had enough time to raffle at them, Mitcham, so they were able to squeeze the kick out. And the mark has been taken out there by Carroll. Switches the ball inboard. Sorry, that is Carroll now who takes the mark. And he's been given 25 to boot as well. So not too sure what that one was for. Maybe encroaching on the man of the mark. Couldn't see too much back chat as the kick goes forward there. Willenberg out in front. It bounced off his chest, charging through Stel Fox. Who's and then Willenberg, who sort of stood there in position A, waiting for an old school basketball type charge, has probably been a bit stiff there. Free kick goes the way of Brandon Estelle Fox for the Redbacks, who switches it out wide. Here's Scotty Lang. Called his name a lot of times over the years, been a great servant of this football club. Found his teammate in Hill, and you know what? Just because that's what the player of the day is, another 25-metre penalty. Where's Soupy when you need him to mark these ones down? And tell you what, Ray Bear, there's a 35-metre penalty as the kick goes inside, 450 to Farmer. Good jukes out in front. He's strong, he's class, and that is a good mark for Ringwood.
He's such a hard man to match up on because he's got speed and he's good in the air. So, you know, there was nothing the defence could do there. And the one thing that they do need to understand is you can't afford to be giving 25s away to allow suddenly the forwards to get separation, and this guy's been too good today.
And you feel like he's got some more size potentially to go on him as well, but geez, he's very good. 3 goals, like to make it 4, and he makes no mistake. Ringwood are going to take away the points. Back inside the club rooms underneath the grandstand here today out at Jubilee Park. A fantastic performance by the home side at the moment. They lead by 32 points, 70 plays 38, 17.5 gone final term.
And again, the way they brought the football in, their ability to get separation, and Farmer's just been a focal point. He's been, again, too hard for them to match up on, but when the ball hits the ground, they've had Brereton, they've had others down there, so been a very, very good performance from Ringwood today.
I've been a little bit surprised that they haven't moved someone else onto Farmer, though. I mean, he's been a dominant player, particularly in the second half, and they're still going with Rudd.
Well, 3/4 time out at Seabeck Oval, and it's Rowville 13-6-84 leading Montrose 5-8-38. As we're back in the middle here, Blythe driving kick inside forward 50, looking for a target. Davis will scoop on the footy, and how's this one going to go? Gets it back, Davis. Clever handball out. Parker snap around the body. And that goes wide, through for a minor score only. 10-11-71 Ringwood, Mitcham 5-8-38. So Ringwood just charging towards victory now. 18.5 minutes gone in the final term on the Eastland scoreboard. And this has been some performance today by Ringwood. They've gone on the charge in the second half and just put this result, you'd think, beyond doubt, as Tui brings the ball back into play, roosts the kick out towards the wing. May battles it towards the boundary line and sees it over the line and out of bounds for a throw-in.
Tell you what, hasn't Luke Davis been good when he's had the football in his hands? He's calm around the contest, knows exactly what to do. He's a very experienced footballer.
So the ruck to be contested by Gordon and Jordanov. As they go at it, Jordanov wins the tap down. Burmeister driven into the ground. Umpire called play on. Jackson once again. Farmer drives the ball inside forward 50. Just clean bowls the forwards there. Brought to ground there on that occasion was George. And we'll see a ball up. 19.5 gone. 10-11-71 plays 5-8-38. So fourth will knock off first in Division 2 today. Carroll was dispossessed to the footy. And now Ringwood through Jackson once again. Kick towards the top of the goal square. Farmer in position A. Drags in an absolute beauty over Glossop. And he's got 4 goals to his name, Mitch Farmer. He'll line up directly in front as we tick over the 20-minute mark in the final term. And gee, what a second half Mitch Farmer's played.
Oh, he's the difference. He's the difference between the two teams. The focal point that's been able to be good on the ground, good in the air, and no one was going to stop that mark. It's been exceptional.
So Mitch Farmer for a goal number 5 for the afternoon. Comes in, kick, has made it. And Ringwood have their 11th on the board. 11-11-77 the Redbacks. Mitcham 5-8-38. 20.5 minutes gone. Final term on the Eastland scoreboard.
That was brought about not just from his mark, but again, hard contested work, good clearance work, smart hands, and put the ball in a dangerous position, and their forwards have been able to take advantage of it.
And what they've done also is they've kicked the ball high to Farmer, particularly since half-time where he outmarked his opponent.
Another early game happening across the eastern suburbs in Division 1. It is Croydon who've taken home the points to the Knox Football Club today. Final score 6-6-42 to the Blues, 3-5-23 to the Falcons. So a low-scoring affair there, and a win that the Croydon Football Club needed.
And that'll be pressure, because if East Ringwood and Wanturna South, who are in front, happen to get up, that really puts the pressure on Knox at the sitting at the bottom of the ladder at the moment.
Well, Wanturna South not only are in front, but they are double the score of Park Orchards at the moment at three-quarter time, 68-34. Looks like the Devils are home here. And Upper Ferntree Gully, they lead by a handy 11 points at the 7 points over Bayswater today as well. Davis Harrigan keeping us up to date with those scores trickling through. We might even get him online to call the last 5 minutes if that one remains very close. Penelope Knight, she's out north Ringwood and Doncaster. Looks like Doncaster's going to get the 4 points today against the Saints.
Yeah, well, look, again, Farmer's had a shot for goal there and missed one. He should have given it over the top. He had a player by himself in the goal square, but this game's all over, and really, really good performance for Ringwood going into finals. I know I said they've got Baronia last round, but this gives them real confidence.
Yeah, it certainly does. You cannot underestimate what a win like this does weeks out from the finals, a fortnight out. Roosting ball back in by Jake Tui from full back out towards the wing. McCann just battles willfully once again as he has. Collier at the bottom of the pack. Bursting through there was West. And handball fed out to the wrong man in the end. Blythe puts it back inside forward 50. Mark nearly taken there by Brown. Just kick off the ground there by Farmer. Brereton in position A. Will he snap for goal? And it's just away to the left-hand side. Minor score. So the lead now out to, 41 points. 23 minutes gone. Final term on the Eastland scoreboard.
And while Brett Rowe will be very, very happy with what they've done, Neil Winterton will be very, very disappointed with his performance.
Yep.
Goal to Joel Galvin, 1 point the difference. Upper Ferntree Gully lead by 1 point against Bayswater. Toby Prime from the lead of the newspaper is also out at that game. This is your moment. We will get you to call those last 5 minutes as well. We can get Davis with the special comments. Let's go forward now. Here's Mitch Jackson. Got it towards Singh. Jackson then again off the ground. The man of the moment. Mitch Farmer got it back to Jackson. His 3 possessions in a matter of moments. Squeezed a pass out. And they're just doing it as they like at the moment, the Ringwood Football Club, 79-38. It's a big margin at the moment, 41 points. Going back, Steve Brown to have a shot on goal.
It is, and it's not just the margin, it's the way they've been able to do it. They've been relentless, they've owned the last half, and played some very, very good football.
So he comes in now, does Brown. He kicks it right to the goal line. Over the back and almost pulling down a screamer, or has it gone through? No, and it's been paid to Farber. He got the jukes up. I'm not too sure if he had enough of that one. No, he didn't.
He did not control the ball. He should not have been a mark.
It's a lay down Mazaire though. It's a 5. I've got the 4 marks on the score sheet. Now I get to put the line through the middle as he puts it through the middle of the big sticks. Mitch Farmer, 5 goals this afternoon. Almost Eastland Player of the Day type performance. Absolutely sensational out there. And 6 goals he's kicked now for the afternoon. So, okay, let's just give him the award. We don't have to do that.
Well, he's just about kicked the score, Mitcham's score. So he's been outstanding. And it's the way he's gone about it, but again, the versatility in their forward line, the options they've got down there, been really, really impressive, Ringwood.
Yeah. He's actually kicked more than what Mitcham has.
So 12-13-85, 5-8-38. As Ringwood just charging towards victory now.
It's kick 6-3, has he?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think so.
Big day for Mitch Farmer up forward, and what a second half he's played in such a complete performance by this Ringwood side this afternoon.
But the other thing is he played well in the first half, Farmer too.
Yeah, that's right.
He still did some really good things in the first half.
So we're back in the middle now. Gordon wins the tap down. Smythe kicks it inside forward 50. Halo battles with May. May takes possession, wrapped up in the tackle though by Halo. And the umpire will ball it up at half forward for Mitcham.
East Ringwood lead Doncaster East 10-minute mark into the final term by 17 points. So that margin's still sort of staying there. Goal to Ryan Einspawn for Upper Ferntree Gully. They are back out to a 7-point lead. 17 minutes gone into the final term.
Oh, fantastic. Sensational.
So Singh takes the free kick at half back. Handball's off to Lang. Lang up the wing finds Declan Hill.
He's been handy too, Hill. He's done some nice things.
So looks inboard and finds Collier. 26 and a half gone.
Final score out at Quamby. Doncaster defeated North Ringwood 48-37. So an 11-point win there to the Sharks.
So just chipping it around now, the Redbacks. They know they've got the victory. Daniel Collier at half back. Been another strong contributor for this Redback side this afternoon. Collier just roosts it up the wing to a pack of players. Carroll from the back. Singh, though, takes it fortuitously. Taps it on, though, to Hill. And could they have one last forward foray left in them? Davis sends it forward. Hits Farmer on the chest. Hands it back. There's the siren. And that won't count. But Ringwood, strong victory here today at Jubilee Park. 12-13-85 Ringwood have defeated Mitcham 5-8-38 in a 4v1 clash. And this is massive. 2 weeks out from the finals.
Yeah, look, outstanding win. Completely dominated Mitcham for probably last quarter and a half. The Mitcham's first half of the third quarter, they dominated, just could not hit the scoreboard. And from then on, it was just all Ringwood. Just their pressure around the contest, use of the footy, and then they had multiple options up forward, but predominantly Farmer, who has probably kicked 5 in the last half. May have even kicked 6, but he's kicked 5.
He kicked 6 goals for the game, Farmer. So he was a hero up forward for the Redbacks, finishing with 6 big ones. Harry George, 2 goals for Ringwood, along with Mitch Brereton and the rest singles. Nathan Cairns as well getting on the score sheet, along with Daniel Jordanov, who, shouldered a fair bit of that ruck duty, particularly in the second half. While for Mitcham, 2 goals to Jackson Halo and 1 to Carroll, Elms and Willenberg. But, what a result today for the Redbacks.
Yeah, look, a great result by the Redbacks, and I think, Davo, you hit the nail on the head. Great coaching by Brett Rowe. He made changes at half-time to his side. He went in with a smaller forward line after the half-time break and isolated Mitch Farmer on his own on many occasions, and they were able to do that. And when on those occasions they kicked the ball high to him and he outmarked his opponent, it was a great coaching effort by Brett Rowe. And on the other hand, Mitcham, very disappointing, just 2 goals in the second half, and I think they've got a lot of work to do, Mitcham.
Yeah, well, look, you look at what's happened there, and well, they just didn't have any answers, did they? But it all comes down to the fact that they had a dominant ruckman when it came to the hit-outs, but they were unable to source it at the contest. They didn't get enough players winning contested football to get it into their forward line to put some danger or put some pressure on the Ringwood back half. So that's the game in a nutshell, I think. I think that's where Neil will be really disappointed, is the fact that Mitcham just weren't able to get their hands on the football enough around the source.
We often talk about the evenness of Division 1, but Division 2, how even has that been this year? 4th has knocked over 1st today.
Yeah, and look, and the way it was a couple of weeks ago, I think it was 4th knocked off 1st and went to 1st. So that was Templeside. I think they might have beaten Mitcham a couple of weeks ago and went up to 1st and then lost and went back to 3rd. So it is so even at the moment. I'm not sure what this will do to the ladder, but it certainly allows Ringwood a bit more breathing space and puts a bit more pressure, I think, on Heathmont to have to win now to get in.
Davo, you spoke about Mitcham having a dominant ruckman, and I agree totally. But you can have a dominant ruckman, but they become too predictable, and that's what happened today, because I would say that 99% of his hit-outs were exactly the same to the same spot. You've got to when that happens, you have a dominant ruckman, okay, but when it's not working out like it didn't work out, particularly after half-time today, that ruckman himself has got to do something different.
Well, let's have a listen to the song. Always great to hear, isn't it? The song at the end of a big victory, particularly one such as this. Let's just recap that final score and goal kickers. Ringwood 12-13-85 have defeated Mitcham 5-8-38 today out here at Jubilee Park. Goal kickers for Ringwood. Mitch Farmer finished with 6 majors to his name today, so a massive game from him. Harry George 2, along with Mitch Brereton, Daniel Jordanov and Nathan Cairns, each with singles. While for Mitcham, Jackson Halo finished with 2 majors, Zach Carroll 1, along with Elms and Willenberg. 4th played 1 today, and 4th came up the victors in the end. And we were just talking about that the evenness of the competition, but it's interesting now that Ringwood, they were in danger of missing finals, or it was somewhat in jeopardy with Heathmont reviving their season in recent times. But, it's today's a confidence-boosting win for the Redbacks.
Oh, definitely. And, this is a side that if they play finals, they're going to probably play, there's a potential to play against them in finals, and to have a win like this has been excellent.
Well, we see sides at this stage of the year, particularly in Division 2, coming right at the right time of the year. Baronya's the prime example of that, sort of eerily similar to what happened last year, with everything clicking at the right time of the year. But, anyone inside that top 4 at the moment, you just can't discount them, can you, at the moment with the way that the competition's gone?
Oh, without a doubt. And I think you look at what's happened over the last couple of weeks, you get this funny feeling about Baronia. They look like they're on the right step. I don't know what's happened today, but they certainly look like they're heading in the right direction. Ringwood, they showed us today that they, on a big ground, they can play great football with a very versatile setup. And Mitcham have had an off day, but they've also proven over the last number of weeks you don't sit on top of the ladder if you can't play football. No. We know they can play football. They weren't at their best today, and they certainly need to work on some things, but this is why it's such a good division. And as you said, Division 1 is sensational. Division 2 is matching it just as much.
The unsung hero just about, isn't it? But
yeah.
If we look at that, you mentioned that versatility in the Ringwood side. For mine, based on what I've seen of Ringwood this year, they look a bit more versatile than this time last year.
Yeah, look, the one thing about them last year was that there was a predictability about them, but it wasn't a bad predictability. You had someone like Power in the ruck who was absolutely dominant, particularly. It's one of those ruckmen that he was so good during the first 3 quarters and then would dominate the last quarter. His size, his strength, his mobility. And then they had Trent Farmer, who was one of those forwards who, it wasn't unusual for him to take 11 marks and have 16 shots at goal and kick 9-7. But when he was taken out of the contest, they didn't have plan B or plan C as much. This year, they're not as predictable, and it looked like today they had plan A, B, C, D and E, and they didn't need all of them to work, but I tell you what, a couple of them did, and they certainly ran away with it.
Yeah, it's amazing what happens when you take arguably your 2 best players out of the lineup. Through necessity, you can sort of invent different things to come up with that may very well work for you, and gee, it came off for Ringwood very well today. Just a score update, 22 minutes into the final term, Upper Gully versus Bayswater. Upper Ventry Gully 8-10-58, Bayswater 5-9-39, 23 minutes gone in the final term, and Upper Gully on a fair bit of a roll at the moment.
Oh, definitely, and we predicted that they were a chance to get up today, and that it just closes that division up even more if Upper Gully get up to win, because I think we've also seen that East Ringwood were a chance to win. We saw Wanturna South are a chance to win. That then closes that Park Orchards roll up. So again, off the top of my head, you could end up having about six teams within that third spot option.
And just when you think the relegation battle may be done and dusted, like it sort of looked like a couple of weeks ago, Wanturna South pulls out a performance like they have today. They led by 34 points at 3/4 time over Park Orchards, and that throws a real cat amongst the pigeons.
Well, even East Ringwood, if they get up today as well, that's another one that's sort of unexpected.
Well, if both those sides get up, then that's put real pressure on Knox, because we know Knox have been defeated today. I think we know that they've been defeated today.
Well, it looked like they were, yeah.
Yeah. So you've got a situation that if they do, then next week, what have we got? Is it next week? Yeah, next week you've got Knox and Upper Gully. You've got Croydon, Lilydale, Park Orchards, Bayswater, Donny East, Wanny South, and Mooroolbark East Ringwood. My goodness, again, I've just got 5 coins and tossed them all up again.
Throw them all up at once.
So, very, very interesting.
Yeah.
Well, let's cross boundary side to Tyson Popplestone for car sales, who looks like he's with Mitch Farmer with 6 big ones to his name today.
I tell you what, I was lucky enough to pull the man of the moment out of the club rooms. He was a popular man in there. Mitch, mate, must be a good feeling to knock off that first place team in Mitcham with 6 goals. What does that one mean for the club leading into finals?
Yeah, no, that's huge. We've been up and down the last month or so. So, with the loss, disappointing loss last week, and to beat the top side by a fair bit was it's a good effort.
I thought it was going to be a pretty close battle, even leading into that last quarter. You had a couple of handy goals lead, but I thought there was potentially a chance that wind could have been a big factor. But you seemed to take that great form and the confidence into the last quarter. Was there any standouts for you? Any particular play that you thought really helped the team keep it together for that last part of the game?
Yeah, everyone. We all played a part. The back stood up well, very strong down there. Not much gets through there, as you can see by the score. Midfield, they were huge all day, just working hard. Cole, Paddy, Jacko, Samit was awesome in the ruck, and DJ and everyone else going through there. And the forwards just worked well. There was good space, and everyone was just good leading patterns, and it was just a all-round team effort.
Mitch, we've spoken about the evenness of Division 2 competition this year and the fact that there's that top echelon of sides each fighting it out for that top spot at the ladder. But what was the build-up like to this one all week, particularly on the training track, with it being a 4v1 clash?
It's just similar to every week. We just have to bring what we know we're good at and we know we can stand up against the best teams in the league. So as long as we perform on the day, we know we can get the job done.
I think, Mitch, today one of the things that we noticed was the fact that after half-time, by moving Jordanov into the ruck, allowed you to get a smaller forward line. You're able to get lots more separation, and it then became really difficult for the Mitcham players to peel back and block up the forward half. Is that what you certainly planned at half-time?
Yeah, we always have a smallish forward line just through the personnel. So, yeah, it works well. They all will work well together and entwine together, and yeah, it just worked today. I think just clicked.
And will you be getting the tape of this and sending it to your brother and saying that he's not the only one that can take marks in the forward line and kick goals?
Pretty sure he's up there today and he can see everything.
Mitch, we spoke about the wind here in the caravan, and it looked to us as though it was swirling around in circles at different stages. Was it hard out there to mark the ball?
Yeah, it was just sort of strong across, straight across the ground, sort of. So it was strong out there, but yeah, that's obviously why the game was played mostly on that side of the field. But it wasn't too bad, I don't reckon. I still reckon the ball held direction right. So yeah, not too bad, I don't think.
Tell us about Anthony McCann. He was sensational today, I thought, under pressure down back, particularly at stages when Mitcham kept pumping the ball in pretty fast.
Yeah, he's awesome. Rarely gets beaten one-on-one. Always stands up and just does his job every week. So, yeah, he's a ripper, Smallsy.
We spoke to Brett Rowe before the game about Sameet Singh, and I heard you touch on him just before, but how have you followed his journey? It's such a sensational story, isn't it? And to see him go up against Will Gordon today in the ruck and more than hold his own was fantastic.
Yeah, Sameet's amazing. It's a great story. It's awesome for football, and he's an absolute legend. So, yeah, he deserves it all, and yeah, I love the way he goes about it. He did an awesome job today, and really, really, really important for our team.
With winning the game today, you go into next week against the Basin, and then you finish off, I think, against Baronia. You must be confident now that you can knock those sides off as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've beaten every team, so it just goes to show if we bring what we're good at, bring what we know, we can get the job done on the day, hopefully.
Well, Mitch, congratulations on a stellar performance today. 6 goals to your name. Congratulations on that. And get in and enjoy the celebrations, mate.
Thanks, boys. Cheers.
Mitch Farmer, superstar from the Ringwood Football Club. And gee, I liked your question, Davo, about would you send the tape to his brother? He was apparently up in the stand, so he must have come back from overseas, and you'd think maybe he'd be, considering pulling the boots on, or I don't think he's eligible now to be pulling the boots on this stage of the year, but gee, he sees his Ringwood side going about it very nicely, and maybe he may regret his decision to miss the year.
Yeah, you'd hate to think that you look at them and they get up and win one after he'd been part of a team that had an opportunity over the last couple of years.
Well, final score coming through from Upper Ferntree Gully and Bayswater. Upper Ferntree Gully 8-11-59 have knocked over Bayswater 7-9-51. So 3 comprehensive victories over those top 3 or 4 sides in the Division 1 competition. Let's cross down boundary side to car sales to Ben Warren Smith.
Well, we're boundary side, and tell you what, you hear the saying, you got to crack a solo. If anyone deserves to crack a solo tonight, and probably a little bit more as well, is the number 4 from the Ringwood Football Club, Brandon Stelfox, who had a run with role with the playing coach of the Mitcham Football Club today, Neil Winterton, and an absolute stellar performance by yourself, mate. I even called out at one time when you got a possession later on in the game. We hadn't called your name out too much, but with that, you had that run with role and you shut a player of his ilk and class and a leader of that football club right down. Congratulations to you. You must feel on top of the world at the moment.
Yeah, thank you very much. The last couple of times he's probably got on top of us a little bit. As you said, he's a class player. And he's never out of the contest, so we identified during the week, you got to keep an eye on him at all times because he'll get on the end of it and he'll hurt you with his foot. So, yeah, cheers.
And I'll tell you what, you're doing a few exercises, Pilates styles down here. I'm like, I'm going to get Brandon. I'm going to have to get down and dirty the pants and have a chat with you, mate. But you're finished there now. What's that about your end-of-game routine there, what you were just doing there?
That's just me stretching up, trying to take care of myself. I'm getting older and struggling a little bit with my body. So, I've just got to make sure I stretch after the game. And I know it's a bit weird, but it works. And, I haven't been out with injury yet this year, so I'll keep doing it.
No, there's nothing weird about that at all, because you need your space. Everyone's doing the same thing in there. You don't need people like you got the faithful in there. The stench of everybody else come out here in the breeze, mate, and you can do your recovery whichever way you like. The enthusiasm in the rooms after the game was sensational there, and just listening to Rowie chat to the boys, you guys, you sense that confidence, and I sensed it at quarter time, half time, and three-quarter time today. You boys are right up for the challenge today, and you know that you are right up there with a big shot at this year's title.
Yeah, absolutely. We're pretty confident in the way that we can play footy. It's just a matter of sticking to the way we do it. We do waver every now and then, and that's when teams can really get on top of us. But if we keep playing the way that we want to play, we can match it with the best, and that's what happened today.
Here's the guys in the van straight across there. Brett Davidson.
Well, I'll go first, but Brandon, you mentioned the body's getting a bit older and you need to take a bit more care of yourself. This ground's absolutely sensational. It's had the resurface. How have you found that impacting on your body and how the team's recovered over the journey?
Yeah, it's at the start of the year, it probably was a little bit hard being a new ground, but it's really softened up now. And last year we had a bit of issues with shin splints or whatnot, but this year, just being that bit older after it's been resurfaced, everyone seems to be in good nick. So we're very lucky to get to play here and train here each week because it's a beautiful ground, as you said.
Brandon, Rowie gave you the role with Winterton today. Is that a role that you've played similar during the season?
Not too often. There's been a couple of times when we've identified, like last week, Davenport, he killed us at the start of the last quarter, so I got sent to him. Brent English I've been sent to at times, but it's not something I've been told to do for a whole game as of yet. So it was a bit of a first day, but it seems to have paid off, we think.
Well, I suppose, Brandon, one of the things is that if you've got that string to your bow, then it's something that keeps you in the team, because it's something the coach really needs to have, someone that's able to do that shutdown role. And how did you find actually playing against Winterton? He's a very smart player. His ability to get out the back of the contest is good, but he also can work hard inside the contest. What did you have to work on to make sure that he actually didn't have any influence at all?
I think the biggest thing was probably bodying him early at stoppages. Just watching, footage of past games, he likes to body on you early and, take you by surprise. So I suppose just staying on top of that and making sure you got the body on him first and get him off balance. That was pretty important in the way I went today. And in terms of, getting his outside ball, just not finding yourself ball watching, just constantly knowing where he is and making sure that he's not getting in the end of any kicks.
Well, Brandon, go Ben.
No, I was going to wrap it up myself. I was intrigued to know, getting older in age, for all us fossils in the van, how old are you, mate? Getting on in the years?
Yeah, I'm 24 this year.
You've got to be kidding me. Mate, you're absolutely sensational today.
Ben, I was wearing nappies at 24.
World War I hadn't even started at that point, mate. Congratulations, Brandon. We look forward to calling you guys in the finals, mate. Sensational stuff.
Yeah, thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
Brandon Stelfox down there with Ben Warren Smith for car sales. And 24 years old, he's getting on in the years.
Yeah, poor old bloke, he's had to do all those exercises.
He did a great job on Winterton too.
I've got to do those exercises to get out of the chair, not worry about getting up to do an interview. My goodness gracious.
Well, if you're just joining us now on EFL Game Day, let's recap the final score. 12-13-85 Ringwood have defeated Mitcham 5-8-38. So a comprehensive victory for the Redbacks today. Mitch Farmer finished with 6 majors to his name. He was sensational. Harry George, 2 goals. Mitch Brereton also with 2. Daniel Jordanov and Nathan Cairns round out the goal kickers with singles. While for Mitcham, Jackson Hallow booted 2 goals. Zach Carroll and Zach Elms and Willenberg each with singles. But start thinking about your 3-2-1, gents, because today I get the feeling it's going to be pretty difficult given the number of contributors Ringwood had today.
Yeah, I've done mine, but if you want me to do mine, I'm pretty happy to go through them.
Yep. Well, fire away. We'll just have a quick look, a quick insight before we go through. Davo, who did you have?
Well, I thought it was difficult, as you said. I think there was a lot of good players. I've given 1 vote to Anthony McCann. I thought his work around the ground all day was exceptional. He was good with ball in hand. He was a calming influence, and even when Mitcham were on top, he was one of those players that was able to control the football when he got it. I'll give him 2 votes to Mitch Jackson. I really like the work that he does in the contest. He worked extremely hard. He ran hard all day, and I was really impressed as a young player in this side. His ability in and under was fantastic. It's pretty hard. You kick 6 goals in a game of football. It's pretty hard to go past best on ground to being Mitch Farmer, because he also played a good first half of football, but it was the way he went about it. He was good in the air, he was good on the ground, he gave the ball off, he ran hard, but he was so hard to match up on, and I thought he was easily best on ground.
Ray?
Yeah, well, look, I gave 1 vote to Mitch Jackson as well. I thought his game was outstanding. He was one of those midfielders that were able to shut down the Mitcham midfield in that second half. 2 votes to another midfielder, Luke Davis. He had a lot of the ball and used it well. And 3 votes, obviously, to Mitch Farmer. Not only did he kick 6 goals, but he probably assisted in another 3 or 4.
Well, let's cross down boundary side for Carsales to Tyson Popplestone, and he's with Michael Grierson.
Boys, I'm a lucky man. I'm getting pick of the crop from the club rooms tonight. I have got Michael Grierson standing right next to me. Mike, mate, congratulations first of all on a big game. It's obviously a really important win against the top side going into the last couple of grounds. Did you think it would be such a blowout, or do you think you were up for a bit more of a closer battle today?
Going up against the top team in Mitcham, you always think it's going to be a pretty tough game, but they did a pretty good job against Templestowe a couple of weeks ago, won by 40 points, and then we lost to Templestowe last week, so we knew they were going to be bringing it.
Yeah. What do you think in particular was that you guys did so differently to open up such a big margin? I mean, it was a fairly close battle, even up until 3/4 time. Just the team seemed to gel, the confidence was high, and I could tell from Brett Rowe that 3/4 time huddle, there was a real congruency. There was a tight-knit group that just looked like they were ready to take this game. Did you feel that out there on the field?
Yeah, well, before the game we said the one thing we really want to go hard at today is the intensity. First with the ball, don't let it out, and just that pressure. And I think that's what we really bought for 4 quarters today, and then that's why we're so pumped up at 3/4 time.
Yeah, I understand. I reckon one of the big things after a game like that, it's almost hard for me standing on the sideline to pick anything that you guys need to improve. But obviously, being a tighter knit part of that team and actually being in amongst your group, going into the last couple of games, what are the areas that you guys are looking at working on and improving to really give yourself the best shot at the title this year?
Just consistency all throughout the game for 4 quarters, really. Just running out games and not letting leads slip, just stuff like that.
Mick, it's Brett Davidson here. How are you?
Yeah, good, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good. The beard now. I haven't seen that. You certainly didn't have that in year 8 when you were at school. So how long have you had that, and what's been going on here, mate?
About 5 weeks. Just a bit of laziness, really.
Oh, now I understand that perfectly. Now, look, a couple of things. You've seemed to have slotted yourself into the side over the last couple of years really well. Where do you like to play, and what's your position that you think you can give best to the team?
Favourite position would be half-back. I'd run and carry sort of thing.
Yeah, and look, and I think that's one of the things we looked at today, your ability to be able to make sure that you lock down your forward, but your run and carry's been really good. And when you're able to then spread the footy and get it down into that dangerous forward line, it certainly makes the team pretty hard to match up on.
Yeah, that's what we like to do, defend first and then attack from there. We know we're going to have the runners out spreading, so yeah, it's just the way we like to play.
Ringwood are a seasoned side in terms of playing finals, and we're 2 weeks out from another finals campaign, but how have the training loads been managed leading up?
Nothing's really changed for us, really. Just keep doing what we're doing, and yeah, it's fine. Like, we don't change anything really week to week. It's just pretty much the same thing.
Well, Michael, we thank you very much for joining us here on EFL Game Day, and congratulations on a fantastic performance this afternoon.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Michael Grierson, star with the Ringwood Football Club, and reliable as ever this afternoon.
Yeah, look, he was good. And again, he's one of those unsung sort of hero blokes that they've got in the side. They've got a lot of really good role players, and to be honest, today they reminded me a little bit of Baronia of last year. Baronia, when you look at them, they've got some really good footballers, there's no doubt about that, but they had a lot of good role players, and they were very difficult to match up on because of their versatility. And Ringwood today reminded me a lot of the way they went about their football, and I was super impressed with them today.
Dave, you look at the ladder and the division as it stands, and I think it's going to boil down to a fact that forget about your star players and all that in each of the top sides, because they're all always going to be stars. But from the 15th player down to the 22nd player, I think that Ringwood, looking at their side today, have probably got one of the best 15 to 22s in the competition.
Yeah, look, and I would tend to agree, and you're right about that, Ray. If you look at the top four sides in the competition at the moment, and you've got Mitcham, you've got you've got Mitcham, Baronia, Ringwood and Templestowe, none of those sides have got a standout absolute superstar that wins the game each time, and that's why the division's been so even. So it's all about your bottom 6 to 8 players in your side. Yep. So whatever side has got those bottom 8 that are able to consistently perform, then they're going to be the side that wins. And that's why I think you've seen such a turnaround during the year of teams being up and down because of that very, very thing. Yeah. It'll come down into that in the finals. It came down into the finals last year where Baronia were able to win because their bottom 8 were better than anybody else's bottom 8 in the competition.
Well, not only has that bottom 8 got to be good, but that bottom 8 have got to have the ability to be able to be adaptable to play either forward or back or midfield as well.
Yep. Well, just quickly before we cross boundary side to Tyson Popplestone for car sales, a couple of results coming through from Division 1. East Ringwood 7-12-54 have knocked over Doncaster East 6-8-44, so a 10-point win there to the Roos. What a performance. And Wanturna South 11-9-75 defeating Park Orchards 6-7-43. Big win for the Devils there, but let's head down to Tyson Popplestone for car sales. He's with Anthony McCann.
Boys, I have got Anthony McCann down here. He's a tough man. He's still rocking his singlet and his little shorts out in the footy oval. It's starting to get really chilly. But, mate, congratulations on a big win. There's a real buzz down there in the change rooms. The guys have got up with a big victory today. Just from your perspective, I've been interested in trying to suss out what the club thinks they did so well today. And I'd just love to get your opinion on, hey, from where you played, what do you think it is your team did so well to bring you home with such a big win today?
Yeah, I guess we've lost a couple of games this year in the wet, so in the build-up we actually thought, if we really bring our intensity and ferociousness to the contest, that will keep us in good stead. And obviously we've sort of been up and down during quarters, so just playing a 4-quarter effort was also a big focus, and I think, we did that pretty well.
Yeah, you really seem to bring that pressure. The tackling pressure in the last quarter was incredible. The inside 50s that you guys had in the third quarter was great as well, and just added that essential pressure. But going into next week and the week after, you've obviously got a couple of tough battles yet before finals. How are you feeling going into that, and what is it you think you're going to do this week in order to bring the game that you brought today to the following couple of games before finals?
Yeah, so we got Basin next week, and obviously over at their ground, it's a nice and small ground, so that's just going to be another, pretty physical, contested game. So I think, again, we'll just focus on our tackling and our pressure around the contest, and that should hold us in good stead. And then Baronia again here, so, again, they're always close games between them, and hopefully, if we bring what we brought today, we'll obviously go pretty well.
And this late in the season, obviously, you've got quite a few games up the belt. The body's starting to get a little bit weary, a little bit tired. There's plenty of recovery that goes into getting ready for next week. What do the next few days, particularly even the next few hours, look like in terms of, making sure that body's recovered and going into next week as fresh and as and in shape as you can?
Yeah, that's right. It is the back end of the year, and you do get those niggles. And myself being over 30, obviously feel it a little bit more than the younger boys. So obviously got to pay a bit more attention to that. But obviously the boys ice up and, whatever niggles they have. And then, Tuesday we'll normally just do what we normally do. And we did a bit of a running block during, earlier in the year, but we've tapered that off again now, and it's more about recovery and making sure we're right to go on game day.
Smalls, it's Brett Davidson here, mate. How are you?
Yeah, good, Davo. Yourself?
Yeah, good. Oh, you've made me feel old when you said you're just over 30, mate. You're killing me.
Sorry, mate.
One of the things that I've noticed about you this year, probably compared with last year, is the fact that you have a real versatility about the entire group, and that there doesn't seem to be... Brett's not afraid to really change up your structure depending upon the style of game or what's happening in game. Is that something that you've noticed as well this year?
Yeah, definitely. We've got a number of blokes that can play numerous positions. Like we've got, as you saw today, Mitch Farmer went forward and kicked a few in the second half, and he can play on ball, and Dan Collier does the exact same. I think that's the thing about being a good side, being able to react and be versatile when, things might not be going your way, or you need to find an edge, being able to swing blokes in different positions and them rise to the occasion. And I think we've been pretty good at that this year.
And the back line, I just had a look at your back half, and it seems it's really solid, really structured, and you seem to work really well together. Having a back 7 or 8 is really important. Is that something you've also found this year that's been important?
Yeah, well, this year we've had probably only about 8 or 9 guys play through there for the whole year, so we've been pretty lucky that we've had the consistency of the same blokes playing those positions all year. So we've all got a pretty good understanding of each other's game and how we want to play from the back half. And I think that works well for us. And, playing on big grounds like here, we do look to switch. And then when you need to, lock it down, play defensive and play down the line. So we've got an understanding of where matches are at and what, how we want to play.
Well, Anthony, we thank you for joining us here on EFL Game Day. Congratulations on the win and congratulations on a great performance today, and all the very best for the coming weeks.
Thank you.
Anthony McCann from the Ringwood Football Club. And if you're just joining us, it was Ringwood 12-13-85 defeating Mitcham 5-8-38 in Division 2 round 16 action. We're going to go to a break here on EFL Game Day, and when we come back, all our votes from this afternoon.
The Monday means...
And you're clear, thank you. 4 minutes.
There's reds, browns. I think I want a bit of character. Oh, wow, look at all these choices. Oh, there's tulips.
Let's go for the tulips then. They just look gorgeous.
Tobin Brothers Funerals' latest Memory Maker app now gives you more choice than ever before. Select from a wide range of coffins, caskets and floral arrangements, view them in 360 degrees and compare selections and prices. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating life.
Ah, New York, New York.
And the bright lights of Broadway.
Brighten up your travels by switching your electricity and gas to a Qantas Red Energy plan today. You'll earn up to 15,000 bonus Qantas points for switching and up to 7 points per dollar on every bill you pay on time, so you can light up your holiday plans even sooner. Plus, it only takes a few minutes to sign up online. Visit qantas.com/red energy.
Residential customers only. Eligibility criteria and terms and conditions apply. Basic plan information documents available at redenergy.com.au/Qantas.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. The very latest tiles to hit the market by storm are encaustic decorator floor tiles. And National Tiles have stormed the market on these amazing new tile designs at half the price of our competitors. So for the very latest in encaustic decorator floor tiles at half the market price every day of the year, go to nationaltiles.com.au now and save.
You can't get a Rolex for $100, and there's no way you'd get a brand new Ferrari for a couple of grand. We all know you get what you pay for. The same is true with pressure cleaners. Cheap foreign imports lack reliable muscle, but Spitwater pressure cleaners are strong, powerful, and built to last. So avoid the fakes and get a pressure cleaner that's Aussie made for tough Aussie conditions. Get a Spitwater. Call 1300 Spitwater or see spitwater.com.au. Spitwater. That's what it does.
Hangry pain kicking in? Well, your lunchtime just got a whole lot more magnifico. Introducing you to 400 Gradi's latest offering, $25 lunch. From 12 till 3 p.m, choose from wood-fired slices of traditional Italian pizza, juicy squid linguine, fluffy gnocchi, or succulent braised lamb. Enjoyed with a wine, beer, cocktail, or soft drink. That's right, an Italian feast for a mere $25 awaits you at Brunswick, Eastland, and Essendon restaurants. 400 Gradi.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
Sometimes in footy, going through the motions, players can feel like a robot.
And what's wrong with that?
Nothing. Sorry, robot.
I can kick goals from 50 on my opposite leg.
No, you can't. But Robot Building Supplies can save us time and money. Steel sheeting and stumps.
Robots got it.
Wire mesh, roofing and timber.
Robots got it.
Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. RobotBuildingSupplies.com.au.
Robot Building Supplies.
What a trip.
So 1 minute, we'll get Penelope up during the next break, is that correct?
Soul, sun shining, surrounded by bright, like-minded individuals. Man, we were pampered and polished, treated with such care. After a time like that, you drive home feeling so fresh, so relaxed.
Treat your car to
to a getaway as good as yours. Book a car wash with valet parking at melbourneairport.com.au.
Oh man, so easy.
Legendary for placing men's health in focus, the EJ Whitten Legends game is back. On 1116 SEN's Instagram page, enter for this money can't buy experience. Tickets into a pre-game function and post-match Legends change rooms access for you and a mate. To enter, follow SEN on Instagram, head to the latest EJ Whitten Legends game post, comment and tag a friend, then you could win. The EJ Whitten Legends game, Friday, August 30th.
Here we go, 10 seconds.
Campaign.
Nick Revolt joins Gary and Tim Monday morning from 7 on 1116 SEN.
Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Okay, I'm going to put your mic on now.
Yes,
And go.
Yes, welcome back out to Jubilee Park, and well, there was a huge clash out here today. We've been waiting for it, we got it, and the home side got the points, and they didn't just win the points, they destroyed the game today. They won by 47 points, the home side Ringwood today. They defeated the top of the table Mitcham Football Club. Final scores out here were 12-13, 85 to 5-8. 38. A great job done by Tyson, having a chat with the winning players from the Ringwood Football Club. We enjoyed having a chat with them. We enjoyed being down into the rooms as well. It was a song that was filled with a lot of gusto and a lot of confidence as well down there. We know how strong Ringwood have been in the especially last season. We know what happened at the end. We won't even talk about that result because they started off slowly. They've hit their straps. Then they've dropped a little bit back towards the pack a little bit. Now they've come back and they've stamped their authority. There's only a couple of games left. They're on the eve of the finals. They know how to do things. There's a lot of confidence amongst this group and a great ground to call football in what has been an incredibly wet week in Melbourne as well. This is exceptional stuff by the people at Ringwood to have this ground looking as good as it is at the moment. I won't go anything more about that because I can see Davo doing a little bit of a head wobble in the background. But we've gone through the votes of Brett Davidson and Ray Baird, but we're going to go through now Tyson Pobblestone's votes on the boundary today, first time, and you did a great job, mate. How did you see your votes go out today?
I'll tell you what, it's hard to look past a team full of Ringwood players who have just knocked off the top team by such a margin. I am, though, going to chuck a vote to Mitcham's Jesse Uren because I think just his ability to get in and around the football, I mentioned it earlier, his ability also just to pick a target and hit it. He also came into the packs nice and hard, which I really liked. He gets my first vote. Back to Ringwood, though, for 2 and 3. I'm going to give Sameet Singh 2. And that's because I think at pivotal moments during the game, he was just there. I think in the ruck, he took a couple of crucial hit-outs. More than that, he got a couple of crucial kicks, which led to important goals. And I just think it was hard to look past that. Actually, and the bloke I'm giving 3 votes to is also thankful to Singh, I would say, and that's Mitchie Farmer. It's just hard to look past so many goals. He was a standout on the field today, and I think it'd be unfair to give 3 to anyone else.
Yes, well, you've certainly told me how my 3 votes should go. I like the confidence of the boy. I like it a lot. So I'll start from the top and work my way down, shall I? 3 votes goes to Mitch Farmer. What an absolute class act. And we've talked so much on this team about his brother for a number of years, and just for him to stand up now is just a testament to his ability, which is absolutely superb. 2 votes goes to Mitch Jackson, also from the Ringwood Football Club. I'm keeping with the theme of Ringwood, the Redbacks, right the way through, and my final 1 vote goes to Anthony McCann, who I thought solid as a rock today for the Ringwood Football Club, which when we look at the results, I think it is it's unanimous, isn't it, Dan?
Yeah, well, it certainly is. And, I gave 3 to Mitch Farmer.
Oh, sorry, I thought you'd done yours as well.
No, I haven't done mine. But, it's you agree with Tyson. You just can't give it to anyone else. So 6 goals today was massive. So McCann I gave 2. I thought he was fantastic down back. And Mitch Jackson I gave the 1 to. So the final standings, Mitch Farmer well ahead, 15 votes. Our Eastland Player of the Day. So he takes home a $100 Eastland gift card.
Fantastic stuff, and only 5 players or 6 players were announced within the best players on the ground between the EFL media team today. So some really big standouts there. So congratulations to all the players who were named there. But we turn our attention now to the Trojan workhorse, who gets a $150 Trojan toolkit today. Brett Davidson, this honour's bestowed upon you right throughout 2019.
Yeah, look, this was I thought pretty clear you had to look at what did you have to do to beat Mitcham, and one of the things is that you've often got to take one of the influential players out, and their most influential player is their captain coach. And for Brandon Stelfox to go out and take a class player who's got well over 200 games of EFL experience behind him in the captain coach, Neil Winterton. I thought his performance today was very, very workmanlike, and he certainly deserves the award today. So Brandon Stelfox of Ringwood Football Club.
Yeah, 24 years young he is as well, as we heard after.
I should have said the old fox. Yeah.
Congratulations to Brandon. Really stood up in a tough game with a tough assignment today. Our goal of the day was called early, wasn't it? And I don't even think there's any question about it. It'll get a fair old run, no doubt, on the EFL website, efl.org.au, right throughout the week. But Zach Elms' goal off the ground, out of nowhere from the boundary line going through, was absolutely sensational early in the piece. So Mitcham, they get one of the awards for the day, not best on ground, not Trojan, but the goal of the day. Congratulations to Zach Elms, who gets the Tobin Brothers goal of the day, which is a $50 Coles Myer gift card. So good stuff there. So, well, I suppose that's the awards wrapped up, gentlemen, and we've got some scores that have been filtering through right throughout the afternoon, and we've been keeping you up to date with all that we had. Now most of the games are finished at Footy EFL. Keep them coming in. We're right through till 6 o'clock tonight. Dan Sensick, you've got the ones up to date at the moment.
Yeah, starting off in Premier Division, Baldwin 14-19, 103 have comprehensively defeated Norwood 3-8-26. What a victory there for the Tigers. And in the grand final rematch of the last two seasons, Vermont, 12-point victors it seems. 9-15-69 have defeated South Croydon, 8-9-57. So 2-goal margin at the end there. Blackburn, 8-13-61 defeated Noble Park, 3-4-22. And as we heard earlier, Doncaster, 7-6-48 defeating North Ringwood, 5-7-37. Rowville, I know for a fact, got the victory comfortably over Montrose as well. As we move on to Division 1, and it was Upper Ferntree Gully, 8-11-59 defeating Bayswater, 7-9-51. East Ringwood were 10-point victors over Doncaster East, 7-12-54 to 6-8-44. Croydon, it seems, got the victory over Knox, and Lilydale, comfortable victory over Murrelbark at the end, and Wanturna South, comfortable victors over Park Orchards as well.
I've got a final score out of Croydon Knox if you'd like that, Dan.
Yeah, let's hear it.
It was a 7-goal 6-48 to 3-5-23 to the Knox Football Club. He's the final score between Croydon and Knox today.
Well, let's have a look now at Division 2 action. And out here at Jubilee Park, it was Ringwood 12-13-85 defeating Mitcham 5-8-38. Heathmont 11-7-73 getting over Mulgrave 6-7-43. And, a tight contest between Scoresby and Templestowe. Not sure that might be a final score, but if you've got one, please send it on through. And same goes for Baronia and the Basin as well. As we turn our attention to Division 3 action, and it was South Belgrave 15-13, 103 against the Waverley Blues, 7-5-47. So huge result there. Ferntree Gully 11-13-79 defeating Glen Waverley Hawks 4-7-31. Donvale 15-9-99 against Chermside Park 5-7-37. And if this is a final score, then it was an absolute thriller. But if it's not, please send it on through. 7-7-49 Warrandyte defeating the Whitehorse Pioneers 7-3-45. Oh. And if we have a look at the final score in Division 4, Surrey Park 11-13-79 over Forest Hill 3-3-21. So Forest Hill actually led at the first change. So the massive turnaround of form there. Coldstream 28-14, 182 have defeated Croydon North Emlock, the Kangarams 4-4-28. East Burwood 15-18, 108 against Nunawading 4-3-27. And Sylvan 15-17, 107 over Kilsyth 1-2-8.
Oh, that's huge by Sylvan. I'm dying to know what the ladder looks like in Division 4 because there was that big difference between Surrey Park and Sylvan, which we expected both of them to be staying on level wins and win their last two as well. So that's could be very telling, that one.
The crucial thing is the fact I think that Surrey Park play Nuttawading next week.
Yep.
Forest Hill have got the bye, so they're out of it.
Sylvan play Croydon North Emlock.
Oh my goodness! Then it is up for grabs, isn't
what
it?
we sort of call Hooly Dooly.
Hooly Dooly.
Speaking of Dooley, there's got a text earlier. We had Cooper Dooley from the Fair Park Football Club. He's watched the stream all day. Fair Park having the bye today from the Lions. Young junior footballer from Fair Park who's been watching the stream all day. So a massive shout out to Cooper.
Yeah, sensational work, and why wouldn't you watch the stream when you've got such a great product at your disposal, and LKLM Media doing a sensational job as always.
They certainly are. They are the best in the business, and you'll be able to see all their work across all the games on the hub week to week, which is absolutely sensational. I know all the clubs love it, especially the coaches. That's where they get to do all their homework. So they certainly do a fantastic job, and we get the pick of the bunch. We get Leroy every single week, which is absolutely super. We're going to round things up. We've still got the post-match show to go through. Going to thank the team who's joined us this afternoon. The number one special comments man in the Eastern Football League is Brett Davidson. Once again in the caravan today, mate. We came out, we watched two sides who were going to be right there towards the pointy end, and impressive performance by Ringwood.
I look super impressive. I think if they make finals, they become even more dangerous than what they were last year. So really impressed with them. Mitcham have got a little way to go, but it's only a blip and they're still in the finals hunt. So, they make finals. They can easily turn that around today.
And we've seen it before when we called Mitcham earlier on in the season as well. So no doubt the Tigers will bounce back. A man who's bounced back and come from over the waters, back straight into the senior lineup was Ray Baird today, mate. It's great to have you in the caravan, and then we'll see you again tomorrow on EFL Sunday. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, thanks, Ben. It's great to be back watching EFL football live. Bit different than watching it on a stream from way over the other side of the world. But yeah, looking forward to EFL Sunday tomorrow.
Is Roval still going to make the finals, Ray, or not?
No, I called it. They will not make finals. I still say it on today's results.
Okay. Tyson Popplestone, I tell you what, where have you been all our life, mate? Sensational performance by you on riding solo on the boundary today, and we look forward to hearing your dulcet tones many more times throughout the rest of the season.
Beautiful, boys. Thanks for having me. It was good to be with you.
Thank you very much to Leroy Green from LKLM Media, the best in the business. Speaking of the best in the business, we've got Bruce Press from the Lost Productions, making sure everything works swimmingly here in the Unicorn. We're going to come back after this break. We're going to keep you up to date with all around the ground scores. We've got Penelope Knight out at North Ringwood, Doncaster. We've got Davis Harrican, who saw Bayswater and Upper Ferntree Gully, some ripping around the ground reports to come, plus those final scores. Scoresby Templestone was so close. If you know the final score, at Footy EFL via Twitter, we need to know the final result. Let us know. We'll be back with that and much more. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast right after this.